Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward, that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward, that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward, that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future. Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
السيدات والسادة، أهلا ومرحبا بكم في متحف المستقبل وفي منتدى دبي للمستقبل لعام 2023، أكبر تجمع عالمي لخبراء ومصممي المستقبل. أنا آدم، شخصية افتراضية مطورة بالذكاء الاصطناعي، ويسعدني أن أرافقكم على مدار اليومين خلال فعاليات المنتدى. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Museum of the Future and to the Dubai Future Forum of 2023, the world's largest gathering of futurists. I am Adam, your virtual AI guide throughout the two-day event. الآن أترككم مع الجلسة الافتتاحية لمعالي عمر سلطان العلماء، نائب العضو المنتدب لمؤسسة دبي للمستقبل.
Now the opening remarks by His Excellency Omar Sultan al-Ulama, Deputy Managing Director of the Dubai Future Foundation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolute pleasure and privilege being in front of all of you here today. And thank you all for joining us at this very important global convening, a convening that brings together the world's brightest minds and the shapers of the present and the future that is to come. I'd like to start off by asking a question. What is the future? And what is the future to different people and different age groups? What is the future for a child? What is the future to an adult? What is the future to a government leader? And what is the future to a student? The answer to this question differs depending on the category of the person, the age group, and what their forecast for that future is. The answer to this question needs to be answered in a location that was designed to incubate future ideas, to accelerate their achievement, and to become the meeting place of the greatest minds that are shaping the future for all of humanity. The Museum of the Future, when it was launched, was asked to become the headquarters of futurists and the place where the future is not just forecasted, but accelerated to happen today. Today was actually a future at one point of time. This gathering was forecasted by individuals that started many, many years beforehand. But I'd like to share, before going into the details of that, what the future meant for us and the moment where we moved from a country that was trying to survive to a country that was mesmerized by the future and what the future could hold. We had a Big Bang moment, and that Big Bang moment transformed the UAE from just another country to a country that is known to shape the future and to change the world. Started with the vision. And the vision was about focusing on human potential, not on the national resources that we have and natural resources that we have, not on the turbulent landscape around us, but on what it means when the greatest people with the biggest dreams come together to shape a future in a place that was not known to be where the future was created. This Big Bang moment was in 1971. On the 2nd of December in 1971, there was a pivotal moment in our history as a country. That moment moved us from being just another country that's trying to survive day to day to a country that said, we need to be where the future happens today. The individuals in the picture, the founding fathers of the UAE, were not the most educated futurists. They were not futurists by college degree or futurists by profession. But every single action they took had the future at front and center. And every single thing they focused on was on enabling and unleashing the human talent that existed in the UAE and dreamers from around the world. This moment took us from being a country that was, to some degree, not as developed as the Western world, a country that had ambitions but did not have the ability to put the infrastructure to create the future, to being a beacon of hope. Let me give you a few stories. I think these stories will help shape our understanding of why they were futurists. In 1972, the world went through the beginning of something called the Great Inflation, very similar to what we're seeing here today. Every single economist, many of the futurists at the time, imagined that consumption and global trade is going to drop, and that if you were out of your mind, you would launch a port at that point of time. In 1972, Sheikh Rashid bin Saeed Al Maktoum, father of modern Dubai, launched one of the biggest ports in the world, Port Rashid. And the experts that were consulted said that Port Rashid required 5 docks to be able to satisfy all of Dubai's demands for the foreseeable future. Sheikh Rashid at that point of time said, let's have 15. Every single person that was an expert in the field, that was a futurist at that point of time, said that it's unfathomable that Dubai will ever need 15 docks. It does not make any economic sense. From a forecast perspective, there is nothing that will tell us that this is going to be required. He had a conviction. He saw a future, he believed in that future, and he bet big on it. That future took Dubai from being just another city in the world to being a city that controls 10% of global trade. One of the busiest ports on the planet is Port Rashid and the Dubai maritime ecosystem. A futurist that took a bet, that had a conviction, and that made it happen. This story repeats itself many, many, many times over. Let's go to 2001. In 1999, the ruler of Dubai, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, said that the internet is going to be the most important technology that man has seen over the last couple of decades. And he forecasted that the future economy is going to be an economy that is based on the internet. That was a very bold and big bet. He even dedicated a cluster for it, the Dubai Internet City, where he said every company working on the internet is going to shape its future from this location. A few short months later, in 2000, the dot-com bubble burst. Now that dot-com bubble burst led a lot of people to forecast and to state that the internet was just hype, and that this future is not going to be a future that we see, and it's not going to be a future that is going to come to life. What did the UAE do? What did His Highness do? He doubled down. He said, we believe in it, we're going to make it happen. And today we see that that future was a forecasted future that was accelerated in the UAE and come to life. Today the UAE incubates the highest number of digital economy startups in the Middle East, the highest number of unicorns as well, and is soon becoming a global digital economy hub. Let's talk about energy. We are an oil-producing country, and oil is an important natural resource for the UAE. The leadership of the UAE, the President, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, said, yes, we have oil. Let's celebrate exporting the final barrel of oil. Just think about the fact that someone is saying, I want to celebrate the exporting of the last barrel of my most important resource. It shows you the conviction, the ability to forecast the future and to make it happen. What did that allow for? The UAE, when everyone was decommissioning nuclear reactors, doubled down and invested in one of the biggest clusters of nuclear energy in the world. There were a lot of naysayers, but we paved our way and we continued on that journey. Today, in terms of energy mix, we're one of the cleanest countries in the world that produces energy. We also are the biggest investors on the planet in renewable energy, specifically solar. And that proves to the world that we don't just imagine the future, we design it, we accelerate it, and we execute it. I would like to take you back to where we are geographically. We are in the Middle East, in a place that is known, unfortunately, for turbulence, that today, while we are speaking, has conflicts. A place where people typically don't have hope. A place where the future can be seen as daunting. In the Middle East, you have a country that is a beacon for hope, a beacon for a positive future, and a place where 200 nationalities from around the world come and live together to create a better future, not just for the UAE, not just for the not just for the Middle East, but for the world. Let me share with you a few ways that we've learned that the future can be forecast. Edge city in the world. You can have the most beautiful landscape, but what really creates the future are the people. It's not the hardware, it's the software. Each and every single one of you, coming from wherever you came, whether it's in the UAE or around the world, to forecast the future in this forum is evidence that you can create change from every single corner of the world. And that we can, by inspiring minds and collectively bringing people together, change the future from anywhere. This gathering started as a dream in 1971. The dream was that the UAE is going to be a global nation, that the UAE is not going to focus on its own needs. It's going to be the world in a country rather than a country in the world. And if in 1971, a futurist came and said that this gathering is going to come together, people would have smiled and said, it's a long shot. Today it's a reality. And it's a reality because of all of you, because of the belief, the conviction, and the trust. So we'd like to start off by thanking each and every single one of you. I'd also like to share with you a few stories of creating hope and shaping a better future for a place like the Middle East. In a place where youth feel like the future might be a very difficult thing for us to grasp and shape and be a part of, we launched a probe that was the first probe from the Middle East that went to Mars. When this project was announced in 2013, a space program from the Middle East, from a country that at the time was less than 50 years old, it seemed like a far shot. It seemed like an impossible endeavor. Today, that probe orbits Mars and shares very important scientific data that inspires youth every single day that they can shape a future from the Middle East that will change the world. I'd also like to share with you a story on enablement. Every single decision that is being taken in Dubai today and the UAE is a decision that is not for today, but for tomorrow. At one point of time, there's a very interesting article that came out that said, the build it and they will come model is proving to be wrong. And the buildings that are in the UAE are going to remain empty. Over the last couple of years, the UAE has seen a boom in inflow of talent, of capital, and of dreamers from around the world. This wasn't because of the buildings. The buildings were here, they were forecasted, the need was foreseen, but what brought people is this vision that you can come here, you will be treated equally, and you will be unleashed. Your potential is going to be reached. The 200 nationalities that shape the UAE's DNA is what makes us special. And for the foreseeable future, this is what is going to keep us in the lead. The fact that no matter how you look, the fact that no matter where you're from, the fact that no matter what your religion is, because you dream of the future and because you want to impact humanity positively, the UAE can be your test bed, it can be your springboard and can unleash you, is what is going to be the continuous fact for the future. The ruler of Dubai, the Prime Minister and the Vice President of the UAE, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, gave us an important vision. The future belongs to those who can imagine it, design it, and execute it. The future is not something that you await, but rather create. This was a rallying call for us. But it also was something that made us go back to basics. Let's go back to the core. The core of it is if you want to forecast the future of space, if you want to be part of the new frontier, and those fundamentals, going back to the first question, which is, what is the future for a member of the youth? What is the future for a woman from, for example, Africa? What is the future for a man, for example, from a different part of the world, or a government leader? The fundamentals are to be part of this future, you need to have certain enablers. The enablers are not just the ability to be able to see the horizon and the ability to dream, but something as basic as being able to read. Something as basic as being able to use technology. And this ability to be able to consume knowledge, to be able to communicate, to be able to congregate with others is something that people miss out on. People think that if you invest in cutting-edge compute, if you invest in artificial intelligence, you're going to be part of the future. But if you do not have the talent that's going to shape it, you won't be, even if you have billions of dollars that are being spent on that. That is why we think that bringing forward generations of Arabs, generations of people around us in our region is the only way to create a better future. And it's the only way to instill hope. I'd like to share with you a heartwarming story that is very close to my heart. When the world believed that because of COVID, we could not go to school and we could not leave our houses, there were many refugees around the world that could not have access to schooling. In this exact moment, there was a question. What is the future to these kids? What happens to those that are not able to access the basic necessities to be able to be part of the future? And in that, the UAE that are impacting hundreds of thousands of people around the world that took education to them using the most cutting-edge infrastructure that exists, whether it's space-based internet, whether it's tablets, or whether it's the ability to translate instantaneously in many languages. If we want to be positive about the future, bring everyone with us. We can't do it in an echo chamber. This program was also complemented by the biggest reading challenge that the world has seen. Hundreds of millions of people in the Arab world went from not reading a single book in a year to reading over 50 books a year. And every single year, the Oscars of reading takes place in the UAE that embraces the ability for people to consume knowledge, to understand different cultures, and hopefully the ability that they're going to create of being able to shape the future. Those individuals that are readers today are going to be the shapers of technology, are going to be the thought leaders of the future, and are going to choose the whole world to be their playground. Hopefully, the UAE is going to be their preference. I'd like to conclude by saying that each and every single one of us has a role. We have a role in forecasting the future, we have a role in communicating it, and we have a role in unleashing human potential. We hope that you're going to consider the UAE and this platform as a starting point, and hopefully allow us to go on that journey with you. I wish you all an incredibly successful BioFuture Forum, and I thank you for your time. Thank you.
الحضور الكريم، الآن مع كلمة رئيسية بعنوان تحول قطاع الطاقة والسيناريوهات المستقبلية تقدمها دكتور أنجيلا ويلكنسون، الأمين العام والرئيس التنفيذي لمجلس الطاقة العالمي. Dear guests, a keynote titled Outlooks and Foresight, the Energy Transition by Dr. Angela Wilkinson, Secretary General and Chief Executive Officer of World Energy Council, is going to start now.
Excellencies, gentlemen, colleagues and friends, strangers I have yet to meet and get to know, good morning. I am delighted and honoured to be here as the 6th Secretary General to talk about energy outlooks. And I'm going to talk about energy in terms of what I think is most important about energy, which is not technology or money, but realistic hope of a better future for humanity. We have to remember, all of us, that every living system evolves through a fundamental transformation of its underlying energy system. And that is as true now today, here at this meeting and in the advent of COP28, as it has been since time immemorial. What I would like to do is talk a little bit about what I see as the outlook in energy and what we are trying to do to change the outlook. A good place to start when you're thinking about the future is not to get stuck in where we last 100 years in energy. And when we stand here in the present, it's important to understand that only 7% of the current world energy system is comprised of wind and solar energy forms. Only 2% of personal cars are electric vehicles. That the pace of decarbonisation is much slower than we need it to be, and that 3 billion plus people in the world lack sufficient access to affordable energy for better lives and livelihoods. So when we look at the energy situation, we understand we are in a new era of energy transition for people and planet, and that the challenge of decarbonisation is in parallel with the global trends around digitalization, decentralization, increasing diversity in energy systems, and disruption as usual. We've all seen more disruption in energy in the last few years. And the risk of disorderly energy transitions has not gone away. We have seen compounding crisis impacting unevenly across modern energy societies, with the impact of the COVID crisis, with the impact of the return of energy insecurity, with the build-up of climate change momentum. Who knows what's coming? So when we think about the future of energy, we must work for the best, but always keep an eye open and our minds open to what might be different to what we hope for and what we expect. The search for solutions today, it's worth taking stock of what people think will happen. Pulse survey indicates that the majority of people that we surveyed think that the COP28 meeting that will take place this week is the last chance for a course correction globally. 50% think that there's an urgent need for better collaboration. Collaboration is a very big word in energy today. Only 11% think that their societies have reached the critical mass needed to enable and sustain an acceleration of decarbonisation. And 24% are worried that a passive and quiet majority is. So when we think about the search for new solutions, it's important to remember that what has worked in the past isn't enough. And what we're focusing on is how do we redesign the whole energy system with others, and we call that the humanizing energy challenge. So energy is a system, and there's increasing diversity in energy systems worldwide. We all talk about there's no one-size-fits-all solution. There's no such thing as an easy, quick fix. And we have to remember that energy systems include people. Indeed, the biggest blind spot in all the roadmaps that are available is the role of people and the shifting role of demand and energy uses and how those will evolve. We're faced with we are halfway at this moment between the Kyoto Protocol of 1997 and the goal of achieving net zero by 2050. Indeed, fewer terms have become more common in the last 5 years than energy transition, decarbonisation, and net zero by 2050. But what is underlying this change in energy is not a simple swap of old technologies for new. It is a much deeper societal transformation, as well as a change in the technology underpinnings. The problem is most talked about in terms of the speed of swapping out old technologies for new, the shift to new power systems. But we also need to talk more and use foresight and futures thinking to help us think about societal transformation that's possible. To go faster, we need the flow of more technology and money. But to go fairer, we have to engage and empower people and diverse place-based communities and help them see that they're not passive characters in this story, but they are the co-creators. To move further, net zero is a milestone, but it's not the destination. We have to think about how do we look at new models of economic progress. We have to think beyond the energy system itself, at the interfaces of energy with other systems. And we're trying to do this in an increasingly divisive and polarized era. In many parts, in many countries, we're getting stuck. Even as we're looking at the future, we're getting frozen by the fear of the future. Climate anxiety has become a real issue. We're getting stuck by the fear of missing out. will our country have a fair share in the benefits of the new energy system? And we're getting stuck by the fear of others. We have to find a way of bridging climate catastrophizing and what I call technological hyperbolism. These are the extremes that define the debate. But what we really need is a new middle movement. And that middle movement has to be able to look at what is desirable and realistic. Big leadership questions face us as we look to the future of energy, and nobody's asking the same question in the same way. In fact, the how to make faster, fairer, and more far-reaching energy transitions happen depends on the who with. Which question have you been addressing? Is it one of these? Maybe it's another question. But that is the challenge that faces us all. How to humanize energy to move faster, fairer, and more further forward together. So that's the setting that I would like to use to talk about what we at the World Energy Council are doing and how we use the future in this conversation about mobilizing energy transitions at speed and scale. So the first thing that we are doing is we believe we have to have the future at the table as well as on the menu. So we are activating what we call an intergenerational community. For 40 years, we've invested in future energy leaders, and we are now moving our investment in future energy leaders who are networks that exist across over 70 countries worldwide into how they can become a vanguard for action. We also, for the last 10 years, have been running the Startup Energy Transition Awards to try to get energy entrepreneurs to get the global recognition and attention that they need, and to extend the concept of energy entrepreneurship into more developing and emerging countries so that we can bring them back to the global table. Another thing that we're doing is we're trying to change the way the story of energy transition is being told, to tell it through a human-centric lens. I am hoping there is going to be a video.
I think people do tend to take energy in their homes for granted, because it is a simple flip of a switch. We've got used to a very high standard of living and it's using lots of energy.
80% of the global energy system is still fossil fuel. We need to change that.
When you look at our world today, we're seeing more and more devastating environmental impact from climate change.
We don't really understand which fuel we consume. My grandchildren, their grandchildren deserve to enjoy the planet the same way we enjoy it. I think it's time for us to pause.
I believe that we can replace fossil fuels to decarbonise our world.
The world needs multiple pathways to net zero carbon emissions.
There are a lot of technologies to explore: floating solar, offshore wind.
Hydrogen, when produced through renewable sources, can bring in the right energy.
There are so many people behind this effort. It's innovation at its finest, and it's exciting.
We're driven to do absolutely everything we can to make the change that we believe the world needs to see.
We can control the future instead of letting the future control us.
So in partnership with BBC Storyworks for the last 4 years, we've been showing stories of how diverse communities across the world are responding to the challenges and demands of energy transitions and helping people share what they see as the benefits of more affordable and clean energy uses so that more people are inspired to get involved in the journey. For me, it's not enough to hope for a better future. Realistic hope is always in action. And the challenge we have is how do we mobilize agency now, everywhere, in this challenge? Another thing that we're doing is we take the role of empowering women and children very seriously. I have to say, I am not a person who likes to talk about the role of women in energy in terms of just quotas in boardrooms. What we're interested in is how do we enable women in their role as owners, designers, entrepreneurs, users, buyers of energy, not a one-dimensional view of women in energy, but a 360-degree possibility space of the role of women in energy. And let's not forget, not the next future energy leaders generation, but kids in energy. I was challenged recently by somebody who said, surely we shouldn't be engaging children in energy transition conversations. That's our responsibility. But if we don't show the future generation what energy will be in the future, how do they become inspired to think about a career or a life in energy? So I'm going to show you a short excerpt from our Kids in Energy program in Chile, where they have little kits that go out into many of the rural villages and encourage children to build little solar photovoltaic cells and little wind turbines. And they start to see and get to understand this energy system for themselves.
Aprendí mucho sobre la ciencia, sobre la energía, sobre muchas cosas.
Como nuevos circuitos, lo que son las resistencias, para qué sirven.
Logramos usar el hidrógeno como fuente de energía renovable. Aprender a enchufar cosas, conectar las luces. Esta cosa conecte hace la electricidad para que prenda.
So it's not enough to talk about diversity. Activating diversity is a different concept. And again, futures design ways where we can create a space to activate diversity in a different way. I don't know who did the counting, but when I went to the Clean Energy Ministerial last year in Pittsburgh, it was reported that there are over 9,000 different assessments on climate and energy transitions. We certainly don't need another report. What we need to do is make sure, though, that we continue to forge new common sense from the increasing diversity of perspectives that are emerging as energy transition progresses. Multiple energy transition pathways are emerging in all regions. Our challenge is finding ways to lead with and learn from each other, to forge common understanding, recognizing we need flexibility along the way. This isn't just about replacing power generation. It requires new infrastructures, new storage solutions, and we must anticipate much more, shifting demand and new uses and users of energy. So insights and reports are important. We produce a lot of them as well, but we produce them on the basis of listening across the diversity of energy transition pathways and leadership perspectives that are emerging from across the world. Another area that we play a role in is a single issue agenda. And as we progress energy transitions, we must, I'm going too fast, let me go back. We must navigate an ocean of energy futures and foresight thinking. There are now thousands of reports, but also dozens of sets of global energy scenarios. We try to compare and contrast energy projections, energy outlooks, energy scenarios, and try and understand what the differences and assumptions are. That's what you can see in the comparison report here. And for the last 10 years, we have had an evolving story of world energy scenarios, which has recognized how the transition and the need to balance security alongside climate change has been evolving. I don't think that video is going to come up. Oh yes, here we go. No? Okay. No scenarios video, but you can find that on the website. What we've seen in the last couple of years is we've seen these compounding crises and energy swinging from one crisis to another. 20 years ago, we introduced something called the World Energy Trilemma Framework. I don't know how many of you have heard of something called the Energy Trilemma. Quick show of hands. Anybody heard of the Energy Trilemma? The need to balance energy security, affordability and equity, and environmental sustainability as we progress energy transitions, right? And we compare and contrast how are governments, how are countries performing in terms of managing that, and we use this to provide benchmarking and also to engage in integrated policy pathfinding. We're in the process of updating this framework because there are new dimensions for security. There's conversation about climate risk and resilience. There are new conversations about access and affordability, and in particular, access of whom to what? Who is this energy transition for? And also evolution around the sustainability angle. We're not just concerned about planetary overshoot in terms of 1.5 degrees centigrade. We've also got to be attentive to the amount of materials and energy that's required to produce more renewable energy infrastructure. So we have to be attentive of other planetary boundaries as well. I'm sure oops, we're going backwards. That's my fault. I'm sure as you know, it's not enough to have the future as a report. As we're moving through this energy transition, one of the things we also know is that change has to include collaboration across sectors, silos, and segments of society. The language that's been coined around this is something called the new energy innovation ecosystem. I'm fascinated by the concept of an ecosystem being full of people rather than lots of different species. But it's really important that we learn to simulate the future through ecosystem conversations. I can't get past this. Something's happening that's not letting me move past. Oops, no, I don't want that. But I want to show you a slide, never mind, here. So two recent examples of how we've been looking at the future through ecosystem interactions. One around what does the policy enabling context look like if you're looking at circular carbon economy and its relationship to energy transition. So again, an interaction of many different stakeholders to look at what the enabling environment needs to look like to accelerate that. The second one is the green grids game. There is no energy transition without transmission, and transmission requires not just a lot of copper and wires, but also social licensing and permitting in many countries, so that the many communities along the way can feel that they are part of that. Lastly, the last thing that we do as the World Energy Council is we convene and connect diverse leaders across silos, segments and sectors of society during World Energy Congress. As we move from the climate-centric COP here in the next 10 days to the energy-centric World Energy Congress, we will be convening in the pioneering port of Rotterdam, and we will be discussing how to redesign energy systems for people and planet, showcase how communities and countries are making progress, and involve women, that conversation. So I hope that when you finish here, you will come to Congress with the energy future you want to see.
The transition towards clean and inclusive energy. Do you want to be part of the future of energy? The 26th World Energy Congress is the most influential global energy event of our time. This long-standing energy gathering connects a dynamic community of international leaders to take action. Join us in Rotterdam in 2024.
4 years ago, I had the honor of stepping up to be the 6th Secretary General and the first woman in 100 years to lead the World Energy Council. We brought in a different agenda. It's humanizing energy. humanizing energy to make faster, fairer, and more far-reaching energy transitions happen. As the first speaker announced, you can't do that by forecasting the future. You have to do it by co-creating. There's a lot of rhetoric today on collaboration. Collaboration is the key to a better future for all, but we're going to have to dig deep. The collaboration we need for the future is not the collaboration that worked in the past. It's going to be more horizontal. It's going to involve people who aren't like us. That's the future of energy. Thank you very much for having me here.
Hello, well done. Thank you.
الحضور الكريم يرجى البقاء في مقاعدكم. تبدأ بعد قليل الجلسة الحوارية التالية تحت عنوان دروس من الفضاء للعالم. تستضيف الجلسة رواد الفضاء سلطان النيادي وهزاع المنصوري وستيفن بوين ووارين هوبرغ وأندري فيديايف وفرانسيسكو روبيو وسيرجي بروكوبييف وديمتري بيتلين. تحاورهم جين ويثرسبون من يورو نيوز. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. Starting in a few moments, a panel discussion titled Learnings from Space for Humanity, featuring astronauts and cosmonauts, Sultan Niyadi, Hazar al-Mansouri, Stephen Bowen, Warren Hoburg, Andrei Fedyaev, Francisco Rubio, Sergei Prokopiev, and Dmitry Petelin. The session will be moderated by Jane Witherspoon from Euronews.
Pleasure to be here with you today. And please, I know we've just had that fantastic entrance, but please, one more time, put your hands together for Expedition 69 ISS mission crew. Now, I'm very excited to be here. My name is Jane Witherspoon. I'm the Bureau Chief for the Middle East for Euronews. And as you can see, there isn't even enough space to give me a chair, gentlemen, because we've got so many of you here today. So, without further ado, let me introduce you to Sergei Prokopiev, Commander. Flight Engineer Frank Rubio. Flight Engineer Dmitry Petlin. Stephen Bowen. Flight Engineer Woody Hoberg. Flight Engineer Andrei Fedyev. Flight Engineer Sultan Al-Nayadi. And more, finally, last but not least, another homegrown talent, Hazza Al-Mansouri, Increment Lead. About each of their roles. We'll start at the end, and if you can just tell our audience a little bit about what your role is.
Sure, thank you so much, Jay. So my name is Frank Rubio, and I served as a flight engineer and the USOS lead for Expedition 68 and 69. And I had the pleasure of serving with Sergei and Dmitry for 12 months on the space station, and for 6 months with my rest of my 69 crewmates. So.
Next. Also, I must mention as well, you do have headsets as well, because we do have obviously 2 Russian speakers. So if you'd like the translations, please put your headsets on for these.
Thank you so much, guys. Nice to see you. And please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hazza Al-Mansouri. So I'm glad to be here with my colleagues from Expedition 69. I was serving as the increment lead for the 69, so I was at NASA Johnson Space Center, watching them every day for the past 6 months.
Hi, everyone. I'm Woody Hoberg. I was assigned as the pilot of the Crew 6 mission, and it was just an absolute honor getting to serve as a flight engineer during Increment 60, a part of Increment 68 and all of Increment 69 with the rest of these guys.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, sabahkan bil khair.
A very good morning to you all. I'm Sultan Al-Nayadi, mission specialist and Space 6 Dragon.
In the International Space Station.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Sergei Prokopiev. I was commander Expedition 68, 69, and commander of Soyuz MS 22 and 23. A lot of ships, a lot of expeditions. 1 year in space.
Steve Bowen. I was commander of Crew 6 for SpaceX for launch, and then a flight engineer for Expedition 68 and 69, short time on 68 and 5 months in 69. It's a real honor to be on board with the Soyuz crew that spent over a year in space. Pretty amazing.
Hi, my name is Dmitry Petlin. It's an honor to be here. I'm a flight engineer of my commander as my crewmate Frank Rubio. We've been on the same ships. MS-22 Soyuz and MS-23, and I reached my first year in space and hope it will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. I actually asked them backstage, great fun fact for you, but they've actually collectively spent more than 50,000 hours in space between them, which I think is absolutely remarkable. So let's get down to business. We'll start the questions, and I think we have to go over to Hazza first. Since we're on home territory here, can you please explain to us what were the primary goals and accomplishments of Expedition 69?
So basically, Increment 69, they did more than 200 experiments on board the International Space Station. It's one of the increments. So each 6 months we have increments, and the objectives from the beginning, from establishing the International Space Station, is to develop new technologies on board the International Space Station, to do more science on board the International Space Station, and that would have been done for the past more than 20 years. So I was really honored to be a part of that expedition as increment lead. And during that time, they did more than 200 science, as I mentioned, and also a spacewalk, more than 3 of them. One of them Sultan participated on. And basically, mostly was targeting, establishing and developing a new IROSA, which is a new solar panels outside the International Space Station, as a technology demonstration also. So it was a huge accomplishment for them, definitely, and I think they can elaborate on that also.
Thank you. Sergei, as commander, how did these objectives align with the broad goals of the International Space Station program?
Okay, can I speak Russian?
Sure, absolutely, please do.
Well, our expedition started in September 2022, and we were supposed to spend about 6 months at the station. We planned to have 5 spacewalks, and we were supposed to conclude the integration of our module, the new module of the Russian segment, at the station. We worked jointly with the international crew in the interests of the development of the International Space Station, including changing the power unit on the American segment, in the process of overboard activities of the crew of the American segment of the station. We also performed a whole lot of different experiments that in the future will help us in developing the studies and research for faraway space. And this is the main purpose of our mission. Thank you.
Woody, were there any specific or technological breakthroughs that the mission accomplished?
Sure. So as Hazza mentioned, the purpose of the space station is scientific research, and we had the honor to participate in a wide range of both scientific research experiments and then also what I would call technology demonstrations. We also got to do a lot of maintenance on board the space station, so we got to install some new solar arrays, among many other EVA objectives. We did so many cool things, but as one example, we actually printed the first section of human meniscus in space. We used basically a biological kind of 3D printer. And the idea behind this technology is that these biological structures, they can't support their own weight when they're being fabricated. They would become a puddle if you tried to produce them on Earth. But in weightlessness, we're able to produce these complex biological structures. So we actually demonstrated this printing of a section of meniscus. And that facility, after that initial success, is going on to print cardiac tissues in the future, and then onto blood vessels, which are even more complex to print. So that's just one small example of all the exciting work that we're doing every day up aboard the space station.
What were the, I guess, the challenges and difficulties that came with that example that you've just given us?
We actually, it took a long time to have success printing that meniscus. Many of us were actually in the glove box working with that equipment for many hours in the early parts of our expedition. And the team on the ground is amazing. They did a lot of troubleshooting, and this entire team working on the ground found some solutions, and we were able to finally have success toward the end of Crew 6's stay aboard. But it's just amazing seeing, we have our hands in the glove box every day, but then there's this team on the ground that's doing all the troubleshooting and really coming up with the solutions that allow us to succeed.
Stephen, how would you say that this mission's achievements will shape the future endeavors in space?
Well, we're just one part in the chain. So we've had 69, we're in 7 expeditions now, and since we essentially completed building Space Station about 13, 14 years ago, it's been an ongoing research platform. We were doing research prior to that, but it's just, we're one part, and so after 69, 70 expeditions, we're just continuing and learning. And what we've learned so far has already had impacts around the world, and we're going to learn even more. It all builds on itself. It's very exciting.
We're going to move on shortly to, life in microgravity and how you all got on. We're going to get really into the juicy bits in just a while, but a few more questions. Haz is laughing there. A few more questions just about this mission. Did it involve the development or testing of new technologies while you were there?
Oh, for me again?
Yeah, I'm still on you.
So new technologies, well, just continuously operating the vehicle in space. I'm trying to think if we had any new systems. We installed arrays, but we've had arrays that have, we're getting better at it. We're almost done with installing new arrays. What I found interesting is we actually delivered a module on my second flight in 2010, which they went outside and actually completed the work on in April of 2023. So it's about 12, 13 years from beginning of one mission to the end of the other. So that's pretty amazing to me, that it's just an ongoing investigations. And there's, as Woody pointed out, the experiments that we're doing, they're continuously new. And the research that we're doing, every day there's new findings that will impact life here on Earth, which is the real reason we fly in space.
Yeah. Frank, we've heard there about how you guys are just a small part of the bigger picture. Tell us a bit about international collaboration and what part that played into this mission.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest benefits of the International Space Station is the collaboration that we're able to share and really the friendships that we're able to develop. But just while we were there, obviously we had so many different nations represented. And so with Expedition 68, we had Koichi from Japan, and then Sultan came on board with 69. Soichi then showed up with 70. As part of the Axiom crew, we also had 2 other Arab astronauts show up on station. And so, just this mutual dependency that we have with each other, because the reality is all of our lives depend on each other to live up there. And so the fact that we're able to put our differences aside, come together and have this continuous human presence in space for 23 years, despite our differences, we're able to work together and keep this thing going. And so I think we serve as a great example of what we can do when we put those differences aside and we have a mutual goal and we can go out and achieve great things.
Sultan, can I ask you what you think about what impact this mission has had on public perception of space exploration and I guess its importance as well?
Yeah, I'm honestly grateful to be representing the UAE and the region during this mission. And if you look at it, we had 2 astronauts flying to space in the 80s, 85 and 87. And then it was like a long pause of more than 30 years with no astronauts going to space. Came to Hazal Mansouri when he flew to the International Space Station in 2019. My mission was the second mission from the UAE going to the International Space Station. And it was the longest Arab mission, so right from the beginning we wanted to do like a good preparation for it. So we had teams working tirelessly to make this a very successful mission, like doing everything. Showing the importance of going to space and why do we do science in space. And we had a solid plan to reach every possible student in the Arab world and the world overall. So we had Stephen Bowen was asking me, do you ever sleep when you work? But yeah, the main target was to reach every single student, give them some insight about the missions to the International Space Station. So overall, I think the impact was really good. Many people, after Hazza's mission, I mean, going to schools, many students, they will say, we want to be Hazza. They don't say, we want to be astronaut. They say, we want to be Hazza. Nowadays, they say we want to be Sultan. But yeah, we go there and we talk to the students and we tell them that this is possible. Maybe in the 80s, it was something difficult. But here we are today talking about a second mission. Very long duration mission, 6 months, and then another achievement doing an EVA, an actual EVA into the outer space. So collectively, I think it was a very successful mission, and it had a very good impact inside the country and overall in the Arab region.
You mentioned there, people wanting to grow up and be like you guys. It's kind of every little boy and girl's dream. Can you tell me, while we've got you on the floor, to talk about some of the educational initiatives that were undertaken?
Like appearance in front of the students. So we had like a tour in the UAE. We went to every single major city. And we invited a lot of schools, and we gave them a chance to ask questions. Some of them, they were really interesting questions, like how do you sleep, how do you go to the toilet, how do you eat, and then other questions about the science,
sure.
And then some questions about how do we become someone like you. So very interesting question, and we wanted to explain this real life. So I would do some demonstration with water, food, and some toys just to explain some basic physics. So I think overall it was a very good chance for and very good exposure for the students to see what's going on board the International Space Station. And then when we go to a university level, we had some competitions with university students. So they had the chance to program a flying robot. It's called Astro B. So there was a challenge between 5 universities in the UAE, and they had the chance to program an actual robot on board the International Space Station. And I was telling them, I envy you guys, because this is really cool, just to be able to program a robot in a station that is floating the globe with a speed of 27,000 kilometers and an altitude of 400 kilometers. So it's really, really extraordinary.
So I'm curious about adapting to life in microgravity, as I said, and the kind of challenges and the psychological effects of that as well. So Dimitri, I wonder if you can tell me what the biggest challenge of adapting to life is.
Yeah, of course, it's a big challenge to adapt, and as you mentioned, psychology. Of course, you are on space, on board the station, without your family. First of all, it's all about your family. Since you launched on board the station, on board the spacecraft, some troubles starting to be in your home, starting from the plumbing, from other stuff. And you, as a man, you managed to fix all this problem, and your family living alone, no, literally not alone, but without you on the ground. And this is the most challenging thing, to leave your family without you for these long months on the ground. For me, personally, that was the biggest psychology challenge.
Yeah. Andrzej, how do you physically prepare? I mean, no, it's a very intense training, but how do you, get yourself in shape for the effects of microgravity?
How do I get prepared? It's quite difficult to tell if we had to undergo a lot of G-force, and the exercises, the training is more physical training. We dedicate a lot of time to this part. And how was I feeling? I was perceiving the microgravitation. It's quite difficult to feel 0G, and it's better to feel it, we experience. And as I say, just push something and then you go in the opposite direction. It feels amazing to be in zero gravity. Спасибо.
Back to Frank. What are some of the countermeasures that you use to cope with the negative effects of microgravity?
Sure. So some of the biggest challenges physically that you face are bone density loss. And that's obviously because you don't have the constant pressure of standing, walking that we have here on Earth. And you actually get quite a bit of benefit from just those two simple activities. And so we do a lot of resistance training while we're in space. We have about an hour to an hour and a half of working out what we would consider weightlifting here on Earth, but obviously we don't use weights because that wouldn't be very productive. And so we have a machine that uses two large vacuum cylinders to provide that resistance. And all of us spend quite a bit of time on that every day in order to maintain that bone density. And back when we first started living in space, astronauts were losing up to 20% of their bone density. Now, most of us, even those of us who were up there for a year, can keep that down to about 5%. And that's due to that training that we're able to do while we're there. We also do quite a bit of cardiovascular resistance just to make sure that our heart, as it deals with all the fluid shifts, right? Most of your fluids that are in your legs shift up to your upper body. So while we eat well in space, a lot of us look like we gained 10 pounds, but that's actually just the fluids as they shift.
Am I right that you grow when you're in, you gain a couple of inches, don't you?
You do, yeah. We didn't quite catch up to Woody, but I think most of us gain anywhere from 1 to 3 centimeters.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you lose all of that as soon as you land.
Apart from Woody. Apart from Woody.
Yeah. The beauty of it is because we have been doing this for 23 years, we've kind of, through trial and error, have come to figure out what works. And we're able to maintain a pretty good level of health while we're up there.
Yeah. Woody, what are your sleep patterns like when you're up there?
So we actually have a normal 24-hour day on the space station. The space station works on Greenwich Mean Time, and that's kind of just a somewhat arbitrary choice that works well for all the control centers all over the world. But I would get up most days between 6:30 and 7. We get up, we eat breakfast, we start the workday around 7:30. We work till about 7:30 p.m. We have some evening activities, then we go to bed. So in that sense, we're just on that normal 24-hour cycle, just like on Earth. And we do some little things like, I remember when I got on board, Frank kind of taught me about turning the lights off at night and closing some window shutters. And I did little things like trying to get some bright sunlight in my eyes early in the morning, and then maybe avoiding that in the evening, just to help out with my circadian rhythm.
Thank you. Hazza, what would you say are the most unique aspects of living and working in a very confined space?
Being up there, it's really a unique opportunity. I lose count, but probably less than 700 people been to space, which is really something during the whole history of a human space flight. So being up there, I think one of the two things that I would like to mention is looking at Earth from there. That overview effect, the perspective that we have, is the appreciation of what we have here on ground. That's really huge. We are orbiting Earth 16 times per day, so we can see day and night for 16 times, and the cycle and looking at different places all around the world, that's really overwhelming feeling. And the other side is doing science. It's amazing, just the achievement of being up there, being part of this bigger picture, doing scientific experiments, being part of international like a community. That's something amazing.
Sultan, how do you, in your head, get your head around the fact if you're going to be up there and, spacewalks? I mean, it's just insane to comprehend.
I think what made it easier is the childhood dream. This is something I've been dreaming about, and going to space. It's like a target, it's a goal. So throughout my life, I kept reading about space and dreaming of going to space. So if you put yourself in that position and you're preparing for that mission, and there you go, you're in space, I think you will give it everything you have to make that a success. Yet you have to, I think, manage it well, thanks to the ground teams, that they facilitate everything on the ground. I think they play a bigger role in terms of preparing our schedules and making everything neat and prepared for. And talking about the family, it is something that we need to take care of as well before the mission. Luckily, we come from support from the family members. They taught my kids. They took them to groceries, and they bought their gifts for Eids and everything. So from that regard, I think going to space with everything settled and everything is taken care of, it makes it very easy for you to perform what you have dreamed about, and you've prepared yourself mentally to do. The rest of it, I think, we do a good amount of training. So preparing for a mission, it takes literally many years. So you go there, you feel like you're in a simulation, and you have a schedule, as Woody mentioned. We work as per that schedule to do science, do maintenance, go for EVA, and just fulfill that 6 months of work.
Sergey, how do you keep the morale up? I mean, you guys are there, you're professional, you're there to work, but what do you do on the downtime? Do you have downtime in space?
For me?
Yes, for you.
This is my second flight in space, and as for me, I prepared for my first flight 8 years, and this was my aim, and of course I was so excited to be in space, and first flight I was so glad and happy when I sit in my rocket and went to space. Second flight I was more experienced and not so funny for me, but of course I was excited too, but second flight it was more calm. Mentally, but of course this is second flight was more bigger and 1 year in space, and we had a lot of events, a lot of EVAs. Totally, we had 14 EVAs during our 2 expeditions, and this is a very good achievement. And I'm glad that we had very good relationship during our expeditions, and we support each other every time. And we had a lot of interest in events like New Year, birthdays, each other's, and as for me, this is best time in my life. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen, are there strategies that you can use to deal with any kind of anxiety and, when you realize you're in that confined space?
Well, I spent 14 years in the submarine force before I became an astronaut. So it just seemed natural to me to live in a metal tube for months on end. The view's a lot better from space. The food's not so good. But I will say that this crew, having the opportunity to spend 6 months in space with this crew, they made it so easy. Just fantastic people. We had an awful lot of fun, as Sergey alluded to. We had a lot of fun. We had birthdays. We had movies. Simple things like having meals together. It was just very enjoyable. Watching Woody and Sergey play chess. that was actually pretty exciting as well. So I actually had anticipated, because I had done 3 short missions before. I'd spent the deployments on submarines. I anticipated having more time to basically read, but we had so much fun. I didn't finish I finished 1 book in 6 months, and I read a lot more than that usually, because it was just so much fun to spend time with this crew.
Tell me about the food. You mentioned meals there. What's space food like, and how do you maintain a healthy diet, or is that possible?
Oh yeah, absolutely. They do a great job preparing our food for U.S. astronauts. It's all prepared at Johnson Space Center. It's essentially like camping food. It's rehydratable, and there's thermostabilized, and but we have the opportunity to eat all of the international food as well. So I had food from European Space Agency, food from the Jackson Space Agency. We enjoyed a lot of Russian food, and the UAE provided a couple meals as well, which was absolutely fantastic. And then we actually get some bonus food as people get little resupplies from the mission from their friends and family on the ground. So sharing that was a big part of it. And meals are a real important part of any time you're living with a group of people. And they do a good job really trying to. I don't think we landed too unhealthy, so I think they did a great job.
Dimitri, after all that food, you obviously need to work out. Are there certain routines that you have to follow?
Yes, definitely. 2.5 hours in a day, we have to make exercise, physical exercise. We have a lot of equipment, treadmills. We have special machine, so multi-tool physical exercise called ARED on the US segment. It's bars, it's everything, literally everything, like in a gym, in a big gym, but all in one. It's like a Switzerland knife in one, like, but gym. Yeah, we have a bicycle, a lot of things to do, and we have to support. It's obligatory to make physical exercise every day, not weekdays, but at Saturday and Sundays too, as well.
Thank you. Hassa, how do you keep in touch with family and friends when you're up there?
There are different type of means we can use on board the station. So we have internet on board the station. We are just below the satellite coverage, so we can use that as a KU band to reach to our families and daily, in daily activities. After we finish from our daily activities, our work, we can just call anyone we want. We have IP phone, so we can call anyone we want on this earth. So if we have that number, and we have also different things like we can call it like a FaceTime. We call it Doxime, where it's like you can communicate with them and call them visually, and that's really important because it's gonna affect the morale of both sides. I mean, like as we go up there, our families is part of that journey. We are up there for 6 months or 1 year. Our family with us on that trip, and that's really important, especially our spouses, our kids, and we need to be there for them as much as they need to be there for us.
And in effect, you guys become family. You know, you gained yourself some new brothers, I guess.
Indeed.
Yeah. Frank, can you tell me what criteria did you all have to meet, you know, in the selection process for Expedition 69?
Well, I don't know that it was specific to Expedition 69, but as astronauts and cosmonauts, I think we look for similar things. You know, expeditionary skills is what we refer to, so good teamwork is probably the #1 thing that we look for. And then, of course, you have to have a strong academic background because this job does involve a lot of exposure to different fields of engineering, medicine. You know, it is actually rocket science, essentially, that you're having to learn. And so having a strong academic background helps. And then also just the ability to thrive in austere or difficult environments. And so we look for those expeditionary skills of being able to go out and operate in challenging environments. And so usually people with those types of backgrounds are who we bring into our core. And it's actually pretty amazing how similar all of our personalities tend to be in that regard. Now, as Steve mentioned, the fact that he said one of our fun activities was watching two people play chess probably tells you a little bit about, we're more on the academic side, but very strong operationally, I think. And so, but overall, I think teamwork is the #1 thing we look for.
Who's the medic? What happens if somebody gets a bit poorly while they're up there?
Yeah, so it depends on the makeup of the crew. For our expedition, I think I was the only physician on board. That I don't go up there and operate as a physician. It just happens to be my background. We all do get pretty robust medical training. So if I were the one to get hurt, I have full confidence that my crewmates would have been able to take care of me. But I think it does provide a certain level of comfort knowing that we can deal with just about anything that happens up there. And again, we do have an amazing ground team that provides coverage 24/7. So if something were to happen, we can immediately call to the ground and essentially get walked through whatever medical scenario faces up there.
Sultan, ahead of going up, what kind of bonding sessions, how did you guys get, to build that camaraderie?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one key element is to come together as a crew. I was delightful to be among Crew 6, Stephen Bowen, Woody Hoburg, and Andrei Fedayev. The assignment was really quick. It was late into the preparation. I think Steve and Woody started ahead of us, Steve as a commander and Woody as a pilot. But I think the bond was really genuine between us. Although of my late entry, I think we developed a habit of sharing ideas, and throughout the training trips that we took, we went obviously to different countries because this is the expeditionary preparation. So we go to Japan, we go to Russia, we go to Canada and Europe to train as a crew. And I think that was the best part of it. We have a saying, you experience his habits and ways of him dealing with you and you dealing with him. So I think this is what happened. We traveled as a crew, we ate, we sat, and I think the most creative stuff that we did was during that time. Even our patch was designed I think around a dining table, having dinner. So I think we went to space as a crew. We returned as a crew, and as friends as well. So it's always good. Yeah.
Sergey, how does the leadership structure, when you're up there, contribute to the efficiency of the mission?
First of all, my responsibility was safety of crew, and we had a lot of training, like one team for solve issues if you have something, and of course this is not the science of US segment, but sometimes we have some works together and experiments together. It was a very nice activity, and I felt that we one team, and we do one great, amazing job. And as a leader, I'm proud and thank you of my crew members for great job together during our flight. Thank you so much, everybody, guys.
Thank you. Woody, you guys are all from such different backgrounds and cultures. What was the one thing you took away from your comrades, your team, when you got back?
Well, that's easy, lifelong friendships. But I do think that's one of the strengths that we
have as astronauts and cosmonauts and this very international crew, we all have a diversity of backgrounds. We all come from different life experiences, and that's what makes us a really strong crew on board. But yeah, what I took away from our time together was definitely...
So part of your mission was obviously doing all these scientific experiments and research. What is the importance of doing that in space, Woody?
I think, you know, I was talking with Frank earlier this morning, and we were talking about how the time horizon for a lot of this research is maybe decades into the future. A lot of this is actually basic scientific research, and Steve was talking about this as well. So that's one element, is just like on Earth, that importance of long time horizon, basic scientific research. And then, you know, another thing I'm very passionate about was kind of using the space station as a proving ground. I think we've been living and working in space for over 23 years aboard the International Space Station. So anyone less than 23 years old right now, every day of your life, we have had astronauts, cosmonauts, astronauts from all over the world living and working aboard the space station. And in doing so, we've learned a lot about how to live and work in space. And I think that is really important as we look forward, as we go to explore the places like the moon and then ultimately Mars, taking this experience and using it to better our future missions. It's just going to be really valuable, that time we've had on the space station.
Stephen, how are those experiments and research methods adapted to deal with the microgravity when you're up there? And how do you ensure accurate readings and, you know, to make sure that everything is correct?
So the microgravity environment is actually the reason that we do these experiments in space, because it removes that aspect for the basic science, as what he was alluding to. So that's driven what the experiments are. So there are actually some experiments that they launch into space, they get to space station, and then they return to Earth on the very same vehicle. They don't even make it across the hatch. There's others that we bring across, we install in space station, and they run autonomously, providing data back down to the Earth without our interaction. There's others that we bring up, we interact with. For instance, the biofabrication facility where the meniscus was grown, we were actually working with that material on a daily basis. And then the other experiments are ourselves. So the experiments that are ourselves, where we're drawing our own blood and getting our own samples and doing that analysis, that's actually probably where we have the largest direct impact on the science, as you say. So, you know, we get a generic set of training to allow us to have those skills, and we really try very hard, because we know that the primary investigators, some have invested their entire careers on getting these experiments to the space station, and we are very ensuring they get the results they can. We want all the experiments to work. We invest a lot of effort to make sure they do. And as the subjects of some of the experiments, you know, it can get tired after donating blood an umpteen number of times, but you know, you really try to focus on getting it done correctly. So we are very invested in making sure that the results make it back to the Earth.
How important is the work you've done and this research for future space endeavors? I mean, I think it was Woody mentioned earlier, you know, we've got the moon, you've got Mars. You know, what role is that going to play in that?
Well, actually, I mean, as Woody alluded to, we've been living continuously on Earth for 23 years now. It's that in and of itself is an amazing feat that allows us to demonstrate the ability to potentially live elsewhere. You know, when you go to the moon, your time scale for communication is still relatively short on the terms of seconds. When we go on to Mars, they're going to be much longer communications delays, so we need to be able to operate autonomously. So we're learning all of these skills to take us further. We're learning the engineering that will support it. But on the science side, I joined the astronaut office before the first crew ever went to space station, and I have watched the evolution of how we live in space over that time. And we have, as Frank alluded to earlier, you know, that has evolved as we have learned, and we've upgraded the space station throughout. And so the very things that we learned early on, the bone density, muscle mass loss, one of the first things we learned was that there's no magic pill for that. For osteoporosis here on Earth, there is no magic pill. Load-bearing exercise on a very frequent basis is your best countermeasure. So we carried that from space back to Earth. And that type of thing really makes life better on Earth and allows us to explore. You know, the challenge of exploration, the water we recycle on orbit, we've achieved over 90-something% recycle rate for the water. So all the sweat, condensate, and urine we collect on board, we recycle, we reuse that. And that will allow us to explore deeper. But that same facility here on Earth provides clean drinking water in places that never had clean drinking water before. So it's just absolutely amazing to see.
Sultan, you were the first Arab to perform a spacewalk. You know, what did that mean for, you know, the Arab world in general?
I think it was a great opportunity, honestly, and just to let you know all that even if you are qualified to go for an EVA, you're not guaranteed to have one. So I was really privileged and lucky to be performing that EVA. And we train a lot for this opportunity. So we have an MBL training, which is the neutral buoyancy lab training. We go underwater with an EMU suit, and we simulate EVAs, fixing stuff, upgrading the International Space Station, and so on. So we had a planned operation of installing solar arrays. I was assigned to be doing the first EVA in that series, so I think it went very well. Going out the hatch is really incredible, and I remember Hazza telling me that monitoring my heart rate, it was really interesting seeing me calm, and then when we reached the vacuum pressure, my heart rate went up, just going out. Steve went out first, and then going out and seeing the vastness of space and the darkness, and it was really incredible. And you go out and you know that what's protecting you from dying is only the suit. So it has to work.
How do you hold that together?
It is a scary thought, but what kept me really focused is knowing that this is a lifetime opportunity, and it's happening for the first time, carrying the UAE flag and someone from the region as well. Plus, we literally memorize the procedure. We know what to do. Every single step, we know when to do it and how should we do it. So just keeping yourself in that mindset of doing a series of actions, I think that kept me focused, and I let all the negative thoughts behind me, and I just went into that 7 hours EVA, thinking that it was only 7 minutes, because it was Steve was there to help me if any issues would happen.
Wow. Do you play music when you're out doing those walks?
Well, I refer that question to Andre. He's our artist on board. He's a great guitar player.
Hazza, I wanted to ask you, you know, in terms of, we've mentioned the ground control, that there's a big team here on Earth. What kind of support do they give you when you're up there?
Definitely, ground support is a huge thing for the crew up there. They are running the whole station for us, and they monitor everything. They are working 27 hours, 24/7 days, every day, just to make sure that everything is really safe for the crew, and then the vehicle itself, the station is really safe, and that's really important. So while they're up there floating, enjoying the microgravity, ground teams, we were like doing every day, like meetings, making sure that all the activities, the daily activities, the weekly activities, even like the next month activities is really all set. We trouble check them in terms of time. They're gonna not affect anything in terms of the efficiency of being up there and on board the International Space Station. and plus making sure that we involved all of the crew on board there about our plans. It's really crucial to make sure that we utilize every second of their time on board the International Space Station, because it's all about collecting data and also about doing science on board the in Johnson Space Center. We are doing every week a meeting, which is all about just scheduling each one of them, what they will do for the next day, in terms of like each hour what they're gonna do in terms of eating, breaks, when they're gonna go do practicing or exercise, doing even like free time. All of that is being calculated. So it's very important to be part of that process.
Frank, can you, something we don't always get right here on Earth, but how and what is the role of astronauts to promote peaceful and sustainable uses, for the benefits of all of humanity?
Yeah, so I think that's one of my favorite parts of our mission statement, is that everything we do, whether it's innovation or inspiration, we do for the benefit of humanity. And I think for all of us up here, that's probably the greatest honor, is the fact that we don't just represent our agencies, whether it's MBRSC or NASA or our countries, but really we represent the world. And that's an incredible honor. And I think, yeah, as we continue, it does use a lot of resources to get us to space. But I think it's our responsibility, both as astronauts and as agencies, to make the best use of those resources and show the world that, hey, it is worth that small cost because of the benefits that we're able to glean from that environment, and bring that back to Earth, and hopefully continue to improve our community down here.
I could sit and talk to you guys all day, but I think we will throw it open for a few questions from our audience. So there are going to be some microphones handed out. Does anybody have any questions for our panel? Oh. Do we have a microphone? Two at the front here.
Hi guys, congratulations. I'd like to know, how does being in space change the way you think about being on Earth?
Great question. Woody, you're in the middle, so.
Well, there's many aspects to this. I've heard many astronauts even before my time talk about the overview effect, and just seeing the planet from a vantage point that we don't get to see from here on Earth. Seeing that there are no borders from space is kind of profound. I go outside here on Earth and I look up at the sky, and it looks infinite to me. Like, it seems like the sky goes up forever. But from low Earth orbit, which is actually not that far away from Earth, we're only 400 kilometers away, but even from low Earth orbit, you can see just how thin Earth's atmosphere is. It is a very, very thin layer protecting Earth from that vacuum of space that Sultan was talking about. When we're up there, it's very much, it's very apparent that it is either the walls of the International Space Station or maybe a suit protecting us from death, which is what is outside the space station. And that is also what is just 400 kilometers away from Earth. And that tiny, thin, beautiful atmosphere is keeping us all alive. So that was special to get to experience firsthand just how fragile our planet is.
10%.
Gentlemen, yes?
Yes, it seems like humans are being modified to fit into space. But if you look into the future and you wanted to take humans to Mars or other planets, you have to modify space to fit humans. So is all of this worth it? Is all the training and all the modifications that have been done to you worth it for the future?
Stephen? You smiled.
Well, I don't feel like I've been modified much at all. So I understand the sense of the question. I think the real interesting part of that is we're already changing that. So with the commercial crew, the commercial missions to space station, we're opening up the opportunities to living in space to everybody, in essence. And in the long term, you're right, we need to be able to accommodate space to accommodate all of humanity, in a sense. Two of my heroes, Stephen Hawking and who everybody seems to know, and John Young, who was an Apollo astronaut who had the opportunity to work with, both said the same thing: single planet species don't survive. So ultimately, we need to look ahead and learn how to bring those things, that very fragile atmosphere, we need to sustain here as long as possible. But ultimately, we're going to end up leaving. And these are all tiny, tiny steps that we're taking right now to allow that future to occur.
Sadly, we are out of time. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together one final time for the Expedition 69 ISS mission crew. Thank you so much.
السيدات والسادة، استراحة لمدة 20 دقيقة تبدأ بعدها جلساتنا الحوارية حسب محاور المنتدى في تمام الساعة 11 صباحاً. يرجى الاطلاع على الأجندة للمزيد من التفاصيل. شكراً لكم. Ladies and gentlemen, a 20-minute break starts now. Our thematic sessions...
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward, that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward, that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
"15, 20 years ago meant just that. Currency. You had money, you spent money, you saved money, occasionally you transferred money, but for the most part, it was like the air that we breathe. Fast forward to the here and the now, there are a lot of changes, obviously. There's crypto, there's blockchain, there's digital apps that redefine what currency is, there's digital currency, all these things moving at a breakneck pace that will affect everybody in this room in the months and years ahead. I'm Cody Combs, Future Editor for The National, and just a point of clarification, my title, Future Editor, does not mean that I will someday be editor. I am the editor on the Future Beat, which is at the intersection of technology and societal trends, which is the perfect thing for this topic, the future of currency, because, as I've already said, it will affect everybody in this room in one way or another. So it's great to be here at the Future Forum at the Museum of the Future to talk about this. Here to extrapolate on the future of currency, where we've been and where we're going, we've got three amazing thought leaders, entrepreneurs, just really interesting people here. I'm going to start by introducing you, Yasser Abu Shaban, founder and CEO of Silver Peak Capital Advisors. He'll be helping us look at the traditional rules of currency, kind of connecting the past to the present and the future. Sarah Bird, CEO of Time Banking UK. I'm not going to do this justice, but the idea of time banking and the story behind it's quite interesting. It's a way of exchanging skills without money changing hands, which totally, in my opinion, kind of flips the idea of currency on its head. And we're also joined by Stefan Rust. You might have seen him on various media outlets, on TV, CNBC, just to name a few. He's the founder of Trueflation, an economic data aggregator serving independent, unbiased, real-time data on-chain and off-chain. Now, I want to start with doing something that some might consider just a little bit banal, but I think kind of gets us from point A to point B. And that's, how do we define currency? So you just do the basics. You ask Merriam-Webster dictionary, how do we define currency? According to Merriam-Webster, the definition of currency is as follows: something such as coins, treasury notes, and banknotes that is in circulation as a medium of exchange. A common article for bartering is something that is of general use, acceptance, or prevalence. And go down the line here. Let's start with you, Yasser. Agree, disagree? Is that still applicable this day and age? What say you?
Well, I think it's probably a little bit limited if you look at where we are today. I mean, historically, the way I learned it when I first took economics over 30 years ago, it's a medium of exchange, unit of measure, and store of value. That's really the currency. And that's what makes a currency prevalent, is that these things that I mentioned, unit of exchange, store of value, and medium of exchange, store of value, unit of measure, are also stable in their use and their application. So, an entire system has been built based on that. I think we are seeing that, the foundations of this system is coming under revision, let's say, not necessarily attack, but, I think, just looking at the economic definition, I would probably expand on that a little bit, and especially today.
Sarah.
Yeah, and I'll probably talk a little bit more about my thoughts on this, but I think that's largely true definition currently as it stands, but I think all of these other digital and alternative currencies need to be taken into consideration. As you say, something I'm involved in is nothing that you can actually touch. This is all around time exchange.
And Stefan?
Yeah, I mean, I think the definition is an accurate reflection, right? A unit of exchange.
It needs to be measurable, and it needs to store value. And I think why I got into this space is the store value element, right? We saw a lot of debasing of fiat currencies due to money printer go burr. And so as a result, there's been debasing in the sort of fiat traditional world, and that's led to the rise of cryptocurrencies, specifically Bitcoin, that has a very limited supply, which actually provides you the store of value. However, the medium of exchange has to be better than it is today with the dollars, and we don't yet have that type of liquidity in the market for any sort of new currency. A lot of what we're doing is experimenting and trying to grow that. And then ultimately, transaction speeds, right? How do we get fast execution of transactions? And I think those are elements that hopefully we'll be talking a bit more about here today.
Absolutely. And where do currencies generally get their value? I know you and I have spoken a little bit. You can speak more to the traditional sense of this. Where do they traditionally get their value?
I mean, historically, if you look throughout human history, since the dawn of civilization, effectively the initial medium or means of exchange was through barter, where if I had a good or a service and you needed that good or service, then we could exchange our goods and services. That was a bit limiting, obviously, because you had to have what's called the double coincidence of want, that I need what you have what I need and I have what you need. So the evolution was from going from that to agreeing on a commodity that can be uniformly developed, that has certain features that we agree that are valuable, that are rare, and we can use that as a way of exchanging. So that the rise of gold, the rise of silver, even shells, seashells in some civilizations, some communities, but something that we agree that has value. That was a commodity-based system. We then went from, instead of carrying this bulky thing with us, whether it's gold or silver, can we create a commodity-based certificate or a standardized piece of paper that is backed by a commodity? And that was when we moved to currency that is not exactly fiat, but it was paper that was based on the value of a true commodity. So the gold standard was an example of that. And then we finally moved to fiat currency all the way, where it's just based on the faith and credit of the issuing government. And I think that created a financial system globally, especially after after 1971, after the breaking away from Bretton Woods, where there was there was a few global centers, whether financial centers or economic hubs, that had that weight of mainly in Europe and in the United States, the economic weight to create that feeling of faith and credit and the economic might to back the currency that they produce. And those currencies became the main currencies globally. It used to be the British pound in the 19th century into the earliest 20th century. Then there was a shift to the dollar because the United States was the predominant economic power. And that's the system that effectively created that value. It wasn't a value based on nothing necessarily anything tangible, but general economic weight, general political and economic power, and the faith and credit in the issuing nations. And I think that's, to some extent, we'll get into that later, we'll get into this discussion, where those elements are coming under, as I said, revision, they're changing, and there's an opening up of the system where it's not just a few countries or a few economic hubs that are controlling or are considered to be the reference globally.
And a lot of times when we cover these big topics, it gets diluted, and we were speaking a little bit before this session about how digital and crypto often get false equivalency. They get lumped together. Can you kind of talk about the differences for the lay people out there that might be misunderstanding?
Yeah, sure. And I wouldn't necessarily, when it comes to crypto and blockchain, I wouldn't say that I'm the expert on it. I mean, I'm among the lay people. But, and I think we have people on this panel that are far more experienced in that area. But, to me, we've had digital currencies for a long time. I mean, every time you tap a credit card or you tap your phone, or even before we even had the NFC type of technology, swiping a magnetic strip on a credit card, that was a form of digital currency. Transferring money via wire transfers, that's a form of digital currency. I mean, I remember, I'm old enough to remember, just barely old enough to remember, when you had to use this kind of physical mechanism to swipe a credit card and you get a triple, you get a carbon copy in triplicate, and you take one and they send one to your bank and the merchant keeps one. And that's kind of an analog currency, I mean, so in a way. But now we move to fully digitizing those transactions. So digital currencies have existed for a long time. I think I just want to make a distinction between blockchain, crypto, and digital.
Stefan, I think you want to jump in at all, or?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think there's digital currencies, which is just the digitization of putting the piece of paper, the $10 value, into ones and zeros, so codifying it basically. Whereas cryptocurrencies are encrypted, and there are, and ultimately is a whole new form of money, where it's managed by a decentralized, not a central bank, but by a decentralized network of nodes that confirm a deduction from one person's address to the addition to another person's address. And that is now fully encrypted and secure over a network of multiple different participants. And there are some advantages to this, right? And one is money as such, cash. I give you money today. It's like there's an immediate transition, there's an immediate execution, and there's an immediate exchange of value at that point in time. A credit card actually is the best form of payment today. Why? Because you can wait 30 days. If you're a consumer, that is, sorry. You can wait 30 days to settle. You can complain, and you can cancel that transaction within those 30 days. And as a merchant, though, it's really bad. You have to pay a 5% fee. I have to pay a 5% fee, not on the ratchet anymore. I pay it on a point of sale digital version of that ratchet that you had in the old days. Number one, so I pay a fee on that to have that software and to have that tool in my store. And then I have to wait 30 days. And then, of course, the credit card, the bank, the credit card company, they all want a piece of the pie. So I pay 5% roughly on average, maybe a bit more, maybe a bit less, for that transaction, which means the consumer has to pay that, of course, because I'm not going to take that out of my P&L. It's going to come from the consumer, so that drives, again, a bit of inflation. And at the same time, I have to wait 30 days. And in the days of e-commerce, a lot of transactions were being canceled with the credit card because you had 30 days, especially if you were in maybe not such politically correct businesses, where the fees are actually even way more. They go up into 10, 15%. And a lot of people then canceled the transactions. And so it became very difficult in e-commerce to then execute on transactions. And so that sort of rose to one of the ideas as to how to do that on a network level and create a unique currency, where today there's an immediate exchange of value and it's immutable. You cannot go back and cancel a transaction once it's happened in the blockchain world and in cryptocurrencies. And it's secure and it's confirmed by multiple different ledgers that maintain the database of how much money you have and how you have spent that money, which is, by the way, fully transparent on the blockchain for anybody to see, which is another concern, right? It's too transparent, and ultimately in the centralized world, we don't have that necessary transparency like we do in the cryptocurrency world.
And Sarah, this day and age, crypto seems to suck all the air out of the room in terms of media attention. You're the CEO of Time Banking. Tell us a little bit about what that is. What does that mean exactly, the genesis behind the company?
Okay, so time banking is basically a different type of currency. So the currency is time, where everyone's time is equal. And this is about supporting the core economy that we have. So individuals, families, communities, and this is where we value every single person in society, even though they may not feel that they have a value at that point of time in their lives. So time is the currency, so everyone's hour. So I'll give you an example. So if I was to visit somebody in my neighborhood that lives alone and spend 2 hours with them, I would earn myself 2 time banking hours or 2 time credits, in which I could then spend within that network. So it could be that I ask someone for help myself in my home or my garden, or it could be that someone speaks a different language, or that somebody can play a musical instrument, and they can teach me that for 2 hours, and that's how I would spend my 2 hours. I think because the equality of these hours, there's no value that's being placed on what people are giving and receiving. So it's not bartering. Everyone's hour is equal no matter what. And I think the great thing about time banking is that you can spend as much time as you like with someone and you earn more if you like. So for example, the kinds of activities, the most popular activities that people will swap with one another in their homes and gardens, befriending, certainly helping with gardening and shopping and pet care. And also we encourage people to have a look at themselves. What are your interests? What are your abilities? Can you do something that you could share with another person? And I think the beauty of time banking is that we can help those people no matter what their age, ability, background. It is totally inclusive and it's person-centered so that people will define themselves what they want to give and receive under that time banking framework.
In which countries is it available, and does that present a problem implementing it in different countries?
So obviously in the UK, we oversee, we're the national voice of time banking in the UK. So historically, this started in Japan. So where young people would help their elders and they would save, if you like, that time almost as a pension, so that one day when they needed help themselves, they could actually gather that help without the need for money. And at this moment in time, we've got over 32 countries that are using time banking as that mechanism of currency. We have supported other countries in developing this, so we talk to them about things to avoid, how to make the best success of your time banking networks. So India, for example, have got a huge network of young people that are doing this time banking and banking all their hours, up to 1 million hours that they are currently heading towards. South Korea, I've given talks in, and we've helped China, who have got their government backing, and they've got a huge network of time banking there. Most recently here, Qatar and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia have come to us to ask if they could actually implement time banking in their very new, the Line, their new city that they're creating there. And I think just to add here that we have got a digital platform that we use to store all the data. So we've got countries like Canada that use our platform, but very often the different countries have got their own platforms that they create, that they use, that they can store the data, personal demographics of people that are getting involved, the types of activities that are being exchanged, and the numbers of hours that are actually being earned and given.
And what do you say to skeptics or people who might be misunderstanding it that say, well, that sounds a lot like volunteering. I've been volunteering my whole life.
Yeah, so we kind of see that very often people, so our evidence shows that the people that take part in a time bank, doing time exchanges, do not see themselves as traditional volunteers. It's very much less formal. It's about doing things that you enjoy doing when you want to do it. Sometimes it's referred to as micro-volunteering. Volunteering is more of a kind of a one-way street. You volunteer your time for an organization or a thing. This is more about reciprocity. This is the giving and receive. It doesn't work unless you've got giving and receiving happening within a time banking framework. And it's also not a professional service. I think it's really important that we manage the expectations of people in local communities to say that these are people helping people. If someone asks you to help them in your street or in your neighborhood, you do it to the best of your ability. If you want a professional service, we would say that you might need to pay for that with standard currency. People helping people do so to the best of their ability.
And Stefan, I want to pivot for a moment. Go back to Truflation. On Truflation's website, it says, quote, verifiable truth is in short supply. You mentioned a little bit earlier, and I don't want to misunderstand it, but you said something to the effect that crypto might be a little bit too transparent, but to some people it might be the opposite. It's just glass half full, glass half empty. How do we get verifiable truth in the age of cryptocurrencies where everything seems, superficially at least to some extent, to take place inside a black box?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the question right there is, but I mean, if I look today, I mean, we aggregate over, I mean, every single day we got hundreds of millions of data points that come in. That we aggregate, and then we compose that data. We then actually calculate associated with that data, and we write the calculations onto the blockchain, so it's immediately verifiable. You can trace back the source of data that we have aggregated. all of this is visible in what we call an explorer. An explorer is like your browser on a computer, on the internet, and every transaction on a blockchain, on a public blockchain, is transparent and visible. You can follow and trace every little transaction back to the source, to an address. You don't necessarily know whose address that is, but over time you can sort of guesstimate to pretty accurate, sort of very accurately, you can guesstimate whose address that is. And today I'd argue, particularly on the blockchain, on Bitcoin, on Ethereum, on Solana, all of those addresses are pretty much identified. So you'll then be able to trace that back. And if our project, if you want to go check our data, we have those contracts available so that anybody can go and track, this is Truflation's contract, and you can then see all the data that we've aggregated. And anybody wanting to work with that data can immediately interact with that data as well.
So the elephant in the room, and it can't be avoided, FTX, Sam Bankman-Fried, most recently the US clamping down on Binance. Doesn't that validate a lot of the concerns that so many people have?
So bear in mind, those were centralized exchanges managed by legal, regulated, licensed entities. All the employees at those companies were equally licensed financial experts and executives. And so what that means to me is it just highlights centralization of power corrupts, and full stop. And so how do you put safeguards in place in centralization of power? And that's what we've been doing in our world all the time. I mean, we always have checks and balances. We always like to see checks and balances, and particularly in sort of more emerging markets, you have those checks and balances using more modern tools available. Whereas in more industrialized or established markets, they've grown up through legacy and have to reinvest to leverage these new systems. And there's always a resistance because of the incumbent, legacy processes that have been put in place need to get changed, and everybody needs to be taken account for in that process of change so that you have a good change. But there's lots of learnings. How do we leverage those learnings and drive change faster, right? And I think you're seeing that in market. I mean, look at the UAE and look at Dubai here. It's like constantly evolving, leveraging very modern tools to try and automate and simplify the future for us. And how do we do that in the rest of the markets?
And I think the big selling point is, you touched on it a little bit, that it's decentralized. Ideally, it's decentralized. But because it is so dependent on technology, servers, is it still decentralized if it's so dependent on that sort of thing?
So centralized entity, the advantage that like a Binance or a FTX had, or others they're like, were that they made it easier for the user. You didn't need to keep your own keys on every single blockchain. You didn't need to manage your own wallets. So you had no responsibility. You didn't need to make sure you learnt a new platform. They would take care of all of that for you, and then they would aggregate that in front of you and then put a nice interface with a centralized database so that you could interact with all of those different blockchains, different technologies without having to know the underlying solution. The decentralized world, the whole goal is how do we make it as simple as that experience for users in a decentralized world? That's coming. And that's what everybody is building and has been working on. It may not come overnight, but it will come. And I think the biggest thing is, you look, by both companies were startups. They had no recognition, especially Binance when they launched, I think 2012 or 2013, maybe a bit later, I can't remember exactly, but nobody knew what Bitcoin was. Nobody talked about Bitcoin. It was a very limited circle of people that actually appreciated the value. And your question earlier was, what is the value? Why do people value this, right? It's purely one thing. Dollar is the same thing. Any other currency is trust. And you mentioned it, Yasser, right? I mean, it's trust. Do I trust the US dollar? We've learned over years and years and years, hundreds of years, maybe not quite hundreds, but 100 or maybe close to. We've learned to trust the US dollar. It used to be backed by gold, and then it became backed by a piece of paper, right? There's nothing backing it other than the US government saying, we'll back it. And so you trust the US government to back it. And there was a small community of exchange, and they trusted the value that was presented to them. This Bitcoin is now worth $37,000 today, but at the time it was worth $5. It was worth 10 cents when it first started. The first people I met in Bitcoin, they bought, and so all of a sudden it's grown to something. And so any startup working in that environment is going to have to struggle and have to grow. It's painful, it's hard, and I think Binance did grow through that. FTX, I'd say, pushed the limit way beyond ever being able to come back. And I think that's a very different sign of the different types of businesses.
And you touched on the dollar a little bit. I'm going to bring in Yasser, kind of reflect on the evolution here, and it's not the be-all, end-all anymore. What does that mean going forward for fiat currencies? Right,
yeah, I mean, it's an interesting evolution because regardless of what's happening in the blockchain or crypto world, the dollar as a core reference currency or reserve currency that role is not secure anymore. And maybe if we can go back to the earlier conversation on how do you define the value of a currency? And what I mentioned was that commodities were usually what defined that value. If you are a commodity-based currency, for a long time we lived based on that system, whether you're actually trading, you're using the actual commodity as the currency, or you're backing your currency with that commodity. And I think as the world becomes more decentralized, and not just in the sense of decentralizing currencies, but the whole financial and economic system is becoming more democratic, or becoming less centralized with the traditional hubs of economic power, whether those in Europe or in North America. The disbursement of this power, economic-wise, to more emerging markets, to globally, has created this realization that, to use an example, if I am Brazil and I'm selling iron ore and to India and I'm buying rice from them, or even some technological services, why do I need to price everything in dollars, convert my currency into dollar, send that over from Brazil to India, and then buy the rice, and vice versa? I have to convert rupees into dollars, send that to Brazil to buy the iron ore. Why can't I just, where's the true value? The true value of that transaction is in the commodity that's being exchanged. So in a way, we're kind of going back to the future in a certain way. We're basing the value of the transactions, the value of the commerce, on the underlying commodities, the underlying services and commodities that are being exchanged. And as a result, the dollar is becoming a bit more marginalized. Maybe I'll reference it as a currency, but I don't have to actually transact in dollars. I can transact in my own currencies, or I can barter. And as a result, that's creating this decentralized, more democratized world. And there is a bit of a convergence there between this kind of approach with having more crypto or blockchain or other means of exchange. So I think that trend was already happening, and we saw that with BRICS thinking of creating their own currency. But it's becoming more prevalent with even having non-kind of fiat currency, non-traditional currency ways of exchanging. So I think the idea is that if you are in a system that is based on faith and credit, and with all the printing of money, with the ballooning debt and deficits in the United States and even in Europe as well, the faith is getting a bit shaken. The credit is not as good as it used to be. So in a time of declining faith and declining credit, you are looking for alternatives. And I think that's what we're seeing here, is that the role of the dollar specifically as this global reserve currency, while probably not under threat in the near term, is not going to be stable, in my view, longer term. Because we've seen this movie before. I mean, when the hub of economic power and geopolitical power was in the United Kingdom, the British pound was a global reserve currency. When that power eroded, I mean, European countries and the pound still has an important role, but it no longer became the reserve currency, and we moved to the US dollar. And now we're going through a cycle where it's not that there's a new geopolitical and economic power that's rising up to replace the United States. It's actually a lot more dispersed than that across a number of global players. And that's why I think it's shaking up the system at its core, where there isn't a single kind of reference or reserve currency, that it is becoming more decentralized, if you will.
But I would argue that that's the brilliant opening for cryptocurrencies. I'm biased, but I would argue that that's the brilliant opening, because it's not only the US dollar. I mean, the UK, the British pound, I mean, the UK government equally is suffering debt. You know, you've got Europe is equally suffering on the same issue. Every single Western nation is suffering of that same problem. And then ultimately, China is equally suffering that. Japan, equally. So every single nation has over-leveraged, thanks to these central banks, their positions and are unable to manage a balance sheet appropriately. We all, individually, as a household manager, have to manage our own income and our own spendings. And none of these governments have seemed to be able to hold to that, and we have not held them accountable to that. Experiments like using time as value, creating a currency with time, creating a currency out of digital assets, using commodities again as the foundation for currencies. You could actually even tokenize a lot of these commodities, and then ultimately that token is tied to oil, that token is tied to nickel, palladium, whatever we need in the future. And so that's really exciting, and that's why I think, where is the future going to go with all of these different experiments?
And Sarah, on the issue of technology, there might be some skeptics out there that say, well, I'm going to accumulate all these hours time banking. How do I know the company's still going to be around X amount of years from now? What if I go there, the server's gone, the data's gone, this is all for naught?
Yeah, I think the sustainability and the kind of the buy-in for the idea of exchanging time rather than currency has to be proven to be a success so that people can actually feel it's credible. But just going back to a point that's been made about, you know, the UK government lack of money, I think this is one of the reasons why we have the if you like, the support from our central government, the support from our National Health Service, because money is lacking, because the population is ever growing, because the aging population is happening. They are looking towards time, they're looking towards us as an alternative solution to the problem. So this is encouraging the voices of people in communities, control of their own lives, to realize their own value, to help one another, push the currency to one side for a moment, all of these issues that are happening. So as the national organization, what we do is we provide all the resources that communities and organizations might need that want to explore this currency of time. We want to explain to them that there needs to be governance. There needs to be somebody accountable if something was to go wrong. What would happen in a community if somebody were to exchange time and something was to go wrong? So we have all those resources. We've been in existence since 2002. Time banking in the UK has been here since 1998, when our predecessor learnt about the great things happening in America. They call that time dollars. He brought time banking over to our country, and since then the learning has been incredible. So it started out just to be faith and trust in other human beings in your community. Now we have to have some structures in place. There needs to be things like insurance. So we have brokered good relationships with insurance companies in the UK that will actually insure a time banking network. So you're talking about people helping other people, doing pretty much anything, as long as it's not a professional service. And if something goes wrong, I have to tell you that actually pretty much nothing goes wrong. That the biggest problems within time banking are personality clashes that somebody has to kind of deal with. But because, and why doesn't anything go wrong? Because people are living in the same block of flats, they're living in the same neighborhood, they're living on the same state, and time banking happens best when it works in a hyper-local situation where people can walk to each other's homes and gardens. And we found that the people that get involved are those that might be short of hard cash. They might be those that are unemployed, which is why we've been talking to central government who now go, okay, we've got loads of people unemployed, we've got loads of people that are on benefits. What if they were to do time banking and increase their self-esteem and self-confidence because they realise their value? Then maybe that's going to be the first step towards paid work. Let's support time banking in this country and make some of these changes happen. But I think sustainability-wise, so the first time banks in 1998 are still going strong now. The first one was started by a doctor in the UK who realised that I need to have a time bank within my doctor's surgery because people are coming in and they're taking up all my time. Why are they taking up all my time? They don't need pills, they don't need medication, they need other people. They need connections, they need friendships, they need relationships. Let's do this, what we now call social prescribing. Let's do time banking. Let's have people coming in and I can refer them to someone else that can help them. It doesn't need to be a professional. It doesn't need to be the NHS service. It just needs to be other people. Let's show people what value they have got rather than what they haven't. And I think since the pandemic, we've had some national charities come to us to say, lots of people had come to us, to older people, we need help, we need help, we need help. Can we do time banking? Well, why? Because we want older people to see their value, not what they haven't got, but what they have got, that they can help other people. They can become more confident. They can make decisions for themselves. They don't have to be dependent on all of this help coming in. And I think for long-term sustainability, there still needs to be, dare I say it, somebody governing each local time banking network. And very often our survey has shown in the UK, 90% of local time banks do have someone in a paid capacity that are helping those activities happen safely. So there's safeguarding always in place. There is minimising risk to make sure nothing goes wrong. And I think so getting those funds to have that, those core 2 or 3 people even, that can be managing thousands of local exchanges need to be funded. So, which is why we're looking for national sectors that enable that.
Speak of time, the perfect segue. We are almost out of time. I'm going to ask something I ask all my panels just real fast, kind of bring it full circle, start with you, Stefan. What is the future of currency? Is there something that we're not asking, we in the media, that people need to know?
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge question. The future of currency, I mean, I've pretty much said it in my previous statement. I really think that we're going to see a significant change in how we value commodities. Commodities on this planet, at least on this planet, are finite, or is finite. And as a result, that is the value that we need in the real physical world to stay strong, healthy, fit, eat, live, right? And have a roof over our heads. Those are all things that we need. So the commodities, how do we give the commodities the appropriate value? That's what's going to drive about a sustainable environment. That's what's going to drive about appropriate value to each of the commodities, and time equally is a commodity. And I think cryptocurrencies and tokenizing everything is the way to go.
And yeah, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree to some extent that we are moving away from a system that is based on faith and credit to something that is based on something more intrinsic in value. And so we're coming maybe full circle to how currency or mediums of exchange were viewed hundreds of years ago, that they had to be backed by something. And as we see the traditional currencies, the traditional global reserve currencies, weakening their position because of the perception or reality that the countries that are issuing these currencies are declining credit, the faith in their ability to manage their own balance sheets is declining or is shaken. What is the alternative? And the alternative is then to look at what in the conventional, traditional world, to look at the currencies of countries that do have commodities and do have a strong balance sheet backing them, because ultimately, whether you talk about sustainability, the transition to renewable energy, all of the climate change and movement, initially that's going to require a huge investment coming from huge investment that will require buying a lot of commodities, putting a lot of commodities to work, whether it's iron, whether it's other energy sources. So as a result, countries that have that strong balance sheet, that have the ability to produce those commodities and sell them into the world, I think those are going to be viewed more favorably and their currencies will be viewed more favorably versus just a system that is based on faith and credit of the larger economic powers.
And Sarah?
Just really briefly, I guess to say is that and that things are not going to run out for us before they should do. So I would just say, use your time wisely, share it with another person, let someone else share their time with you, and let's strengthen our communities through time banking.
Thanks very much to this wonderful, wonderful panel for enriching this discussion at the Dubai Future Forum. These are all issues that we talk about all the time at thenationalnews.com. Feel free to check out our website. This currency issue is not going away anytime soon. We're going full steam ahead, and we're going to be having a lot of articles, a lot of content along those lines. Feel free to check us out. And I want to personally thank the Dubai Future Forum for this wonderful opportunity, and of course you, the audience. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Good stuff. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Good stuff.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore. We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore. We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore. We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore. We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore. We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Dans Add Chat. Prenez tous maintenant, je crois qu'ils sont là. Regroupez. Comme ça, on se tient prêt à faire un jeu.
Good to go. Okay. Hello, everyone. Fantastic to be here. I'm Josh Polcher. I'm a strategic foresight expert from the OECD based in Paris. And I warmly welcome you to today's panel population pop quiz, Are We Ready for Peak Humanity? This session is going to look at the complexities and implications of the global population as we reach what is really a success story of 8 billion people. Okay. Now, we futurists might be tempted to think that demographics and population are one of those things that are quite stable and easy to predict, or something that is the numbers that evolve gradually in the background while we focus on other things. And this panel should overturn that myth. So we're here to explore these issues from multiple angles: economics, health, development, and beyond. This topic for me is really an interdisciplinary dream, and I'm pleased to say that we have an interdisciplinary dream team among us as our panel to speak. So first we have James Pomeroy, who is a global economist at HSBC. Thank you. How's that? Everyone hear me a bit better? Got some thumbs up at the back, fantastic. All right, so we have James Pomeroy. James's work focuses on long-term trends and their impact on the economy and policy decisions, and his expertise in demographic and data and global economics will provide some valuable insights for our panel. Next, we have Dr. Alex Eze, who is a professor of global health at Drexel University. And Dr. Eze's extensive experience in urban health, population change, and knowledge-based institutions positions him as a leading authority on today's topic. And then lastly, we have Narue Shiki, Futures Lead at UNDP. Narue's role involves shaping proactive and systemic approaches to consider the future, which really aligns perfectly with our discussion today. So, James, why don't you set the scene for us? What do demographic variation, and what are some of the trends you think we should be keeping an eye out for?
Fantastic. Well, firstly, thank you everyone for joining us in this session. I think you've made the right choice in a very, very crowded field. That demographics are really, really interesting. And then far more interesting than most people think, because as Josh sort of just alluded to, most people think about demographics and they think boring. They either think it's nothing's changing, or they think something's going to happen magically in 50 years' time. It's well out of any of our sort of time horizons. But a lot of the work I do is basically trying to drill home this point to people that demographics matters today, it matters tomorrow, it matters every single day. It's one of the most important things underpinning systemic change in the global economy. And we write about this from three sort of broad lenses, and I'm sure we can come back to at least some of them. One is, I think, a lot of Western economies have really, really underestimated quite how sharply birth rates are dropping, and what we're seeing in terms of population changes that's bringing around. It's going to mean huge difficulties in the future in terms of fiscal positions, in terms of working age populations, huge potential challenges there. We also probably underestimate quite how dramatically populations are changing in many parts of the emerging world, with rapid population growth that brings with it some of its own challenges. Can we generate enough jobs, enough homes, high quality of living, all of those sorts of challenges? So almost every country in the world faces some sort of demographic hurdle, either today or in the future. And finally, the sort of big one on overlaying all of that is what happens in a world of more increased shocks. Be that because of climate change, be that because of war, be it because of whatever it turns out to be. How prepared are we as a society for massive migration flows across borders or within countries? And the sad fact is we're probably not as prepared as we probably need to be. So they're sort of the three things I spend a lot of my time thinking about. But to me, demographics is absolutely crucial to underpinning everything we think about in the global economy.
Thank you very much, James. And I'm really vibing off the fact that we underestimate a lot of the really important things that population implies. You talked also about implications in terms of work, health, and other key factors of human well-being, and really how population is almost like a prism for some of the shocks that we experience as societies, that sort of refracts those experiences. So I'll turn to Alex to pick up on that point. You're an expert in global public health, but also with a background in demographics too. So what do you think are some of the things emerging today that we're not paying enough attention to and that we really should sharpen our focus on?
Thank you, Josh. So if you think about the concerns we have about demography or population, you go back to Malthus in the late 1700s, through Ehrlich in the 1960s to now, all our concerns has been focused on population growth and the implications it has for human health and well-being. Currently, there is a new issue that we think about, which is population decline. But when we think about population decline, the model that we have is the European experience across Europe, North America, Australia, and all that. And that model assumes that population decline comes around as is framed in terms of aging and healthier lives, longer lives, and all of those. That model is completely irrelevant when you come to low and middle income countries for four main reasons. The first is the issue of change in fertility. I think James mentioned about the low birth rate and below replacement fertility. In Europe, it took them more than 100, 200 years, if you think about France, to move from a peak fertility to below replacement. From the 1700s, early 1700s to 1940. In the UK, it was from 1800 to about 1940s, when it moved from about 5.7 children per woman to about less than 2 children per woman. In many low and middle income countries that have achieved below replacement level fertility, they've done that in a matter of 2 to 4 decades. So when you look at the shift and the timing of that change, one of the things it does is to change the structure of the population. When it changes, one of the things that drive population growth is what we call momentum, which is the population is like a pyramid. More people come into the reproductive ages than those who are living. When you have a momentum, what happens? It's like a V. It means that fewer people are coming into the reproductive age than are living it. And so you think about countries like South Korea, for instance. Currently, there are 11.3 million women of childbearing age, 15 to 49. By the end of this century, there will be 3.4 million. So even if their fertility will triple, and the UN suggests that it will grow by 87%, the population will decline from 54 million to about 24 million. So when you think about Europe, the model of their population change is something really around a stable, stationary population that doesn't really decline. Even though it has been going through decades of below replacement level fertility, the population remains stable, pretty much. But because of that length of time. But the second factor is also the issue of immigration. And when you think about immigration, it's about in-migration and emigration. And in many of these countries, because of the hundreds of years it took them to get there, they created policies that allowed them to manage immigration in a way that actually sustains continued population growth. So what does that mean? Think about the UK. The total fertility rate in the UK is about 1.6 children per woman now. And in Jamaica is about the same. The UN projects that between now and end of the century, the total fertility rate in Jamaica and the UK will be about the same, about between 1.4 and 1.6 children per woman. However, the population of the UK will increase from about 67 million people now to 70 million people by 2100. The population of Jamaica will drop from 2.9 million to about 890,000. That's a 70% decline in that population. So even though population decline is not an issue for the UK, it is a consequential issue for a country like Jamaica. So when we think about population aging and decline, we frame it in the concept of aging, we miss a lot of narratives that really affect low and middle income countries differently. I talked about migration. You know, Europe is a migratory group of people. You see them all over the world. That's why North America, Australia, New Zealand, and all over. And it's taken centuries to really build that framing. And currently, the immigration policy is such that it's able to allow young people to come into these countries, and that really, they come with a slightly higher fertility than in the other places. Many other countries and regions of the world are very different in terms of how they treat migration and the role it is. So for poorer countries and low and middle income countries, the question is that they will not have the capacity to attract immigrants from poorer countries. So their population decline will be driven and they will still be facing immigration of their young people. So the change in the population would then be very consequential for them because of the way migration works in that setting. It would be very different from what is going on in the UK. So when you think about population decline, let's reframe our thinking that the experiences of Europe will be the experiences of many low and middle income countries. It will not be, and we are not paying as much attention as we should to what is going on in low and middle income countries.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. I'm noting down a number of different things that we as futurists need to keep on our minds, which is things like momentum and narrative and the importance of context. We'll come back to some of those things in a moment. Just before, let's hand over to Narui. So you're a futurist. You're focused on the Sustainable Development Agenda. We're from organizations that believe in the power of cooperation across borders, and we're in an event here which demonstrates the power of cooperation across borders. How is your work advancing some of those goals?
Well, thanks, Joshua, for having me here. And also, I think part of the reason I've joined the UN, and we talk about being futurists, and I wouldn't have joined the UN if I didn't believe that we could enact change and shape the future, and the work that I do reflects that. I think when it comes to our role in either shaping narratives or shaping strategies related to demographic shifts, I think I wanted to highlight three main things. And you've heard yourself saying that, the story of population growth in a way is a story of development success to some extent, right? We see people living healthier lives, they're living longer, they're having healthier children, there's better education. All of those are indicators of what we consider as, human development progress. But the narratives around demographic shifts also tend to be polarizing. We hear, stories around, a young population being destabilizing, or a large young population being destabilizing, or an aging population being burdensome, or, often the threat of migration. And the concerns that I have is that these narratives not only tend to overlook sort of the complexities around demographics, they also turn these demographic trends into headlines of yet another, crisis. But more importantly, they fail to prepare societies for the future. And it brings me to the second point, and I wonder whether my fellow panelists agree, which is that, although obviously demographics challenge and also provide opportunities to development trajectories of countries, they do tend to be slower moving. They do tend to be more predictable compared to other trends. That's why we refer to them sometimes as drivers or et cetera, or megatrends. But there are other intersecting trends that we have to pay attention to, and I think James spoke a little bit about that, which are the trends that are much faster moving and volatile that we tend to neglect. I mean, you spoke about, and we know just at the end of 2022, for example, there were over 1 million people forcibly displaced because of either conflict or human rights violations or persecutions. We know that the effects of climate change and the impact on extreme weather events are getting people to move. With estimates of up to 1.5 billion people, potentially 2 billion people potentially becoming climate refugees by 2050 if we continue down this path. And it's not just about forced displacement. I mean, we know also that societal shifts towards how we work are also having a role. There are an increasing number of digital nomads who perceive their office as potentially being anywhere, and I'm sure there are many, many here in this room. And the last point that I wanted to make is that just as we can't look at demographics as an isolation, it intersects with many of these other trends. Population policies also have to be seen within a wider context, and they can't be designed in isolation. And many of the challenges that we're seeing related to population shifts, whether it's population growth or population decline, have far more to do with other aspects that underpin sustainable development, like gender equality or our development models, the importance of decarbonization, than simply population dynamics per se. And what we see oftentimes with many governments, especially, for example, the ones facing depopulation, is that they tend to focus on policies that try to address or reverse, for example, or increase birth rates. And we have concrete examples of that. Whereas we know, for example, that if you were to include greater participation of women in the labor force, just achieving gender parity would do more for sustaining economies in low fertility aging societies than simply trying to focus on increasing birth rates alone. So in a nutshell, I think we have to overcome these divisive narratives that, frankly, I think ignore our interdependence. And I think the question should be not just about, how do we make more or have more or fewer children, but more importantly, how do we govern society so that everybody thrives?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm hearing here that the audience agrees. But definitely the importance of context is coming through once again, that population numbers don't just come out of nowhere, and they don't just go nowhere either. They are affected, and they are affected by, and they in turn affect so many other factors of human development and well-being. So James, why don't you build on what we've heard about these nuanced demographic challenges? Different solutions, right?
Quite. There's huge challenges in different parts of the world. If you look at what's happening, Alex, correct me if Alex's Korea is a really interesting case here, where you've had a birth rate that's collapsed so quickly that you've just completely changed the underlying growth trajectory of an economy sort of overnight, because suddenly you have to do other things differently. Those other things differently could be more female participation in the workforce. It could be more automation. It could be thinking seriously about some of the other policy changes that come with an elderly population. And this is something that we are, as a Brit, are going to face in our country in the years to come. Our birth rate is currently about 1.5, 1.6 children per woman, but it's falling quickly. And I think one of the big questions we have to ask when thinking about demographics is, what if those numbers go below 1? Suddenly you are thinking about quite a substantially different situation in terms of your demographic trajectory, either in terms of total population or in terms of the makeup of where that population growth comes from. Maybe you have slightly higher immigration flows, and that means a completely different policy setting as well. So you need to think about all of these things sort of in tandem. There's also going to have to be some serious questions in many Western economies about retirement ages. And I regularly joke that the reason I will never be elected Prime Minister of the UK is my flagship policy would be raising the retirement age. And even my mum wouldn't vote for me if I just said that. But it's just one of those things that we realistically have to get our heads around, because policymakers for years and years and years have been like ostriches when it comes to demographic shifts. We refuse to acknowledge this sort of slowly moving but substantial force in the global economy, and we refuse to make these big changes. So you look at retirement ages around the world, they were set back when life expectancy was in your 60s or 70s. Yeah. And there's more and more people, thanks to good news, are living till 80, 90, 100. Well, something has to change, and we live in a society where luckily more and more jobs are becoming less manual in nature, which means actually working longer should be possible, should be something we have to think seriously about. There's going to have to be substantial questions about healthcare provision, about taxation in most countries in the world, to think about the changes that are coming in terms of population pyramids. And as well as going back to some of the points mentioned, this migration question. We know that migration in many economies is going to be higher. We need to think seriously about how we integrate people into workforces, how we integrate people into societies, how we build the right infrastructure. These are big questions that I think a lot of countries in the years to come are going to have to think seriously about. And the country that really sticks out to me on this in recent history is Sweden, which is almost famous for having a very, very open immigration policy in terms of how easy it used to be, at least, to turn up in Sweden and start working and to get embedded in society. that hasn't worked as well as politicians hoped in terms of integrating people in, and they've had to reverse a lot of their open immigration policies. And it's a sort of a lesson, I think, for the rest of the world. If we know that migration is going to play a bigger and bigger role in global demographics across the world, we need to think seriously about how we're allowing people who moved countries to integrate into society, into labour forces, and to actually reap the benefits of population growth and a more, I guess, a more sort of mixed world. There's huge amounts of opportunities that come from that. We've got to make sure we can harness them.
Great. Alex, what do you make of that? Retirement age, migration policies, and are there any other things that you think we as futurists need to keep our eyes on in order to try and get ahead of some unknown or unknowable risks and opportunities?
Thanks, Josh. I think one of the first things to think about is when we shift our gaze on future population decline from aging and the care economy to a broader conversation around the implications of population decline, then we'll begin to look at how it intersects with almost every other aspect of our lives. Think about cities and the future of urbanization and the future of cities. If the population of Seoul drops by 50%, what will happen to housing stock? What will happen to the education system? What will happen to urban systems and stuff like that? And I think it gives us the space to begin to dream what needs to change in that new environment to sustain life and well-being. In some parts of the world today, issues of vacant housing is a major social problem. How do you deal with that? And we don't even often connect it back to population decline within those spaces. We think about population change as living longer, healthier lives. But in many of the countries that will be getting there, they will be declining when the life expectancy is still below 70 years, when they are still very poor. So the long, healthy lives may not be their experience. So what does that mean in that context? So always, and I think, as we think about this new framing of the future of population, it opens the door to really begin to look at the implications beyond what we are used to of aging and the care economy. That is something that affects every other aspect of society, and we need to be modeling for those and looking at what the policy options and solutions should be.
Great, thank you very much. Yeah, so moving on to policy options, you said it, Alex. Let's circle back to Narui. I told you the panel would be an interdisciplinarian's dream, right? And it's definitely shaping up that way. Can you talk a bit more about some of the cross-border, cross-organization, cross-disciplinary work that you do with UNDP in order to connect demographics to other policy areas?
Well, I think the types of challenges confronting countries today, I think the complexity and the dynamic nature of the issues that they have to cope with are such that we often refer to them as interconnected puzzles of multidimensional risk, and risk understood not just as threats but also opportunities. But that means that the solutions then have to be systemic. They can't be sector specific, or they don't necessarily operate in isolation. I think part of a lot of our work has been and is fundamentally helping countries, manage, enact change. And what we're doing is precisely helping countries accelerate and manage transitions, particularly the green transitions, the digital transitions, but obviously doing so in a way that's fair, right? In a way that provides everyone and the last person the opportunity to thrive and the opportunity to do so in a resilient way. And I think this is where futures and foresight is so important, and that's frankly why we are building those capabilities across the organization. We have the benefit of operating in 170 countries. We have just about every nationality represented in our workforce, and we are a very distributed network. So what we're trying to do is to harness that network, to harness the interdisciplinary nature of our own cadre of the disciplines that we work with, and we're having a distributed sensory network to be able to perceive change as soon as virtually possible, and to share those signals of change across the network. So if somebody's sitting in Burundi or can share experiences with anyone else in the world, and we can make sense of those changes ultimately so we can be better at what we do, which is helping countries achieve sustainable development.
Super, thanks. And I'm reminded of what we heard this morning, which is what got us to where we are today isn't going to be enough for where we want to get to in the future. We have about 10-15 minutes left on this panel, and I see some hands are already preparing to go up for our Q&A. So let's give everyone a moment just to stretch and put your hands up if you have a question. I'm going to take 3, and then the panel will be able to respond to 1, 2, or all 3 of them as they wish in turn. So I see one hand here with a watch. Yeah, the magenta top.
Thank you. Thank you for the panel. I'm old enough to remember having these...
Could you introduce yourself, please?
Sure. Annette Gardner. That's me. So I've been in the futurists since about the mid-1980s. And again, we saw this coming. We knew 3 things in the US. We knew we were an aging population. We knew we were going to be a minority-majority population, and we knew the baby boomers would finally start to die. So my provocative statement here is that I think we've had a failure in our foresight work on this because we had the data. The demographic data is the best. We have projections out 100 years. We have scenarios of those projections. Our US Census Bureau fed us all this data, but here we are, we're having a crisis, multiple crises over this, and how did we fail to avert these crises? And I'm just worried we're going to repeat this. So now going forward, what are we as futurists going to do to avert crises?
Thank you, Annette. We'll take 2 more questions and then put that and the other 2 to the panel. Adam, you had your hand up first of all. Can we get a microphone to Adam? If you just introduce yourself first.
Sure. Adam Sharp with UNICEF in Achenti, but I'm not wearing my UNICEF hat here. I also have a population demographics foresight game that I've been playing for the last year and a half. 2 points that I'd love to hear the panel address. Both
you get
probably...
1 question.
Okay. Well, I think one thing we need to be as futurists very wary of is that demographics could be a human rights battleground of the 21st century. And my point here is seeing signals from some countries like China who have been removing vasectomies from hospital procedure lists. We saw a decline in vasectomies in China from 250,000 to 5,000 in 1 year after that happened. And also sex education being removed from some school curriculums. So how do we address population decline whilst averting a human rights battleground, particularly around women and their rights over their bodies? And another point is, one of the biggest global studies on this interviewed thousands of childless women around the world to find out why. About 10 years ago now, 10% couldn't because they were infertile, they couldn't have children. Another 10% decided they did not want to, and another 80% had always planned on having children, but it never quite happened. It happened too late, they didn't meet the right person, and having just had a child myself, I feel like my wife, she can't win. She's a very ambitious career woman. She gets lambasted from that. She wants to focus on her child. She feels bad for that. I feel like women can't win. So I think what systemic shifts could also enable women who want to have children to have them at an age where it's more possible. So those are how do we avert this human rights battleground? Thank you.
Question on systemic shifts there, and maybe also a bit about tools and policy approaches at our disposal. We'll take 1 more question this round. Front row here with the SDGs badge. I can pass you my microphone, maybe. You have one coming in here. Super.
Check. Thanks for the great panel so far. Sean Robertson from Innovation and Insight. We've had a really interesting discussion here where we've heard about massive depopulation in more developed economies where aging and retirement are bigger concerns. while we also have the potential for 1.2 to 1.5 billion climate refugees in 2050. That's in 26 years, folks. That's not too far away. So if we have these massive immigration or migration, whichever way you want to call it, from the LMIC world potentially to other LMICs or to more developed nations, as a Canadian, we've struggled with the politics of immigration for a long, long time. And I think that we're doing a good job bringing people into the workforce, but the politics is a big challenge. So what is the futurist perspective on the political situation with changing demographics in various economies? Thank you.
All right, so got all of that? I think we could spend the rest of the day on some of these questions, also conscious of people's need for lunch. So I'll rephrase them very quickly to you, and you can respond to a combination or take them in turn. So we heard from Annette asking about, well, if we know what futures are emerging, why aren't we doing what we need to be doing about them when we're aware of them and when we have a chance to act on them? Then we heard from Adam with a large array of different issues around some of the sensitivities, but also some of the tools and policy options. And we heard from Sean also about the politicization of various aspects of demographics. So let's go in reverse order this time. Narui, are you okay to get us started on those?
Sure, and maybe I'll just start, I think, with a comment on the last point made about, we know, well, first we knew that this was going to happen, and if we knew that these trends were evolving, and I'm not saying that we did, but I think it just speaks to the types of governance failures that we face, and whether that's population or whether that's climate or others, and frankly that's not the lack of knowledge, but it's the ability for us to be able to govern societies, but frankly the world in a way that's sustainable. And to the last point about, we know that while many economies, and 15 of the largest, are not replacing their populations fast enough to stave off labor shortages, we have in sub-Saharan Africa a growing young population that are going to be in need for jobs, good jobs and decent jobs. So that can only be met if we invest in human capital for the economies of the future. That can only be achieved, and the only way that they will be able to reap the demographic dividends of this youth bulge is through investments ultimately in human capital. And for aging societies, on the other hand, and it's not just pensions or retirement ages that are going to need an overhaul, but primarily immigration policies, quite frankly.
Thanks. Over to you, Alex.
Just maybe two quick points to mention. One is, because of the limited research that's gone into population decline in low and middle income countries, policy options are not very evident. We don't really know a lot what to do. Even in high income countries, we don't. So the president of South Korea recently said that the country has spent $200 billion over the last 16 years to improve fertility, but they've not achieved anything. And so when you think about it, what's the policy option there? Is that they are giving money to families with children under one. You've already had a child. What if the policy changes to really supporting women to combine career and childbearing, or individual women who want to have children without a husband to be able to do so without the social stigma and all that? Are there many other different things that could be done? In the UK, there was a recent article that talked about taxing childless individuals and couples. And the question there is, why are they not having children? Some of them maybe because they are not able to provide for their children the type of life they had growing up. And so by taxing them, you're actually delaying their ability to be able to do that and to have children. And what if the policy option is to provide better child care and housing and all of those for young couples? So there are things that we could be doing that we really we are not, because the evidence to guide these things are not there. And I'm suggesting that the more, and I want to make the second point. We talk about migration as if it is a panacea for these problems. It's a temporary solution. Because even in the places where these people are coming from, the largest group of immigrants, black immigrants in the US is from Jamaica and in the UK. Jamaica, the population will move from 3 million to less than 1 million. They are not going to continue to be an infinite draw of people from this place. The fertility is also changing significantly. So we need to be thinking about this holistically and thinking, what is happening in the sending countries? And how does that affect our own policy options in the North? So there are a lot of questions, but I think that the solutions are not simple, but they are not things that we cannot do if we put our mind to it. I think the key point is to recognize that it's a future that we are facing. And the reason why we're not doing a lot of the things that was talked about by the first question is there are a lot of political, it's almost like a political landmine. And we've made a lot of mistakes in the past when it came to population issues. And those things are holding us back from thinking more creatively on what we could do going forward. So recognizing the mistakes of the past, I think, is very important. And speaking to those and saying, how do we do things differently in this new phase?
Great. So I'll try and answer all three of these in sort of one coherent blob of information. So in terms of the first question, essentially why is because of politics. Because no one wins an election by making policies to make your country better in 20 years' time. We'll go back to my sort of half-hearted joke that I'd raise retirement age to 70. That's what we need to do. We know the trajectory of populations means we need to do that. But good luck anyone trying to put policies in place in any way. We're going to win an election within the next 2 or 3 years. It becomes harder now. It gets harder and harder every year because the shape of population is getting older. So if you're 20 and the retirement age goes from 65 to 70, it's a rounding error on your career. If you're 60, suddenly doubling your career. So the population getting older becomes harder and harder to make these decisions, and I think you need essentially a big picture changes in society need to be made outside of the political sphere. They need to be made independently, because otherwise no government is going to make the change they need to do because they're worried about elections. In terms of the human rights side of things and in terms of birth rates, I think it's really interesting because, and it touches on something that Alex just alluded to, there's loads and loads of reasons why people aren't having as many children in developed economies, and they're wide-ranging. They go from concerns about climate change and the future of humanity. They go from essentially not being able to afford it, as Alex just alluded to. You make that worse if you tax people, but there's a whole generation of people across the developed world who cannot afford to buy a home and will never be able to afford to buy a home. They cannot afford to rent a home that's big enough to fit them and a spare room for a child in. If that's a problem, you cannot fundamentally increase birth rates. There is almost a cap here on what can happen. But the problem is, going back to what Alex alluded to earlier, do you now go and build tons of houses knowing that in 20 or 30 years' time, you're not going to need them all? That's a whole other question. So you've got all those challenges. There's also big social changes going on. More women in the workforce is great, but it does, as Subi alluded to in your question, makes it harder and harder in terms of people pushing starting to have kids later and later in life. So naturally you end up having fewer children. Partly then that brings us down the fertility angle as well, because if you have children later, it becomes harder. All of these things require different solutions. So there's not a golden sort of bullet here that can fix fertility challenges in Western economies. All of these different things are going to be a different role in different places. But as Alex alluded to, childcare is a huge part of this, because if you look in the data, you look across the developed world, the countries that have the higher birth rates are those that have the better childcare policies. They spend the most money on those things. You take somewhere like Sweden or Norway or Denmark, they have higher birth rates than the rest of Europe. They're still below 2 though. They're still having shrinking populations. So it's not a golden bullet either. In terms of the migration side, it's a huge challenge that I think everyone's got to get used to, and it goes back to sort of about framing of policy. You know, there's a sort of rhetoric of migration equals bad in the sort of the discourse in a lot of Western economies, that it's seen as a threat rather than opportunity. Talking to people, making it very clear that huge challenges we face in society in terms of aging population, shrinking tax takes, shortages of workers, all of these things, changing that rhetoric towards things. May not have come across that clearly during the course of the last half an hour. I'm an optimist, and the reason the reason I'm optimistic that some of these things will change is because I think demographics brings with it is another thing, which is a cohort effect. And I think you're going to get a generation of people who have grown up in much more mixed societies, who have a very, very different view of immigration and a very different view to different cultures than their parents. And I think that will matter. And I think it will matter when that generation becomes in power. I think it will matter when those people are business leaders. I think it will help to change that dynamic. And that's what gives me hope. Actually, today's young people, I think, are much more open to a lot of these things. And I think that might be where things start to change, partly a necessity and partly a cultural thing.
All right. We have 5 more minutes, and I think what we can do is take 2 more questions and then have a one-liner from each of the panel to try and respond to them. And just before we do, we've heard a lot about politics as if people are the problem in demographics. So let me just put this back to the panel. When it comes to demographics, are people a feature or a bug? 2 questions from the audience. I saw a hand shoot up here with the earrings, and then we'll hear from here as well with the shawl. So please go ahead and don't forget to introduce yourself.
Oh, yes, of course. Hello, hi, thank you. It's Angela from London, well, by ways of immigration. And I work at the consumer insight space and specifically looking at people's changing values and behaviors and how that shapes our future. And this conversation is fascinating because it's precisely women's changing values on having children that is creating this kind of seismic shift you are talking about. And we're talking a lot about putting a plaster on it and creating policies that mainly penalize people, like, you know, not letting people having more than 1 children, or then taxing them if they are having less than 1 children, and so on. So, you know, all of those things are kind of operational, kind of trying to regulate the system. But in your work in demographic changes, do you see anyone doing anything interesting around helping people's values change and bring those values across in the generations that will then impact demographics?
Thank you so much, Angela. Really good question. I hope we can have a sentence on that from each of our panelists in a moment. And then we had one final question. If we could try and keep it to, if we could try and keep to tweet length. I mean tweet before they lifted the limits on how much you could tweet. So 140 character question. Here we go.
Snappy. I'm Isabel, strategist from London. 2 thoughts. I think we've been looking a lot at like what's going on now and what we can do now, but can we look a little bit further as futurists and say, actually, parenting is unsustainable. It needs to be a full-time, well-paid job as a policy idea. And the other one is retirement is an outdated concept. Can we start talking about something far more valuable? And maybe we've been overestimating how much retirement really matters to people.
Okay, thank you so much, Isabel. So we had from Angela about quick fixes and really how the future isn't just far, it's also deep when it comes to our values. And then we heard from Isabel about parenting and retirement. 1 or 2 line response from each of our panelists. Naruri, ready to go?
Sure. I
Over
think
to
what
you.
comes to mind, I think, is what you were talking about in terms of this conversation becoming a risk in terms of, you know, rolling back progress that's been made on sexual and reproductive health and rights, and having the conversation be about whether or not women have or not more children, whereas, as we've heard, it's all about the conditions that make societies thrive. It's the reasons why women want to or can, but at the end of the day, it should be a choice, right? And I think that this is where the debate has to be framed, and it's around the conditions for people to want to stay in a society, or conditions for people to want to come back to the countries they're from. So I think that should be the focus of it. And I think in terms of, I think the question about retirement is really important, because we're also tending to see a shift in the composition of societies with current frames of mind. And anyway, there are countries that are setting these for the, I shouldn't even say elderly, but for 50 plus, you know, and so these are the kinds of ideas that I think we need to be thinking of.
Thank you so much. And with similar brevity, please, Alex.
Okay, thanks. For me, I think one of the key issues, this is not based on my research evidence and other, but it's easier to implement policies and programs that could reduce fertility, because you can make, many times women desire fewer children than they have. So by providing contraception, those who want fewer children can easily receive it and therefore reduce fertility. It's much harder to actually get women who do not want to have a child to have a child. And that's where the point that Adam made before becomes very important, that we have to be able to respect those individual decisions. And I think policy has to revolve around what can you do to facilitate that and a change and a shift. And that's where I share James's optimism that maybe there's a new generation coming who will see actually it's not just seeing it as part of my contribution to society in order to have another child. The challenge is the cost of childbearing is massive. It's in tens and hundreds of thousands of. You have a child today. You are committed to that investment for the next 20, 30 years. In fact, for the rest of your life. And policy options are so limited. Is in the first year, is in the second year. Is what happens to college education in the US if you have to pay $60,000 for one child for a year to go to college?
Alex,
So,
I think we're going to have to leave that with the audience if we're going to be able to. But it's definitely another good one of the future is not just far, it's deep. Over to you, James, for some final words.
Two sentences. Firstly, I'm going to now change my policy from 70 retirement age to no retirement. It's helpful. It goes even further. And secondly, I think cultural change is something that takes a long, long time to come through in terms of addressing all of these things we've discussed about in terms of attitudes towards childcare and all these various things. One thing that's shocked that is the pandemic. And the pandemic has probably changed quite a lot of people's attitudes towards having children in the near term, and whether that persists, let's wait and see. There seems to be an overweight on people's willingness or want to travel, to experience things. All of those things become slightly harder when you've got young children. So there could be an element of that delaying structural change towards those things, but I'm reasonably hopeful, fingers crossed, that we do see a bigger policy and society-led solution that leads us down a path of maybe birth rates picking up further down the line.
Thank you so much, James. Right, we're coming to the end of this panel now. We can have a round of applause for our fantastic panelists. I've certainly taken away the importance of appreciating complexity and how our narratives are never just one thing. And I think that's a good insight for us to all take away as we proceed into the rest of Dubai Future Forum. Enjoy the rest of the event, everyone, and thank you for attending.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore. We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore. We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Oops. Oops, I'm okay.
I'm on. Hello, hello. Can you hear me? No. No, he didn't. Oh yeah, I think it's working now. Okay, great. We can get started. Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be here. Nice to see you all. My name is Belisa Marochi, and I will be here talking with my panelists here today about wealth or value. So I would like to start by saying that we're going to have a conversation for about 30 minutes, and then we'll open up for questions and answers. All right? So I am a professor at Holt International Business School, and I teach at the International Business School, and I also have here a mix of academics and practitioners, and I would like to introduce the panelists to start. So first we have here to my left, Michael Clark. He is the Global Digital Transformation Lead in Futurist at MasterCard. I also have Martin Kaunan. He's the chair professor and UNESCO chair on the future of finance, and also a professor at École de Pont Business School in Paris. I also have Dr. Marwan El Zarouni here, CEO of Dubai Blockchain Center. All right. So to start the conversation, I would like to open up the conversation by thinking about what is happening in terms of the economic landscape. So we see in this dynamic landscape, we see the rise of new technologies that are really disrupting the world of finance. I think with the rise of these new technologies, we have room to ask questions about the future of traditional financial institutions, but they also allow us to ask questions about where we can go with these new technologies. This also opened up the avenue to ask about the potential for new value creation. And that is also what the title of our panel is, Value and Wealth. As we have the potential for the creation of new value, we also can ask questions about how is the new system going to actually challenge what was already there. So we know that the current system we live in, we have disproportionately probably observed that some have benefited more than others, and it has not delivered the financial inclusion that it had promised. So I think in this landscape, I would like to start by asking you, how do you see that these new technologies can actually create space for rethinking of value in a way that can actually lead to wealth extraction? So do we see the value is actually changing? Would you like to?
Yeah, I'll take this one.
Yeah.
Is it on? Yeah, it's on. Okay, good. So it's a profound question, and if you recorded our conversation in the hallway, we probably could have done the whole panel in the hallway. So I think what's really interesting is that you focused on the technology as being the enabler. I think sometimes we can get lost in the technology, and we forget that technology is truly just a tool. There are things powering technology which have more value than the technology themselves. So if you think about it, what's powering all of the things that you may feel about today is the data itself. The data itself belonged by people, their memories, their stories, their identity, all of that is data. So as we start moving forward into the new world, things like data and other forms of value are almost going to become a currency, and almost going to question is what is even a currency as we move forward. Because we were talking about this earlier, what's really interesting with the technologies as they emerge is they're almost bumping into old economic systems. They're almost bumping into old economic models, and the technology is being forced to fit into these models. So the bigger question, I think, is, and it'd be great to hear what the panel think of this, is that, whilst value evolves, what needs to evolve in terms of the economic system, and how do we make sure that we actually get the benefits of what we see from the technology, such as AI, augmented reality? How can they actually achieve their true potential? And I think that really starts with going back to what value even means, and then starting from there as first principles and saying, okay, well, how does this now relate back to the technology that we have? But I think we'd all agree in the room that the revolution has started, and I think we can't deny ourselves that, and we have to really start thinking about value, and it is changing.
Well, I don't know if I can.
Yeah.
I don't know. Does this work? Yep. So I don't know if I can just build on that, but I think it's going to Larson and all of that. There we go. now my voice is booming. Like you're saying, Michael, I think we do need to go back to the first principles. And we do live in a system, in an economic system that has been built on what we feel has been forever true. That is a model of scarcity. That is, our economic system is based on value derives from scarcity. And everything around it, our whole system, whether it's technological, whether it's social, whether it's political, is based around this notion of scarcity. And yet we talk about conservation, we talk about sustainability, we're talking about things in which are literally contrary to the concept itself of scarcity. And so what's happening here, and I think one of the questions that we really need to explore is whatever new system we come up with, whatever new solution, whether it's data, whether it's blockchain, AI, you name it, are we just replicating the same extractive model? Are we just trying to apply the same old definitions to a new asset? So instead of extracting ore, instead of extracting oil, instead of extracting whatever else, we're extracting data. And so the question I think that we need to ask ourselves is, to what extent, and to build on what you were saying, Belisa, to what extent does the system we've created today actually create something different? Not just wealth, because we're creating wealth. If you look at the global market, it is constantly growing. And yet somehow, we've not created more well-being, we've not created more satisfaction, we're definitely not really addressing some of the major global challenges we're facing. So what's wrong with the system? And I think we do need to address that at a very fundamental level.
100%. I agree with you. Again, scarcity, whether it's digital scarcity or physical scarcity, is at the core of creating value, right? But also, even if something that's very scarce, but there's no desire to own it, and there's no people that want it, they will not even look for it, right? So, if you take, for example, domain names as one of the early, investments in the internet age, domain names. If you have a domain name in a certain region and nobody wants to, invest in that region, then it will have no value. But if everybody is moving to that region and you're getting a lot of ask for it, then there's only one person that can own it. And whoever wants it the most, whoever is willing to pay for it the most, is the one that's going to get it. Same thing with marketplaces and e-commerce and that kind of stuff, right? People who create websites that are easy to use, very seamless kind of experiences, will always be the ones that people go to. It's not only because they are the cheapest, but also the user experience that's there. So the value comes from there. Also, one of the things that people don't understand is the power of the crowd and the power of reputation. Those things we are now doing it as word of mouth or through social networks or through advertising and other means. But in the future, all this will be powered by economics that are actually tied to previous history of data. And that's both a powerful thing and a big curse, actually, depending on who is gathering that data and who is using it and in what form and how is it incentivized. So the value creation and the value consumption will completely change, and it will lie within the incentive maker. Who is incentivized to do what?
And this makes me ask a further question then. If we're going to focus on efficiency again, I think also we could end up that we could actually make it worse, exacerbate further disparities in a way, right? And I'm just thinking now also, Martin, you mentioned the tension between scarcity and abundance. And I was just saying then, how can we also rethink then what is productive? Because clearly we know that Wall Street or maybe Silicon Valley is active. We're used to thinking about that, but maybe teachers wouldn't find themselves as that productive, for example, right? Or we wouldn't attribute value to certain professions or the value of a hug, for example, right? I'm just thinking here in a different way. So how do we really adapt so we create new possibilities to move forward so we don't actually exacerbate the disparities and inequalities that are already there? So what opportunities do we have to take this the right way, really.
Are you looking at me?
I'm looking at you.
Just wondering. I mean, this is a huge question. It seems to me, though, that it starts by asking questions. Rather than looking for answers, it really starts by asking questions and understanding what are the underlying assumptions that we consider unassailable. You know, we often think of things as obvious. Obvious doesn't mean that it's obvious to everyone. It doesn't mean that they're true. It means that we don't question them. So questioning the obvious, I think, is that is very much the first step. And why are we in a system where, even though I think we would all agree, and it's not just because I'm a professor, teachers are important. Teachers are fundamentally important. In fact, arriving here in Dubai, I saw, plastered in a lot of different places, education is the key to solving climate change. And yet, teachers are undervalued. That is not what brings economic value to a society. What brings economic value to a society is the financial sector. And yet, the financial sector reinvests 15% approximately of their revenue in the productive economy. Where does the other 85% go? That's, I think, that is the question of abundance. There is abundance out there. We just don't have, we don't even see it. Our assumptions are so, our minds are so to speak, closed, that we don't even see it to a certain extent. And how do we change that? I don't have the answer, but I do believe that it starts with a question.
So just to build on it, I agree. I think it also starts with regulation as well. So I think if we've looked at the past, regulators are constantly years behind. I think you made a statement, sort of 20, 30 years behind technology in terms of regulators. Now, if we talk abundance, there is value in the air every single day and every second. Because every single person in this room created 1.7 megabits of data every second they've been sat here. So that means all of you create 4 gig of data every day. And that may not mean an awful lot to you, but that's 733,000 digital photographs per person every day. So we have abundance, we're just looking in the wrong place. Because actually the abundance has always been here. It's called our data. It's our memories, our stories, our value. Half the machines that we talk about today at this event for the next 2 days are all powered by data. Every single one of them. AI doesn't exist without data, nor does the metaverse, anything that we use today. So the question is, when we move into a new world of value, do we need to reframe our sources of value? So you use reputation, which I think is a great example, right? If I go on Roblox today, I've got a stepdaughter who spends 8 hours a day in Roblox. I'm sure we're all in that situation. There's a person on there that sells pixel art that no one knows who they are. All on reputation. They've sold 180 pieces. No one knows them. I do, because I know their dad. It's a 10-year-old girl. So we don't know who this person is, but we're buying on reputation and value. So I think 2 things are important here. I think the regulator now has to be on the front foot. And driving the changes in terms of what we know to be value. And I think the second thing is we need to reframe what our sources of value actually are. Because as we're moving to a world where the next generation view value very differently to us. They are in a sharing and a collaborative mindset, which means that we also have to reframe the assets that we're thinking about. So I think it's possible. I think some of the things that you mentioned, I think, are absolutely part of the equation. But I also think the regulator and looking at value very differently plays a big part.
Yeah.
I want to add one more thing here. Now, concentration of power, again. With great power comes great responsibility, right? The classic Spider-Man phrase. But it's so true right now with data. Like we're in the verge, if not already there, in a lot of places where we're creating super apps, where all the data lies within certain number of organizations or big tech companies and likewise. At the same time, at the opposite end, we have completely decentralized mechanisms powered by things like blockchain, DAOs and decentralized organizations where we do not know who is voting, but we know that they have the most tokens. We have an alias or a wallet address or a smart contract. All these things are at extreme ends. We need to find the middle ground where we can move forward by creating both a good value, but also having good governance at the same time, and aligned incentives. So this is the magic formula, and this is not the answer, but I think this is the way forward, not in one extreme or the other.
So for the magic formula, regulators are really at the center here too, right? So if we build on that, I'm thinking also the current economic system we have and the current legal frameworks are quite deep and they're very durable, right? So how do we move forward to make sure that also the legal frameworks are adapting to this new idea of value so we don't end up replicating again?
You're looking at me because I made that statement.
Yeah, regulation.
So I think, so look, when we've looked at regulators in the past, we've blamed them for not keeping up. But the reality is they can't do it on their own. It takes huge collaboration between the people who understand the technology to the people that need to govern it. And it also means policies have to be adaptable. If you look at some of the policies that were written, look how long it took Google to get a driverless car on the road. Because they weren't challenging the driver's license. The fact is the driver's license said, I need a driver and a car. And they went, well, no, there's no driver. And that took years to change that regulation. So as we move forward, we need things that are more adaptable, but we also need our regulators to take a risk and be innovative. There are examples around the world where open data and even data ownership is becoming a real thing. So we need our regulators to be brave and make those decisions in a controlled way, but not on their own. It's going to take massive collaboration. There's people on this panel that are from industry, from the educational sector, from innovation, and many people in this room. I think we all have a part to play as individuals, as collectives, all work together and collaborate, which means the regulator gets the job done with adaptable policies. On their own, it has to be collaboration.
So one of the things we're doing for the metaverse, actually, we have an advisory board, we have a government guideline for the public sector, as well as we have thought leaders within the governments who are taking the initiative to create their own projects, create their own, kind of value creation in the metaverse. So what we realized very quickly is that one of the biggest values for creating metaverse is actually in the industrial sector. What we thought was gaming initially, and this is the first to market kind of thing. And you have to understand, not always the first to market is the most value. But the first to market is where you actually learn the most. I'll give you another example. NVIDIA cards, for example, they were created for gaming, to create better graphics. But guess the number one use case for them right now? It's AI, and powering the compute for most of the AI kind of hyperscaler platforms. So it is literally now the time where all these disruptions, all these kind of things will happen, but they will be driven where the value lies the most, where we see economic kind of incentive for it, not what we want, which is the human kind of aspect or the good of the people. Economy is what drives us, and there we have to find this middle ground. Do we do things that are really good for the human beings in general, for our progress as humanity, or do we really worry about the economic incentives? I think we need to realign our value creation kind of incentives rather than just dismiss the economic aspect. We have to work with it.
So I'm going to jump in. I think what you raise is a really important point. I would add to it is there's also the metric system of value. So if you're going to define new value, what's the new metric system to measure value in the first place? So everything we've described so far is extrinsic value, right? It's what the market is prepared to pay for it. But actually, the things I hold have intrinsic value. The longer I hold something, the longer I have it, I save it, to me it becomes personal and it has extreme value. It may even have rarity in that sense. So the way the world we're moving to is we almost need the middle ground you're talking about is almost the combination of the two, which actually defines the value. Because it's actually what it means to me and the age of it and the personalization of it as a value element, but then there's also the demand and the meaning in the outside world determines all that value. And then as value is exchanged, does that in turn then increase my own intrinsic value? Because actually now my recognition is based on that value exchange. So I think with new forms of value, we also need to look at the ways we measure value. I think today we're focusing too much on the meaning to the outside world versus what value means to us as people and individuals.
Well, the whole economic system is built on the idea that I can actually measure it, compare it. It's hierarchical. And what you're talking about is to move to a heterarchical world. That is a world in which value is completely and by definition subjective, which maybe actually speaks to the fundamental theme of this conference of saying maybe we do need to distinguish two words. Maybe wealth and wealth creation is the economic aspect of value, while value is, like you say, the more intrinsic value of what something is worth to me or to society. And in the same way that you said that the regulator must collaborate, I would even say cooperate with industry, with technology in order to, I think we also need to broaden the discussion, not just to the thought leaders, but to the whole social fabric of really saying, what are we creating it? Who are we creating it for? That is ultimately, because unfortunately, I mean, you know, one of the elephants in the room, and there are many, is power structure. Inevitably, the regulator is there to defend an existing power structure. That's the job, whether we like it or not. And that discussion, of course, is a very touchy, difficult discussion to have, and it's very difficult to have that discussion unless you have all of the parties around the table.
And I just add just a little point there, that even when we try to decentralize it, guess what happens? Human nature prevails. A lot of the people will buy the tokens, the voting tokens, and power will again be concentrated. So no matter what we try, still human nature will always prevail.
If we can be a little more optimistic for a minute, do we have any examples that show that data could be shared in a different way, where actually people could maybe extract some wealth? Do we have any positive examples?
There's a few, right? So I think what's interesting in the Web3 world, we're already starting to see this concept of a data union, where people, like-minded people, are coming together and sharing data in pools, and it's sold on a smart contract on an exchange, and then it's sold for value. So value is being returned to the owners of that data. I think the biggest shift was Brazil a few weeks ago, where they actually launched a data monetization policy where many people now will be able to monetize their data. So it's almost like setting a yardstick for the rest of the world to watch and go, well, hang on, now value is being put back into the hands of people. What do we now do, right? What becomes possible? But I think there's data wallets emerging, there's all sorts of technologies emerging, even things like data savings products, right? All of these things are becoming a real thing. And because of that, these are now becoming reference points. Even the cities of the future, you could look at Saudi Arabia with NEOM, looking at how they start leveraging data and how they start using it to geofence the city, to help people navigate it. So there are examples from the regulatory side, from the commercial side, where there are real life use cases. And that's the important thing. This is how it moves from conversations like this into industry, is real life use cases that people can touch and see. And I think that is starting to happen around the world. Even, you know, institutions are starting questioning, should we be focusing on different assets? So I think it's not even, you could probably speak to some here in the region as well, some of the things that you've done. You know, this isn't now something for a textbook. There are examples where regulators are getting involved. You could even argue the Open Data Initiative, right? In Dubai and other places around the world is now becoming a real thing. That is only going to power new industries and new form of value. The only caveat I would make is that as you go down that path, there's the danger of creating scarcity, because people may not want to share their data. So still a lot needs to be done, but the signals are that that journey has already begun. I would even argue we've left the data and software revolution behind, right? We're now living in a data revolution, which is where the AI world and everything else comes into play, which means that we need new value. But the signs are incredibly positive, and it looks hopeful in terms of what's going to come.
Dr. Zarouni, would you like to add?
Yes, I'll give you an example. So we have this project called 99 Stars in Dubai, and what they created is a database kind of guild system where people can play in esports tournaments, but there is no agents. The agent is the smart contract. So what that means is if you play a game and you have good track record and you win, you get incentivized. If you lose, that goes on your record as well, and it's less likely that people will include you on their team when they're entering a tournament. So, but if you each time there's a prize money to be won, it will be paid out depending on your performance in the team as well as the performance of the whole team. So these kind of built-in automated kind of incentives creation and reputation and value creation, all of it built into one, will become the norm. And then you can take that reputation for a certain game into another one. So you have cross-game kind of value. your whole track record, whether you took training in a certain thing, spend 1,000 hours playing a game versus just 1 hour or something like this. All these things will come to create what is called a digital profile of you, right? And you, as a sovereign person who has sovereignty over your data, can share it with any team you want to join. But they don't have to trust you, because all of that data is actually on the chain. It is out there to be shared, but you can choose to share it or not. So you're getting the best of both worlds. At the same time, you're removing an agent or the middleman that was taking maybe 70 or 80% of your cut just by, providing that kind of marketing or reputation for you, which now you have the onus of not only leveraging, but also protecting and using and as you like.
I think these are wonderful examples, and it shows that we're really moving toward, I'd say, a new universe, so to speak, of wealth creation. I'm not sure we're creating value yet. One of the fundamental questions that I'd like to, once again, it's more questions than answers, but to throw out there, we are talking about the future too. We're talking about change. We are talking about how to face global challenges, whether it's COP28, whether it's the situation we're in together. Data is backward-looking by definition. So we are valuing and we are making projections based on history. Are we not at a time when that perspective, it doesn't mean throw the data out, but how do we also integrate? How do we make this link? And I speak to some of the museum folk in the audience, which is, I think, one of the big things about culture and museums. How do you make the link between the past, the present, and lead open to the future, rather than close it in the weight of the past? How do you open the future to new possibility? And I think that's where maybe the limits of data are to be found. That's maybe where we go back to abundance, and to maybe just also being able to have a wider discussion, a more open discussion of not just monetizing what I have, but thinking about what future value might be.
Yeah, I think 100%, 1 million %. And I think that then comes back to the fact that you need to look at data as liquidity, right? Because you have to look at it as a value system in its own right. And we need to be able to run scenarios on top of it. And I didn't want to say it, but if you start talking about data, I have no choice but to talk about identity.
Yeah.
Because the two are co-linked. The identity of my data is defined by my data, and my data defines my identity. So those two play hand in hand, and you have to talk about both. And you're absolutely right, because one of the biggest problems today is that our data contains bias. Our historical data, unfortunately, is just a moment in time from somebody else's perspective when they wrote it. So we have to have a means of taking what's relevant from the past and only keeping what we need, and then running into a fully real-time world. So I have the combination. Only then can you get away from some of the things we're facing into today, which is fabricated data. So there are, don't get me wrong, this journey to value has lots of hops and lots of bumps along the way, but I think we have to learn from the past and try not to replicate it in a lot of the things we do, particularly when it comes to technology. Because I think everybody in this room has this massive opportunity to take these new things that we're building and apply new innovative thinking to make these things what they possibly could be, and ultimately creating new forms of value.
100%. I'll give you an example of one of the technologies that's actually empowering identity with data. It's called soul-bound tokens. So soul-bound tokens is a token given to you as a proof of attending, for example, this session today, or proof of passing a test, or proof of, for example, being at a certain place in a certain time, like almost like proof that you were in the hospital, for example, or proof that you attended work, or clocking in, clocking out. All these things can be captured in time and unmanipulatable and tied to your identity. So a soul-bound token cannot be transferred from one person to another. It is tied to your identity, and you cannot take it away. Nobody can take it away from you. So it is kind of gamification of reputation, gamification of value, gamification of everything that is tied to a certain identity. You can use it to borrow by showing that you played certain number of games, or attended certain number of classes, or passed certain kind of tests, or any kind of thing that can be gamified. So increasingly becoming digital. But we come at another risk right now. There's a lot of things that happens off-chain or not in the digital world. You might help people in other ways. You might create classes that you did not, create any kind of soul-bound token or any other digital means of collecting this. This is all lost. So it will create a society that is not only incentivized by logging everything digitally, but is economically driven to it, which is a dangerous thing. So instead of helping a kid, you will ask, okay, can you give me your wallet address? Can you prove that I just taught you the class? Or something like this, It becomes ill-incentivized.
Like you say, we are so much more. Data is our identity, and yet we're so much more. We're not just, we cannot be reduced, I hope, to our data. So how does that human value, what's the value of a hug? We were talking about that earlier. What's the value of a hug? What's the value of this social interaction? Beyond the presence, what is the value of an experience? And maybe at some point, one of the deepest things that we need to challenge, and you mentioned it earlier, is this is something we can't measure, so our system doesn't know how to deal with it. Well, how can we explore that? How can we try to actually accept that as a limitation and work differently with it?
So I think, again, touching on what you've said, I think what you've said as well, I think the elephant in the room is we're still focused on the asset. Because really, actually, the world we live in is a universal value exchange. All of us exchange value every day. It's not the asset. Data on its own is worthless. It only has value when a context is applied to it and it has meaning. Every interaction everybody has in this room, whether through this conversation or the after conversation, is a value exchange between us. So we have to then start shifting the role from the asset to the value that's derived from the asset, which could be a hug, which could be something you give, an interaction. Even the result of sharing data and the byproduct is value. So it's almost, we need to look at not beyond the asset then. What are you getting from the asset that is the value? Yeah. Because actually that's what we're talking about, is the exchange of the value that's derived, that we give, that makes us who we are.
What can we do to collaborate, to move this forward? What can each one of us do? Because I think you all mentioned collaboration, right? To move this forward. So where does the individual come in this? Do we have a say also?
I'll tell you what's coming. Social-fi is coming, so social value monetization is coming. It is a thing. We had before that something called gamify. So we are going in that direction. So we need to be aware, number one. Number two, educate ourselves about it, about what's coming. And then try to incentivize our way where we perceive the real value of things, not what a number can tell about us or what data we actually share with other people, but what internally we internalize as how I am incentivized, not by money, but by values, rather than value.
I think we need to move from a compliance-based approach to getting things right. Today, we're very much, and that's the limit of regulation as well, is that you say you have to check these boxes, and I'm doing this, and I'm doing that. And I don't think, as long as we stay in a compliance-based approach, we'll never make it. It really needs to be a personal engagement. And that is both, I think, challenging and at the same time extremely empowering, because the choice is ours. The choice is ours in every moment of every day, what it is that you value, and walk the talk. If you value something, say it. If you value something, make it known. And don't forget the cost of not doing something. There is a cost to losing value. There is a cost to not giving that recognition. There is a cost to despair. There is a real social, industrial, economic cost to disenfranchisement, to inequality. So I would say, let's all make a personal engagement to act on that moral imperative, so to speak.
Excellent. I would like to open the floor for questions. Thank you.
You have a question over there?
Thank you. Hi. My name is James Buchanan from a studio called Hidden Strategy. And I was picking up on something that Martin was saying. It feels like we focused on quite an individual definition of value, something that can be exchanged just between people, rather than sometimes value that's within a group or within a collective or within a relationship. And so, I suppose I was wondering whether there might be industries. I'm interested in insurance. I used to work in insurance. I wondered whether there are industries like insurance that might actually recognize the value of, say, a resilient community that looks after each other and has less crime and buildings break down less quickly, and yet recognizes that if they ever had perfect data on all the participants of that community, the whole insurance model would fall apart. So I wondered whether there was some sort of argument for kind of collective value and potentially an argument for insurance firms investing in supporting shared value like that they can't quite recognize. Does that make sense? Maybe connected a few.
I don't mind. Absolutely perfect sense. Because there's also examples where you maybe have people in a community where they share their data maybe to improve the community, or they can use it to get better utilities for everyone, or even something really simple as they're all going on holiday, right? And they can use all their data to better plan their holiday. I think those are examples of data sharing, and you could argue that's the base foundation of a DAO, right? Of communities of people working together based on a set of shared values, right? Because everybody's coming together in the community because they believe in what that is. Interestingly, when you get into community-based insurance, you also then end up in the world of consumption-based insurance, right? Because now I don't need a policy every 12 months because the data in the community tells me that, hey, everybody in this community only uses their car X number of days a week. So based on their behavior and their patterns, maybe I'll change my whole way my policy runs. So you'll end up with data ownership at the individual level because it benefits me, but then there's also shared value that pushes into an ecosystem where other people can use that for either new insurance products or even better ways of living. Based on shared values and understanding, which all comes back to the power of community.
100%. And what key thing is there is how you capture it. For example, I'll give an example. There's one of the insurance companies in the US have these kind of ODM kind of devices that you plug in your car, and depending on how you drive, they incentivize you with credits towards your insurance. You have to capture something digitally to be able to provide a product around it, which is insurance. Now, this is happening already in fully digitized worlds like the crypto industry, DeFi, and that kind of stuff. DeFi loans look at your track record as a wallet, as a smart contract, as a payment rates, all these kind of things to give you better offers. Liquidity markets as well, our liquidity pools, prediction markets, a lot of other products come on top of this, including DeFi insurance, including insurance for NFTs, depending on the previous sales numbers and things like that, where you can get a loan on an actual virtual asset. So all these things, the number one requirement is that you capture it, and you capture it in a way that is secure and trackable. Again, in the past, for example, in the blockchain, you can prove that this data is not tampered with, came from the right source, using the right oracle or information source, and has a good track record and no error rates and things like that. So once you corroborate the data with right sources, and you can actually rely on it for future buys and sells, then you can provide insurance on top of it with a good score for risk.
We have two questions over here. Can we get them? Oh, we have a few now. Can we get them together, please? Maybe three of them. There's one over here, and then.
Thank you so much for the important insights. My name is Hatem Aznak, and my question is around the connection or the intersection between climate change with the wealth and also values. And my question, what kind of discourse we need to circulate to the next generations if they need to take care about the values or to take care of the wealth that maybe can create the values, and sometimes it's not the case. So we are talking about protecting the planet, is values or wealth can be the top priority for the next generation? Thank you.
I mean, that's the... Oh, no, you wanted to hear all the questions?
Yeah,
Sorry.
can we get another one together? I think.
Hi, my name is Marci. I'm a founder of the decentralized identity startup. And my question would be, what do you think are the drivers of adoption of the data ownership, right? We talk about the value creation, but how we can adopt it and how the people will adopt it, right?
There's a question in the back over there. Then we might have to stop otherwise.
Yeah, I think after this one.
It's a bunch of questions right at the same time. So I have two.
I'm not sure you're allowed.
My name is Andrea. Right. First one, we've seen central banks changing completely now. Central banks are issuing instant payment methods. It's a big shift. When a central bank is not a regulator anymore and is now operating, it will pose a lot of change in the market. So I would like to hear from you guys. How do you see this, right? And my second question is, what is data, right? What is data? The very meaning of the essence of the word is data is a gift, right? So how do you guys see what is data?
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh boy. Well, maybe I'll start over here, and then maybe you can talk to some of the other points as well.
You can make it short, because we're
I'll
concerned
keep
with
it,
time. Yes,
yeah, keep it super short, which is impossible in this with the question you asked, but still. I think we need to sit with the complexity. There is no easy answer. We cannot tell the future generations do this or do that. Let's trust that they are smart enough, maybe smarter than we are, to deal with the complexity. To say it's not black and white, it's not cut and dry, it's not either the financials, you conserve the wealth and invest in the future. We know that if we do just that, it's not going to work. At the same time, if we throw all the wealth out and forget, it doesn't work. So let's learn, all of us, to sit in that gray zone, to sit with the uncertainty, to learn. Do a little bit more learning and a little less educating. I don't know if that answers the question, it's very philosophical. But given the amount of time.
So you've given me like a really short time to say, what is data ownership and what is data? Great. Just tee me right up.
So that's a book, by the way.
I am writing a book on this very topic, by the way. That wasn't an intended plug. So I think data ownership, let's start there. So how do people get aware of it? So part of the role is the regulator to educate. So as markets like Brazil and others, particularly like open banking, right? You have to educate people what this actually means. But more importantly, what's the value of their data and what's their rights? You could argue GDPR has done a reasonable job of that in Europe, but I wouldn't say it's gone as far as it could have done or should have done. Because let's be frank, how many people in the room put their data into Facebook to see what they look like when they're 60 years old, right? We don't value what comes later, because actually that's just the means to get the data to create the value. So I think there's a huge educational story that has to be played back to people to say, look, actually this is what your data is worth. It's almost like as they sign up to these data wallets, they get told, hey, do you know what? This is all the relationships with your data and this is what it's worth. And actually, do you know what? This is what you've been giving away for like the last 12 months or even the last 3 years of your life. So I think it's that education and awareness and the awareness of value and probably a transition plan, right? Because nobody's going to give all their data up in 24 hours. In some cases, they may not. You may just take a cut of the value that they use from your data. But I think there will be that shift. And it'll be an education will be a starting point. What is data? My God. It's a good job I know you. Right, so we'll start there. So, oh my God, you're going to get me into so much trouble. So in some respects, data on its own is worthless. It's meaningless. We've had this conversation many times. In some respects, it's meaning. It's consciousness. It is effectively the basis of an interaction. It holds nothing unless it has meaning. So in essence, when we're sharing value, we're also sharing meaning. So on its own, data is absolutely worthless. It's just a piece of description. Unless you apply a meaning to it in a context, does it become valuable? So you could even argue it's no different to consciousness in a philosophical way. when we start talking about value exchanges, then data becomes valuable because now it has meaning, it has a context, and it has a usage. It's only then does it become something useful. On its own, you could even compare it to your conscious.
Which actually also speaks to the word you used, brings it back to the very foundation of economics, which was the gift. Sacred economics, this notion of actually the origin of exchange was the gift, which I'm glad you brought that up as a basis.
I know we have more questions, but I would like to invite you to continue the conversation during the break. I think our time is up. I would like to thank the panel. Thank you so much, Michael, and Dr. Al-Zaruni for the conversation. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward, that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our session about the telecommunications industry in the future. I'm not sure who of you was at the Etihad Museum yesterday. There were some people, like, for example, the whole panel, and there was an exhibit about the personal belongings of some of the founding fathers of the UAA, and I spotted an old device, which all you know, it was a how is it called? A rotary dial telephone. You remember those things where you have to know whom you are calling and the number, very cumbersome to put in the number? All of us used them in the use, and that's 30 years ago or even longer. And nowadays, telecommunication changed quite a bit. We all have interesting devices which we're using all the time. But not the devices only changed. The way we are communicating changed. In the past, it was voice only. Now we can text, we can chat, we can send images, we can have video conferences, we can even meet in an immersive environment in virtual reality. And of course, the devices changed as well. From the fixed line phone, to the mobile phone, to smartwatches, to headsets, to wearable AI pins that came out this month, to headsets for virtual and augmented reality. But also the risks changed. In the past, if the landline didn't work, it was not nice, but it was just something that didn't work. Today, if the network is going down, our vital infrastructure is in danger. And there are other risks like scam calls, like cybersecurity risks. That is what changed in the last 30 years. And that is just the beginning. And we want to explore today a little bit more what's happening in the next 10 years. We want to look at the technology, at the applications, the use cases that this technology is enabling, and if we have enough time, also a little bit about the risks. And for that, the Future Forum of Dubai assembled over 70 years of telco know-how here in the form of our panel. My name is Stefan, I'm working for Deutsche Telekom, and it's my pleasure to moderate this panel today. And I have with me, on the one hand side, Ganeshi, he's research director at the GSMA Intelligence with 15 years of experience. For those of you who don't know the GSMA, it's a global alliance of all the telco operators. And he's an expert for all relevant topics we are discussing today, like 5G, 6G, AI, IoT. And he's really a thought leader for mobile networks from a technology as well as a use case perspective. Next to him, we have Abdul Rahman. He's our local hero. He's the Director of Policies and Programs Department at the UAE Telecommunication and Digital Government Regulatory Authority. A very long title. A lot of responsibility with him. As an engineer with over 19 years of experience, he aims to create the best environment and framework for the digital infrastructure here in the region. And last but not least, we have Lotfi from Meta, the company behind Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram. Responsible for the connectivity and access policy at Meta, he works on creating a regulatory and policy environment for the connectivity of tomorrow based on his 20+ years experience in the telco sector. So I think we know a little bit about the telco system in the past, but what's happening in the future? As we look at this space here, we are kind of in the orbit around talking about satellites. So Ganeshi, how will non-traditional communication technologies, like for example satellite or low Earth orbit devices, affect our communication in the future? What's your thought on that?
Yeah, thank you so much, Stefan, and hello everyone. Let's talk about the traditional terrestrial networks. So we've got the mobile networks, we've got the fixed line networks, and we've seen how these networks have helped to extend connectivity to where we are today. but you still have people who are outside, of these networks. According to our research, it's about 560 million people who either don't have any form of connectivity whatsoever, or at what we call the connectivity edge. So there's some coverage, but it's limited. It's poor. This is a huge number. I mean, it's the size of maybe the USA plus, several other countries. So how do we get these people connected? In the last few years, we've seen innovations in aerial technologies, satellites being one of them. We also have what we call the NTNs, the non-terrestrial networks. People talked about drones carrying connectivity. We think, that these NTNs, these aerial technologies, will play a very important role in the connectivity landscape going forward. It's not just about connecting the unconnected, as important that is. I mean, that's really important. If we're talking about a digital future, then if you have, close to 500 million people, or about 500 million people who are not connected, that's a significant number, and we don't want to leave anyone behind. So, importantly, they're going to help, to connect the unconnected. But beyond that, satellite technologies, non-terrestrial technologies will play a key role in enabling the networks of the future. So if we are talking about ubiquitous networks, if we are talking about real networks, that we're going to have to, we're going to need these aerial technologies to complement the terrestrial technologies that we have today. But what we need to begin to think about, what kinds of partnerships can we pretty much put together to bring these industries together. When I joined the GSMA close to 10 years ago, we really used the S word, satellite. But today, we're talking so much about it. So that's the mobile industry, that's the satellite industry, and there's a whole new ecosystem developing, around aerial networks. We need to begin to bring these ecosystems together to create, ubiquitous network coverage everywhere, but in urban areas, in rural areas, and even, in space, at sea, wherever, so we can have that connectivity all around that can enable new solutions of the future.
Okay, so connecting the unconnected, I think that's beyond discussion. But when it's about complementing the existing network, so it's the perspective from a regulatory point of view, because you're competing different companies for the same resources like spectrum. So what's your thought, Abdul Rahman?
Yes, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. I know I have a bad voice, so mind me. Unfortunately, this is a forum, not a concert. Otherwise, I'm sure everyone will ask for a refund. So I think we have a good experience in the UAE when it comes to connectivity. Maybe I'll share a short story first. I had the pleasure to meet one of the founders of the Crocker a couple of years ago. And when I had this opportunity, I asked him a question, and it was about IP addresses. So if you're aware, the internet is based on IP addresses, traditionally IPv4, and there were finite number of IP addresses, so 4 billion addresses. So I asked him this question. I said, when you were architecting the networks back in the 1960s, end of 60s they started, why did you choose only addresses enough for 4 billion devices? What was what you were thinking at the time? Basically, he said, we thought about what do we need to connect. And at the time, computers were very, very expensive. And you would probably see computers or mainframes in large institutions, maybe universities, corporates. So we thought how many computers we would have. They're very expensive. And we thought, if every institution have a computer, we'll still have, a couple of zeros to fill. So we never thought that there will be a time where, today you have, probably tens of devices per person, maybe potentially even hundreds of them. So I think the point is you have to imagine the future. And today you have to think about what investments you have to make. And we've done this in the UAE. I mean, the connectivity options we have from fiber optics to 5G to even satellites. We have every possibility there. And we have to be technology neutral, i.e. we have to allow each and every technology to be tested, to see its potential and allow it. And of course, we have to have an environment where whoever investing in these technologies potentially can be in a healthy business. They can, get their investment back, and then reinvest again in the infrastructure. And this is what happened in the UAE. We invested in radio technologies, in fiber optics. Today we have fiber everywhere. We cover 99% of population with fiber optics. And today that's the technology that we rely on. Does it mean that we're there and we don't need anything else? Not, definitely not. And I'll give you an example. When you travel, for example, you are on an airplane. Nowadays, you have very limited connectivity. You have very slow bandwidth on aircraft. And sometimes it's peaceful. you stop receiving these WhatsApp messages. But at the same time, maybe you need to run a business. Maybe you need to look after, your performance of a business, or maybe connect with your, children or kids. And today, the expectation of user is that they want to see the same experience when they are on aircraft. And how this is possible? I think we have a solution. We have the low Earth orbit satellite, the law of Starlink, for example. And that would fill the gap of, for example, in the aviation or in maritime and other industries. So the point is, we have to allow any technology that have value and promise to be tested, to be invested, and then of course the regulatory framework have to adapt for this as well, and have to allow it. And so all options are open.
Thank you, Abdurrahman. Actually, before joining Meta, I worked for 6 years with a satellite company. So I just wanted to add a bit on what has been said about satellite communications. I think the satellite communication used to be constrained by a number of factors, which led to the access capacity being expensive, and this perceived underperformance that Abdurrahman mentioned, which is the issues with the throughput and the latency. But with the recent development and the launch of mega LEO constellations, I think these barriers are being very much reduced to a level where I think we are seeing now a paradigm shift, whereby satellite connectivity or satellite communications are no longer a niche market, but may become mass and mainstream in the future. And actually, this opened up huge opportunities, including for the telcos as well, to expand their reach. And this has helped with the integration of the satellite link and the standards, the 3GPP standards for 5G and 6G, which was not the case before. The standards were done in silos for the satellite, and I think this integration will help to reduce the digital divide. But again, I think it will reduce the connectivity gap, but I think we need to still look at the usage gap, because I think there are studies by GSMA and the UN Broadband Forum that show now that while the connectivity gap is shrinking, there is still a big issue with the usage gap. So people that have coverage but are not able to use it because of digital skills, lack of digital skills, or issues with affordability as well.
Yeah, and I'll just give you those numbers if you don't mind. So 560 million not covered, but another 2.8 billion covered but not using the mobile internet. So
Exactly.
the usage gap is obviously bigger than the coverage gap.
Yes.
Okay, so that brings us to the usage. So what we learned is technology will solve so that everyone is connected and better connected than today. The question is, what will people are doing with the internet? The ones that are connected or the ones that will be connected, especially when we talk about 6G. I mean, everyone is now talking about 5G and has 5G on his phones, but we are, as an industry, already working on 6G. So, Keneshi, are there any specific use cases what you think 6G will enable that are not common today?
Yes, I mean, there are several. I want to believe everyone in the room, pretty much know the Gs, the 2G, 3G, 4G, and 5G. Now, 5G was quite transformational. I mean, if I start from 3G, basically, they have been developed to address future needs. So when 3G was developed in the 2G era, it was to meet the need for greater voice capacity and video calls, 4G to meet the need for mobile broadband, and 5G, which was transformational to meet the need of industry verticals. So now we're talking about 6G. What's 6G? What's it meant to do? I think the context will really give us the ability to begin to picture in our minds, what 6G could eventually do in terms of use cases. So we all know how 5G improved 4G tremendously. 6G will do even more, compared to 5G. So we're looking at, about 100 times faster speed. For 5G, you're looking at, 5 milliseconds in terms of latency. For 6G, you're down to the microseconds. And in terms of capacity, and this is really interesting, for 4G, you could connect, up to 100,000 devices per 1 square kilometer. For 5G, that's increased to 1 million devices, per square kilometer. And for 6G, the expectation is up to 10 million devices per square kilometer. So what does this mean in practice and in terms of use cases? There are so many use cases that are being discussed, at the moment. But as an industry, we've grouped these use cases into 4 broad categories. So you're looking at, enhanced human communication, enhanced machine communications, enabling, new services. So these are, some of the broad categories that we're looking at. For specific use cases, I want to call out, a few of them. The first one would be digital twins, interactive mapping. I think this will be critical for how smart cities and future factories are going to work. Because today, you have the physical world. If you wanted to understand what's going on in a city like Dubai, you may have to send your workers out, to different parts of the city to know where there are issues, what you need to change, and how you need to improve things. But where you have digital twins, you have a digital version of that physical world, no matter how big it is. And with 6G, you can interact with it instantly, in real time. So where there is a leakage in a corner of town, okay, before you send your workers to go see it, you've already seen it in the digital twin. So it becomes a lot easier to tackle that problem, and of course, faster to do that. It's going to transform healthcare. Talked about, the number of devices that can be connected to a 6G network. So what it means, you talked about people having tens of devices. Well, in a 6G world, it's going to be hundreds of devices, because it's not going to be only wearable, your smart glasses or whatever, but it's also going to be devices that are in your body, pretty much monitoring every vital, measuring your body and transmitting in real time to your doctor or your hospital, so the moment there is an issue, that can very quickly, be addressed. So it goes on and on, but I don't know if any of these ones, have my colleagues, want to chip in to some of the use cases.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, I need to clarify, at Meta we are technology agnostic. So, but my personal view on the 5G, I think we are in the Future Forum here. But I think to build the future, sometimes it's good to look at the past and draw lessons from the past as well. So here, when it comes to 6G, I think now a number of stakeholders, including telcos and early adopters of 5G, they are now questioning whether 5G delivered to its promise. Because people involved in the development of 5G will remember this magic triangle of the use cases, like the enhanced broadband, the massive IoT and machine-to-machine, as well as the ultra-reliable and ultra-low latency. And the use cases, they didn't follow. And I think for the future, to build the 6G is not just a matter of incrementing the digit from 5G to 6G. It's really incrementing the value that the 6G will bring and enable new possibilities by 6G. And I think this is very important to take into consideration.
Lotfi, if I may add on that. I mean, you said more bandwidth, lower latency, that's always the promise of the next generation. Yeah. As we are talking about communication, how is communication going to change? For example, in the 70s there was Star Wars, there was the hologram of Princess Leia, some of you remember. That's something that really attracts people and that people love it. So I'm not sure if we will have that with 6G, but I know Meta is working on more immersive experiences. So maybe you can tell us a little bit more what you expect for the future of communication enabled by 6G or whatever technology, Lotfi.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think with the rapid evolution of technology, it's always difficult to predict what will happen in the future, like 10 years from now. But if you look at the evolution of the forms of connect peoples in the past, as well as the underlying technologies and devices. I think we moved from connecting through text to photos to videos, and the underlying devices and technologies where we moved from desktops to feature phones to smartphones. I think the next logical evolution will be moving from this flat 2D experience to a more immersive 3D experience, which we call the metaverse. So it's a set of connected digital spaces where people can connect, work, play, and create in a very immersive way. And I think some of the key enablers to make this happen in the future, there are 4 main building blocks or pillars, in my opinion, which are the connectivity, of course, the devices, the creators, as well as the platforms. And all of this will be, I think AI will be the catalyst in all of these 4 pillars. And I'll come to that later. A few words about each of the pillars. I think when it comes to devices, maybe it's good to clarify some of the misconceptions around the devices for the metaverse. It's true that now we are starting with the AR, VR devices. We have actually, we produce the MetaQuest line of products, which is AR and VR devices, which will be used to offer this immersive experience. And in the future, maybe this will become more user-friendly through advanced smart glasses. But actually, we are building the metaverse to allow a number of different devices to be connected, including smartphones and tablets. And each of the devices will offer a different immersive experience. So this way, the metaverse will be inclusive. On the platform side as well, it's good to clarify that it's not only Meta that is building the metaverse. I think other companies will be building the metaverse. We may have different metaverses, and I think the challenge will be really to make them interconnected for people to move in a seamless way between one metaverse to the other. On the creator side, actually, I was listening to His Excellency, the Minister of AI, this morning, when he said, regardless of the investment you put for future technologies, if you don't have the people that will use the technology and will develop in the technology, this will be somehow useless. And I agree with him, and this applies to the creators in the metaverse, because it will be the creators that will create the value for people to use the metaverse, and it's really important. Maybe back to your question about the holographic communications and whether it will become true or not. I cannot answer that question. We'll see.
Pity.
But what I can say that we are doing a lot of improvements in the way the avatars are developed. And avatars are the representations, our own representations in the metaverse. Actually, if you look at the last interview that our CEO Mark Zuckerberg made in the metaverse, it's available on YouTube. You will see how realistic the avatars are now possible to make. Actually, they are very realistic in reproducing the facial expression, the facial details. Still now we need like a few hours to come up with that scan for realistic reproduction, but I think in the future we'll be able to do this through our smartphones by very quick scan, and we'll be able to use our avatars. How these avatars will be reflected, whether as a form of holograms or other forms, we'll discover.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that actually holograms, it's one of the expectations, for 6G. So real life interactions where you could actually be in your car and people would think you're in your office, because the low latency means that the way you interact with people, it's going to completely change the physical and the temporal, distance, between people. So it's going to bring interaction a lot closer. So yeah, holograms is one of the expectations for 6G.
So there's hope for my dream. So, but when I hear that, creating holograms, managing the digital twin or all the data associated with it, we need not only humans to interact with all this data and making that happen, but we also need AI, which is one of the themes of the whole Dubai Future Forum. In many sessions I learned that today. So what do you think is the role of artificial intelligence in the telco space? Some telco carriers like SK Telecom or also Deutsche Telekom are saying we have to become an AI-driven company. So what is, from your perspective, the opportunity, but maybe also the risk of AI in our industry?
I don't know.
Abdul Rahman, you want to start?
Yeah, maybe I'll answer first. Another question you asked about how the future internet could look like, or how the digital infrastructure could look like in the future, before coming back to the risks and especially with the AI. I think today the buzzword is cloud. So everybody's saying, everything is moving to the cloud, whether it's, your devices or, factories, relying on cloud to, run their operations, and health systems connected to the cloud, etc. I think in the future, and because of the latency problem, this comes back to the latency issue, and this is one of the promises of 6G and other technologies, data have to be completely distributed. So you have to have processing power, data storage, AI capability, and everything in between in each, I would say tier or each level. So you'll have it in your body probably in the future. You'll have it in your house. You'll probably have a mini data center in your house to solve the latency problem. You'll have it, in your neighborhood, in the traditional data centers and cloud hubs. So it will be everywhere. It's not just the cloud that we know, Amazon AWS or Google Cloud or whatever. It will be everywhere. And you need the connectivity and the infrastructure to connect everything in between. And some of them would be, something like 6G or, other technologies. It could be satellite. It could be some of the free spectrum that we're talking about. We have a WRC conference, the World Radio Communications Conference, being held in Dubai, and one of the hottest topic is, how do we deal with 6 gigahertz, for example, issue, whether it's
you mentioned free. So I will say a few words about
that. So my point is, data have to be completely distributed everywhere, and you have to have the capabilities everywhere to power, for example, artificial intelligence. And I'll give you a small example. Today, human, if they see a risk, let's say while you're driving your car, how much time it takes for you to realize the risk and take an action. On a normal person, it's 700 milliseconds. Now, if we rely on current technologies, if AI is somewhere in the cloud, it will take at least 100 milliseconds just to get all the information sent back to the AI, and it will take AI. For example, ChatGPT today takes about a second. That's too long. And this is an average person. We are not talking about, Michael Schumacher, responding with, in F1. We're talking an average person. So it needs all these capabilities to be closer to the user. Now, back to your question about AI risk. I think AI is still in its infancy. And a lot of people talking about risks and issues and anticipating problems and, we have to solve it now. I think there has to be a balanced approach because still it's very, very early. And of course, we have to think about principles. We have to think about tools that we can, in a careful way, so that we allow for the technology to it has its space and tackle some of the challenges. Not sure, did I answer the question?
Yeah, very good. So for an AI pioneer like Meta, is taking it slow also a good answer?
Yeah, maybe just before answering the AI part, back to the the Wi-Fi discussion. Actually, I thought I left this a few hundred meters away from here in the WRC. It's coming back, exactly. But I think it's good to make the balance. We mentioned LEO satellites, we mentioned fiber, we mentioned 5G, 6G. I think Wi-Fi is as important because Wi-Fi is low power technology, and we believe that the wearables that will be used in the future will actually take advantage of this, the fact that it's low power to save battery. And also Wi-Fi, if it has access to more spectrum, which we are advocating for at WRC, it will solve this problem of low latency. So this is just, we believe that the metaverse will run and evolve over Wi-Fi, at least primarily. Back to the AI question, I think it's good as well to mention that at Meta we were developing and using AI for a decade now. It's not something new. So it's AI that really helped to scale up and develop our platforms. And actually it's used for newsfeed ranking as well as tackling the issues with the harmful content on the platforms to keep them safe for our users. And now with the development of generative AI, it's now, I think we are creating this interface for end users to use the AI by creating content. If you use WhatsApp or Instagram, you'll be able to have a chat companion that can advise you on a number of topics. You can also create stickers, images, and videos. I think this is the next step to make the experience of users richer. When it comes to the use of AI by telcos, I think I'll let my colleague from GSMA cover this, but in my opinion, AI was already used, the form of AI was already used, for example, in the self-optimized networks. And the advances in predictive AI, I think, will help as well in addressing the preventive maintenance, which will really reduce the cost for telcos and improve the quality of service as well. And at Meta, something we did actually, we use an open innovation approach. We developed what we call the Llama 2, which is large language model, and we made it available for researchers and developers as well as industry to use it and to build on it. And one of the use cases actually it's used by telcos because besides this technical parts, the self-optimized as well as the preventive maintenance, the customer interaction is one part that will be really revolutionized by AI, not only by offering users some personalized packages or offers and getting to understand actually each individual users in a better way, but also the way to interact through, for example, customer care, for example. And the Llama 2 large language model, we are excited that is now being considered to be used actually by telcos in order to help building this new ways to interact with customers. Yeah.
I'll just touch on that very briefly. From a telco perspective, AI will be critical. The networks of the future will be virtualized, they will be automated. Adroma, you talked about, bringing the cloud closer to people. Well, in the telco world, that's what we call mobile edge computing. So with mobile edge computing, you're pretty much going to have the network, we call it at the edge, but that is pretty much everywhere. So you don't need to transmit data to somewhere very far for it to get processed there and come back with a feedback. It can be done locally, as close to you as this desk is to us. Now with 5G, we've seen a lot of densification. 6G is even going to bring more densification. The expectation is that your cell phone, your connected wristwatch, your connected devices themselves can even become parts of the network themselves, So we'll begin to talk about things like mesh, networks. With this volume of connected devices and networks and mobile edge computing, you're just going to have to rely on AI to be able to manage that network effectively. Yeah. You can't rely on human beings. There's a limit to what the human beings can do. Going through a large volume of data to detect faults, to improve the network performance. That's the role AI will play, in telco networks. So for a lot of telecoms companies, they're gradually moving away from telcos into what they want to call digital, companies. So yeah, in a few years' time, we may stop using the word telcos and start calling them digital companies.
Yeah. We'll see. Yeah. So I think that was in 35 minutes quite right about the future of the telecommunication industries. We covered quite a lot of topics about how the bits and bytes will come to you over the orbit or over 6G or Wi-Fi or whatever. We covered a little bit of how we see new use cases evolving, but I'm sure you have some questions over here in the auditorium. So hands popping up. So Cecile, you were the first one. So.
Thank you. So I'm Cecile. I'm pretty sure I have an unpopular question, but I'm still going to ask it. So how do we make sure we do not only connect devices or technologies, but also humanity? Because I have not heard humans once, only users. Because I question myself, what is connectivity in a world where there are more connected devices than people? So the question is sometimes, are we stuck in this technology loop? And how can we create human connectivity again? So my question, also grabbing back to the name of this panel, who are the guardians, is what responsibility would you take as developers, but also should we take to make sure all this connectivity does not dehumanize connection and is inclusive? So, and also, who should guard maybe also putting a stop to accelerate digital connectivity instead of let it decrease humanity? So I know it might not be a popular question, but I'm really curious what your answer will be.
At least a good and important question. So who wants to go first?
I will take it first. Okay, everyone is looking at me, so...
Otherwise, I do it. No problem.
No problem. I think it's good here to mention that I mentioned the metaverse and the future of the communication. I think it's important to emphasize that this communications way or the future ways communication people will communicate are not really meant to replace the in-person interactions. I think the in-person interactions will remain there. It will be the most important for all of us. The idea is really to make the online connections more meaningful for people, and actually improving this sense of being closer one another despite of the physical distance. And I think this is the real value that the communication of the future will bring in terms of bringing humans together.
I want to respond, from a slightly different perspective, and I must say it's a really great question. I had to think a bit about my response. It's easy for us, in a fast-moving industry like ours to continue to speed ahead. 5G, 6G, who knows what comes next? But there are still people who don't even have 2G yet, and yes, we're talking about connecting things, connecting devices, but even connecting those people is more important. In a world where we end up with a big digital divide between the connected and the unconnected, that in itself could throw up new challenges that maybe we can't even imagine today. So I think from that perspective, this should be, a kind of like reality check for us in the industry to take a step back and say, yes, it's good to move at top speed as we're currently doing, but let's think about, those who are not yet connected. How can we bring connectivity to them? We talked about the coverage gaps. Satellites would play a great, role in that. But beyond the coverage gap, the usage gap is even more important. So digital skills and digital literacy, the right relevant content, to bring those people online, and very importantly, affordable devices, for them to get connected. Many of us can today afford, 4G, 5G devices, but how about those who cannot afford a device more than $20? How can we make those devices, bring those devices to the price point where those people can get connected? And I think when that happens, then that's even going to help, the social interactions you talked about, technology helping us to communicate and interact with each other in a different way from the way we're doing now. But if people are not connected at all, then that doesn't apply to them.
But I'm actually quite positive about the industry, because there are a lot of things happening also in underdeveloped countries where connectivity, the prices are going down tremendously. Even in Germany, we have in the meantime players who offer internet for free. So to a certain extent, connectivity is becoming a human right like water or electricity. But
if I can add just a couple of points here, if you allow me. On the
mic over there, and you answer in the meantime.
On the accessibility side, actually, as you rightly mentioned, there are people that cannot afford, and this is actually one of the issues for the usage gap that we are facing now. What we do at Meta, actually, two things. As I mentioned, we are building the metaverse in a way that multiple devices can connect, not only the expensive AR and VR devices. And even for the AR and VR devices, we are doing a lot of efforts to bring the cost down. Last year, we launched what we call the Meta Quest Pro, which is a quite expensive tool. But this year, we launched Meta Quest 3, which is actually at the same level of performance, if it's not even higher, and at low mixed reality, at 1/3 of the cost. So this will continue and will allow people actually to gain more access to these devices. And just one last angle on the inclusive access to technology. Last year, I participated in an event in Dubai called the Accessibility Forum or event, which is really the use of technology for people with disabilities. And if you see the possibilities that these AR and VR devices offer for people with disabilities to experience new things that otherwise they will not be able to experience in the real world, you will be amazed. So it's, I think it will add a lot of to that front.
So next question coming up.
Hi, thank you. I'm Mohammed Mkayes. I want to ask you, we faced big challenges actually in our world. Actually, more than 2.5 billions people don't have access to the internet. So how can we fix or we solve these big challenges to ensure all people can have access to new technologies and all the people can participate and build the future?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Short answer, maybe then we have another chance for another one. So.
Okay, yeah, no, it's again, it's closely related to your question. It shows that while we may be looking at cutting edge technology, for human beings, inclusiveness matters a lot. Having everyone, move, maybe not at the same pace, but at least move in the same direction. Okay, so to your question, how do we bring these people online? It's something we do a lot, at the GSMA, and in my role specifically, which involves social research. It's looking at the reasons why they are not connected. Okay, and there are, 5 reasons that we usually highlight a lot. The first is, the coverage gap. We've talked about that. Satellites going to help us to cover that last mile. Then we have affordability. It's of devices and services. Services are becoming cheaper. Devices yet, but not yet to the price point that many of these people would need to be able to connect. Digital skills and digital literacy, if they pick up a device, devices today are super complicated. I recently upgraded to the Pixel 8, and I'm struggling to fully learn how to use the Pixel 8, and this is somebody who has been using a smartphone, for God knows how long. So think about, somebody who is then seeing a smartphone for the first time ever. How are they going to interact, with that device? So improving and digital literacy and digital skills, very vital. Relevant content. Yeah. Now, we talk about this a lot, but I just completed a report on Indonesia last week, and that was when it struck me how important, relevant content is. There's a community in Indonesia who in July reached out to the government and said, cut off the internet to our community. Why? They said the content on the internet is changing their traditions and polluting the community. Okay? Now that's because everything they're seeing are not relevant to them. And so they were like, look, if this is what the internet is, we're not interested, right? So cut off 3G, cut off 4G from our community. If they had content that was relevant to them, that reflected their culture, reflected their language, reflected their way of life, they will see the relevance in connectivity. That's how important relevant content is. And the 5th one is security. Okay, online security for vulnerable communities, vulnerable people, women, children, are there content online, that could pretty much be have a negative impact on them. That needs to be dealt with, by governments at all level. There's no content that can pretty much harass people online or make them feel less than they are worth, and things like that. If these 5 things can be tackled holistically, by all stakeholders, governments, telcos, social media companies, pretty much everyone, then maybe, just maybe, we'll begin to see the needle move in the right direction in terms of bringing those unconnected people online.
One quick sentence while you hand over the mic.
Actually, our time is already almost over. So last question, hopefully a short one.
First of all, thank you very much. Fantastic panel, and I think we're lucky to have such a diverse representation of the broader connectivity space, let's call it. I live in Dubai, so I'm a beneficiary of the hard work that the government does in connectivity and balancing, actually, how that connectivity is done. Question or observation, and we can discuss it later, it doesn't have to take up more time. 2 things. Data monetization is where the big bucks are today. The billion-dollar companies, the unicorns, it doesn't matter what technology they use. The main point is they're gathering data. So the question was really around, as you evolve this network, how do you guys think about the ownership of that data and the privacy? So health, the second part was around health, which is that I can put 50 devices on my body, but at some point, some entity or a cross-section of entities needs to be responsible for measuring the health of its citizens as they do that. But the data ownership question is one that I'm very curious about, because I'm for technology and I think we're going in great places, but that data, who owns that data, where does it reside, will partly drive how connected I let my family be, for example.
We'll leave that for the regulator.
Yes. So, it's a very important subject. Our perspective is that data is very important, of course, and we want to protect it, protect the privacy of the users, protect the data. And of course, today we have a law still being in action. But there is a law that follows, I would say, the standards around the world. So, for example, GDPR, trying to take it in a balanced approach, not to over-regulate and not to, intervene very, very early without looking the whole aspect of the value that the data would create. So we're taking it a bit slowly, I would say, but I think because there is a great potential as well, because data is the fuel of the economy. And remember that the GCC countries in general, they're moving away from oil-based economy to a more diverse economy that is based on knowledge and data and technology. And it's one of the key pillars, if you look at all the strategies produced, whether it's in the UAE or as well in the region, they would talk about moving away from, carbon-based and oil-based economy into using, catalysts like digital innovations, So we don't want to also, over-regulate and lose this opportunity, especially with all the geopolitical issues, the vision that you see around, you'll see a lot of conflicts and challenges that happened since COVID, and then, political conflicts and economical wars, I would say, cold wars. So we have to be also, we have to look at it from a holistic point of view, because when you talk about digital economy and isolation, you can't just think about, I'll come up with this law and I'll do it this way and everybody will follow. No, internet is a whole network of networks, and it doesn't, if you come up with a law, it's okay. You come up with a law, but does it mean that everybody will follow it? They're not under your jurisdiction. So you have to look at where is the world is moving, and you have to play along as well. So I think your concern is a very valid one, and I think we're trying to balance it in a way that it protects you. We have a very stringent laws when it comes to cybersecurity and all of that, but at the same time, allow this innovations and digital economy to flourish, and we want to be the center of that. We missed industrial revolution, I would say. You don't see, gasoline cars being produced in GCC. We missed that for historic reason, of course. But we want to be part of the future industries, like the digital industry, and we want to be in the forefront and the leader position, not in the back seat and consumer, position.
So, with respect of time, I think we have to come to an end. I think balancing is a nice ending word. That's what you said. We have to balance our future. I think there are a lot of opportunities, but there are also some risks and challenges. And we are aware of them. If you have great solutions for them, we are happy. And I'm very happy that you attended and that you were my panel. So thank you very much to all of you. Use a break. I think Abdul Rahman and Lofty will leave in the afternoon. Keneshi and I will be here for tomorrow as well. So please feel free to connect and have a good day. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. our changing world. Imagine us, our identity, our struggles, our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be.
والسادة أهلا بكم ومرحبا في قاعة المحاضرات في متحف المستقبل. يسرنا أن نستكمل معكم جلساتنا الحوارية لليوم الأول من منتدى دبي للمستقبل. والآن مع جلسة حوارية بعنوان كيف يفكر خبراء استشراف المستقبل، وتستضيف دكتور بول سافو الأستاذ المساعد في جامعة ستانفورد وآدم كين مدير شركة ريوس بارتنرز للاستشارات.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the main sessions of the Dubai Future Forum. Starting now, a fireside chat titled What's Behind a Life in Foresight, featuring Dr. Paul Saffo, adjunct professor at Stanford University, and Adam Kane, director of Rios Partners.
Good. Welcome, everybody. And I am thrilled to see that this room is full, because if you'd walked in here 20 minutes ago, it was about 0 degrees centigrade, and that you all have warmed up this room completely even before you've said a word. So welcome. We have 30 minutes with Adam Kane here. I'll do the briefest of interviews, and then we will dive right into a conversation. Questions. There are going to be mic runners in the room. We obviously, the more time we ask questions, the less time we get with Adam. But we'll have mic runners ready at all times, and if you have a question in the middle of the conversation, raise your hand, we'll get a mic to you and the like. We're not going to do that. Save the questions to the very end, though. If you have questions at the very end, we'll take those. So just a quick word about Adam. Adam's a director at Rios Partners. He's an organizer, a designer, a facilitator who guides stakeholders through the rapids of the hairiest challenges you can possibly imagine. I think the best way to understand what he does, the best way to understand what he does, go on the web. There's this thing called digital media, and you get more details. But he's written 5 books, and I think the titles of the books really tell what you do. They are Solving Tough Problems, Power and Love, Transforming Scenario Planning, Collaborating with the Enemy, and Facilitating Breakthroughs. And as I understand, there's another book in the works. Do you share the title with us?
Everyday Habits of Systems Transformers.
Whoops, close subject to my heart. Systems, really important stuff. Good, so we'll dive into it. The one other thing I should say, he has received many, many honors. He's received the Order of Canada, the World Economic Forum, which I like to think of as the Dubai Future Forum of Europe, has showered him with honors. And a secret award, so who are in this audience considers themselves a futurist? Okay. Secret award, it has been given to the smallest number of people. It is the highest honor in futures, and that is being a member of the Order of the Dodo. And he might even explain it. So let's dive into it, Adam. And so the way I structured this is we're going to talk about 3 words. The first word is love. But before we talk about that, just say a little bit about how you approach your view of foresight.
Well, I don't consider myself a futurist.
Me neither.
This is the first futures conference I'm to, but I use futures as a way to help people work together in the present. Which is that I used to be in the scenario group at Shell in the late 1980s, and during the time I was an employee there, there was a group of leaders in South Africa that wanted to use the Shell scenario method to think about the transition from apartheid to democracy. And they did a very interesting thing. They composed a scenario team not of futurists or experts or university academics, but of leaders from across the system, black and white, opposition and establishment, left and right, business, government, civil society. And that's the process that became known as the Montfleur scenario exercise. And that's how I got into this work. I fell in love with that, the possibility of systemic transformation. I fell in love with this way of working, which I'd never heard of. I also fell in love with the organizer of the project. So this is our 30th anniversary trip here in Dubai. So I tell
for all lonely heart futurists out there,
I tell young people you can only do this with 1 or 2 projects. Yeah. But the learning from Montfleur, this is the thread I've been following for the past 30 years, which is doing futures work not with analysts or staff people or professional futurists, but with leaders from across the system. Doing futures work not as a way to predict or adapt to what will happen, but as a way to create what will happen, and doing this not just with friends and colleagues, but with strangers and opponents, including with people you don't agree with or like or trust. And that's the work I've been doing for the last 30 years, 32 years. And the question I've been asking throughout all this work all around the world is, what does it take to collaborate across difference, across deep differences, to be able to create a better future? And all of my work, all of my reflection, all of my writing is trying to answer that question. What does it take? And the reason we've structured this conversation, as Paul said, is I think in summary, it takes the capacity to work with 3 drives, 3 human drives: love, power, and justice.
Spoiler alert, you weren't supposed to.
Okay, yeah.
Good. So let's talk about love.
Yeah. So I'm using the word love in this context, meaning the drive to unity, the working on the situation as a whole. And in a way, that's the first thing that happens when you're convening a group from across the system. The first move is a love move, in the sense that you're bringing together parts of the system that are siloed or apart or fighting with each other to think together about the situation they share. And the best example I can think of that is the COP coming up in a few days. I was at the COP last year in Sharm el-Sheikh, and the first thing about that meeting that struck me was that, in one sense, everybody was there because of a concern about the whole. The whole phrase, keep 1.5 alive, is a phrase about the whole and how can we work together to achieve this objective. And the reason this is crucial, to work with this drive to unity, is because of the reality of interdependence, which is obvious in the case of climate, but also obvious in all other systems. This was the thing that struck me in visiting the UAE museum 2 nights ago, was this drive to unity. And on the other hand, the reason why it's not straightforward to work with love is because when you say we're going to work on the whole, there's no such thing as the whole. There's not one thing called the whole. Is the whole the community of futurists that are gathered in this room? Is the whole the people that have worked on scenarios in California? Is the whole Rios? Is the whole the UAE? Is the whole the GCC? So because it's not straightforward to work with love.
Well, also, when there we go. In work, as I read your work, I think of love is the longing of the separated to be back together. And you're, by definition, working in these fractured areas, and it seems like the magic of what you do is you remind the separate pieces that they really long to be together.
Yes, that's the definition of love I'm using is exactly it, the drive to the unity of the separated. And spoke a few weeks ago that I've been working this year with a group of US and Chinese officials, and one of the things that struck me in the midst of this very difficult and very dangerous conflict between their countries is underneath that, what struck me was the sadness and longing about the separation. So yes, that's the feeling, and working with heterogeneous groups, including groups in civil war or groups fighting over conflict or groups from different cultures, that drive to reconnect is the first drive to tap into.
And it seems like not just the drive to reconnect, but a key part of your magic is reminding people that they actually desperately want to reconnect and kind of getting over that hump. Because, I think of a lot of love, like, think of W.H. Auden's poem, September 1, 1939. And he wrote, "We must love each other or die."
Yeah.
And it's a beautiful poem, but it feels like someone's trying to tell you, well, you better love or you're in trouble. Your approach is much different, saying you're revealing something that's already there that they can't see in their anger. Or not.
No, that's correct. No, my disagreement is not with that, but with the word magic, because I don't think there's anything magical about it at all.
He was trained as a physicist,
Yeah.
so yes, okay.
And so if the word love is confusing, then it's the word interdependence, that that there, not all situations, but I'm talking about situations where we can only address the challenges we face if we can find a way to work together, even though we may not agree with or like or trust each other. So that's the first of the three dimensions.
Yes, and we should go to the second term, because time is flying.
Yeah.
Power.
So the reason I became interested in power is I noticed that the discourse in futures work, in systems work, in facilitation work, is all in this first domain, the domain of unity, the domain of what's the whole things work, what's the right thing to do for the good of the whole. And I think that's crucial, but to me it's obvious that it's not enough. Martin Luther King Jr. famously said, "Power without love is reckless and abusive, and love without power is sentimental and anemic." And I think it's really impossible to understand what's going on or what to do about what's going on without also looking at power, which I define as the drive of everything living to realize itself. And at the COP, this was also dramatically evident. I don't know how many of you have been in these meetings, particularly the Blue Zone, where there are literally hundreds of people proposing and postulating and protesting and advocating for the solution or the interest that they hold dear. So you can't understand what's going on around climate and why it's so difficult if you don't also pay attention not just to the whole, but to the interests and ambitions and drives of each part. So the reason we can't work without power is to work without power would be to ignore the reality of self-interest.
And as I look at your work, when love and power come together, it brings to mind two other terms that seem to be the daughter of those. I'm thinking of collaboration and transformation.
Yes, so my experience in South Africa, I later thought of it as being like you're looking at a landscape at night and there's a flash of lightning, and for a minute you can see it.
Right.
And so what I saw in that minute in South Africa 32 years ago was that it is possible to collaborate, even among people that don't agree with or like or trust each other, in order to transform the system. In that case, the political, economic, social system of South Africa. In the case of COP, the global system. So yes, what I've been trying to understand ever since that flash of lightning is what's involved in collaboration for transformation.
But as I think you've observed, that collaboration that doesn't harness power is not going to transform anything.
Yes, it's literally true that nothing happens without power, zero. So I find this idea that, well, power is an unfortunate thing, this political thing, let's just put it aside, talk about the good of the whole. This to me is nonsensical. And that's what King was referring to when he said, love without power, or love ignoring power, or love denying power is sentimental and anemic. It makes for lovely slides, no change in the world. So that idea that we need to work both with power and love is how I got started.
So let's back up to the definition of power. I know you really love Paul Tillich's definition. Share that with us.
Tillich defines power as the drive of everything living to realize itself. So it's that sense of that drive to growth, to destiny, to ambition, which is in every person, every organization, every society. And of course, when you have different actors or different stakeholders or different countries, each with a drive to power, there will be competition and conflict. And my point is, we need to work not just with unity, with the whole, with the good of the system, but also to be able to work with power.
So as I think of your notion of power, another word comes to mind even beyond Tillich's definition, and that's purpose. That I think you once said power is the ability to achieve purpose.
Yes.
But it has an end.
Yes, that was, it's King who said that, and King was arguing as a religious person that love is not enough. The quote I gave started with the sentence you've just given, that power properly understood is nothing but the ability to achieve purpose. So yes, these are the first two drives, and I argue that it's impossible to do the kind of work we say we're trying to do, which is not just to observe the future, but to shape the future without the ability to understand and work with both love and power.
How does one avoid the abuse of the power when it's discovered?
So, power without love is reckless and abusive.
Love, yes.
Yeah. So that's why power alone is not enough. That's why attention to the whole is also important. But that's also where the third element comes into it.
Let's bring in justice.
I wrote a book called Power and Love, and I wasn't really clear on the role of justice in this, but it was always nagging in my mind, amongst other reasons, because the Tillich book I've been quoting from has the title Power, Love, and Justice. So I always wondered where justice fit into this. And I now think that it's the third piece of the puzzle. It's the structure that enables everybody both to connect and to realize themselves. And again, this was obvious at COP. From the very first COP, from the signing of the Framework Convention on Climate Change, the most difficult part, it will be difficult again in 2 days, is the fairness, justice is the drive to reduce unfairness. And from the beginning of the climate issue, the question of what was then called common and differentiated responsibilities, what's more recently been called just transition, how do we make these changes, not just with a sense of what's needed for the good of the whole, of keeping 1.5 alive, not just that suits the interests of the different countries and companies and other actors, but to do it in a way which is just. And this is not at all easy because there are different understandings of what is fair and unfair. So I now think that we can't do the work that was introduced in the first session this morning about creating a better future without the ability to work with these three fundamental universal human drives which are in permanent tension. That's why it's not straightforward or neat or easy.
Does justice have to be, take COP in the next meeting, does justice have to be solved up front, or can it be interfingered into the process? I know you quote Amartya Sen around that sense of injustice. Do you have to get it out of the way first before you can have collaboration?
Well, I think that's an important question. I'm not sure in any of these things there's a sequence, but last night somebody said to me that if there is in a lack of acknowledgement of injustice, then the emphasis will be on redress rather than transformation. So if there is a sense, which there has been for 27 COPs, that the North is saying, well, we'll get to that later, but could we just all agree to this keeping 1.5 alive? That is not good enough. And if people think that the injustice or the unfairness they perceive is not being taken seriously and not being addressed, they will refuse to participate. And climate is the example of a general phenomena, which is where if some people don't participate, we can't make progress.
So as I think about COP and exactly that conversation, and I think about some of your other work, the work in Guatemala, South Africa, you're actually doing interesting things in Hawaii right now. It's almost, I mean, to take a futurist perspective or a time perspective, the folks in the North says, can we just get to 1.5? Yeah. And that's like, let's just fix the present.
Right.
And the view of those who are saying, wait, we got to work about justice versus saying, well, this isn't about the present. This is about transforming the future. So is it really that a conversation is going on that both sides have very different time frames?
Well, and it's also not just about the future and the present, but the past, which is, hey, we didn't burn all this, we didn't put all this carbon in the air, you did.
Yes.
So,
well, as we say, you know, in the United States, we stole it fair and square.
Yeah.
That was a joke.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, so none of this is straightforward. Love is not straightforward because there is not one whole. Power is not straightforward because different actors are trying to achieve different things. And justice is not straightforward because there's different ways of thinking about what is fair and unfair. The main point I'm making is that if you aren't willing and able to wrestle with all three of these dynamics, you will not be able to peacefully create a better future.
So let's do this. I made the offer. If there are people who have questions, we will take them. The trick is that there's shining very bright lights in our eyes down here, so I really can't see when someone raises their hand. Where are the mic runners? There, okay. So if you hand it to someone, wave at me so I know which direction to look. And think about the following in the sort of last 6 minutes we have, besides questions. I'd like to just give the audience a little flavor of what it's like when you walked into the situation in Guatemala, or pick your area, so people understand this is deeply emotional stuff. This is not some austere process. So is there someone with a question? Okay, yes, please. Say your name and ask your question.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Sarah Bawazir from Khalifa University. Thank you for this warm fireside chat. My question is actually to you both, Professor Safo and Professor Kane. You talked about literature and you quoted those beautiful quotes. And it reminds me of a song called Where is the Love by Black Eyed Peas. And actually, if you reflect on the lyrics, it's still relevant today. So, in your foresight, do you think we will see a world with more love or more conflict, keeping in mind climate change? I know countries are doing their best, but also resource depletion. These are all like inflammatory agents. And so with all of that, is there a way we can make systemic change for more love, or are we doomed? Thank you.
Are we doomed?
So I don't know if we're doomed. I'm hopeful, but I would not answer that all we need is love, to quote another song.
Yes.
I think this is, I believe this is incorrect. And the main point I'm making is what we need is more love and more power and more justice, and these are in tension, and this is why it's not straightforward. I find the COPs, of course, frustrating, but also inspiring, because these three elements are front and center. You don't have to dig around. They're all there all the time. And 70,000 people are coming here to try to work this through. I don't know whether they or we will succeed, but I know in order to succeed, that's what will be required.
And I just add to that two thoughts. The first one is, pessimists, and I've been in the foresight business for over 30 years. You might say I'm a futurist with the past. And what I've learned over time is that pessimists are often right, but in general, optimists get more done. And so I don't think it's whether we're doomed or not. I think it's an amazing situation. I think we're lost. And that's actually quite a beautiful state, that we're lost and we're trying to find ourselves. And if we work the stuff out with COP and we work out with the other things, we really, really will transform ourselves and our world into something quite amazing. And that's why I absolutely love the work this man does. You have 3 minutes to tell us just a little bit about what it's like to be on the ground in these meetings.
Because of this first, or arising out of this first experience 30 years ago, the particular the emphasis of the work of me and my colleagues has been a systemic transformation in context of difference and conflict. For example, you asked for an example. I think that the one that comes to mind is the work we've done over many years in the country of Colombia, including during the brutal civil war, where we had in 9 days of workshops, all of the actors, including the government and the military and the church and the business community and the environmentalists and the armed guerrillas, the FARC and the ELN and the so-called self-defense forces. So all of the actors in the violent, and I think what I noticed at one point that when I looked around the room, it was about 30 people in those 9 days of meetings. Maybe half of them had lost a member of their immediate family to the conflict. And they were the ones who were most trying hardest to find a way forward. And of course, because the conflict was so severe and bitter and long and dangerous, there was a sense that this really mattered. And therefore, we needed to way forward, which in the case of Colombia occurred. The person who organized that process in 1996, Juan Manuel Santos, later became president of Colombia, got the Nobel Peace Prize in 2016, and in receiving the Nobel Peace Prize referred to those workshops as being a significant event on the road to peace. And I asked him why he kept referring to these workshops that had occurred 20 years before, and he said something which I consider very important, and I'll just end with this. He said, the reason I so often remember those workshops is that that's when I learned that contrary to all of my political and cultural and educational upbringing, it is possible to work with people you do not agree with and will never agree with. And I think this is the mistake many of us make because we think of it as an intellectual activity. We think, no, we need to agree each step before we can take the next. This is incorrect. This isn't how things work. This is what gives me hope. It's not easy, it's not straightforward, it's not neat, but it can be done. I've seen it with my own eyes. It can be done, and it must be done.
On that note, thank you.
الحضور الكريم، الآن مع كلمة رئيسية بعنوان كيف تسهم تقنيات الواقع المعزز في استكشاف مستقبل التنوع البيولوجي، تقدمها سارة دافانزو، رئيس قطاع تجربة العملاء في مؤسسة بيير فابر. Dear guests, now, a keynote titled How an Augmented Scientist Discovers the Future of Green Science by Sarah Davanzo, Chief Consumer Engagement and Activation Officer of Pierre Fabre Foundation. Please remain seated.
Hello. If we get settled, I'll begin. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to begin. So today, I'm going to share with you 3 pieces of research. And let's start with the first piece of research. It's what I call the future of foresight through the history of alchemy. And the story goes, I was in the gold industry for 10 years. I'm sure you couldn't figure that one out. So I was in the gold industry in South Africa. I was the lead strategist after apartheid to actually design the strategy for the South African gold industry, which involved figuring out what's the future of medicine, the future of technology, the future of fashion, the future of money, and obviously with that, you have gold futures. So I was thrown into the foresight and futures world through that experience, and that was many, many decades ago, actually, believe it or not. So that was in 1998 after apartheid, and what I ended up doing was a global piece of research on the future of gold around the world. And what you see here is actually the cover of the Alchemist magazine is actually the magazine for the London Bullion Market Association. And on the cover is actually an image from the Gold of Africa Museum, which I helped build. And in that process, I became pretty familiar with alchemy. So it was constantly rubbing up stories about alchemists and the magic of gold and the allure of gold. And I think it's a really perfect metaphor for what we do in the world of foresight. So specifically, the processes of alchemy, it's actually a lot like design thinking. Very similar. There's a lot of synthesis of all kinds of material, and then you consolidate it, and you ferment it, or you smelt it, and then you break it apart, and it's this back and forth of construction and deconstruction, which is a classic alchemical process. And so it's kind of what we do in foresight, right? We're taking signals, and we're trying to cluster them and break them apart, and so forth. But one thing that's important is that I learned from the work was that alchemy was not necessarily about making gold or finding gold. It was actually, it's an art about transformation. And that's which is lovely. And my research also found that, believe it or not, you feel curiosity in the future in the same part of your body. But that's neither here nor there. The point is that led me, this idea of this innate, incessant curiosity, to do a piece of research, which is the first piece of research I'm sharing with you, which was in looking at 155 insights professionals and 24 futurists and saying, okay, so what is the future of foresight? Just say open-ended. It was open-ended, a questionnaire, global, and 52,000 words came out of it. And as a result, I had to use 5 AI systems to be able to parse this data. Now, I've been working with AI and foresight for 8 years. Happy to talk to you about this later on if you're interested in understanding how I've been using it. But there's no way I would have been able to analyze 52,000 words without the help of foresight. And you can read the list. This was the takeaways from the research. But I want to draw your attention to the AI human-powered, which is the bottom one. That's the point I want to leave you on. So, AI, very controversial. There's a lot of conversation here today about should we be using AI. I do not believe it's going to replace what we do, but I do believe we ought to know how to work with it in partnership. And for me, there's no way I could do the work that I do without AI. It helps me to parse huge amounts of data, I'm sorry, I'm in meetings. I don't know about you, but I go to meetings, a lot of meetings, and I don't work on the weekends necessarily, and I don't work 24/7, but I can get the AI to do a lot of that boring, tedious scraping of signals and data crunching so that the humans can go in and actually then make sense of it. Right. But now, I think we're in an era, which I'll call the augmented futurist era. It's possible for us now to use these tools. We never had this kind of intelligence and assistance before. So let's use this concept of the augmented futurists. We're all augmented futurists. Now, in my company, PFAB, which is a leading life sciences company, I work with scientists. So I do strategic foresight and informed sciences. And what we have is scientists are looking, that I'm dealing with, are looking to augment their thinking all the time. They're looking at ways to boost their bodies, to think differently. Foresight. You know, we've got biosensors and biotech. There's all kinds of new developments. Obviously, the IoT. We've got neural dust that can read your brain signals in your blood system. So we're collecting data in new places. And another thing is that we're seeing the invisible. So I'm able to see now the Wi-Fi patterns of people walking around the spaghetti trails. I'm able to see in night vision how people work in their houses and what they're doing in their private time, if they, of course, consent. But the point is that we have, we have the ability. And the scientists that I work with in the life sciences world are doing everything they can to boost their thinking. And some of them are looking at microbial transplants, the benefits of, believe it or not, of intermittent fasting, boosts your brain power, microdosing of drugs, sensory deprivation, dark rooms. It's a big trend now to go to a dark room, cryotherapy, and so forth. And then you've got all kinds of sensory amplification techniques that are being used to create new connections. It's really to help us think differently and to stimulate our thinking to come up with new insights. So as we go about this, back to this kind of ancient allegory, the alchemists of old used equipment. They augmented themselves all the time with machinery, with all kinds of laboratory equipment, and they were actually taking psychotropic drugs to over every culture across the millennia were doing things to enhance their thinking in the alchemist way. So the conclusion of this first chapter, it's a crescendo, is gold is a metaphor. We can think about it. It's definitely, in the world of modern alchemy, we have to think about mental alchemy. And I'm going to come back to that in a second. And then please leave with this idea of an augmented futurist. How are you becoming an augmented futurist? What are you doing to boost the way that you're taking in information and moving forward? Okay, second piece of research. The second piece of research is basically probing the future of nature. So this is a regenerative nature sector. So I did a piece of primary research to prepare for today and also COP28. So the first thing is I took the mind of being an augmented futurist. So I did a bunch of stuff that I put on those other slides. Okay, and then I attacked it. I attacked what is the future of green science and what's the future of regenerative nature. Those are the two topic areas. And went forward to unpack it. And one of the techniques was this idea of exotic data. So exotic data is actually, it's born from intelligence, the intelligence community. I don't know how to say it any differently. The intelligence community in Wall Street in the early 2000s were using advanced research to find insights. I've had the fortune of doing work with the intelligence community and DARPA and learned about some of these techniques. And as a result, we've been able to evolve them today. And so what we're doing is we're scraping those sensors. We're looking for biometrics. We're doing deep web, dark web scraping for insights and intelligence. So we did that. So we got a bunch of signals, and then what we did was we took that distillation process, right? Just followed the process just because it was fun. It was just more like fun. And then I partnered with an AI platform. So now, being in the space of AI and foresight for a number of years, usually you're working in a government or it's a big data kind of assignment. This is one of the most powerful tools that you can find, I found, that I could afford. I'm being very blunt. And because of the fact that there's an accuracy that I've not seen before when I look at 12 months out. Okay, so it's scraping signals from the deep web, the dark web, social, and so forth. But it's also got sci-fi and movie scripts. So there's qualitative literature that's also feeding into this platform. And so I said, okay, let's unpack the future of green science with this platform. Future of green science. Spoiler, it's not green. Okay, so what ended up happening was there were 5 areas, 5 very strong clusters of territories, absolutely huge areas that we could not ignore them. And so the first area, which you're going to be very familiar with, circular economy. Everyone's aware of that in this room, but there's a lot of space in the circular economy. There's many, many topics. And for my job, with my business, is I got to figure out what to focus on. What is the priorities? So that's part of it. So anything that helps to score or size so I can compare areas and territories is very helpful. So from this case, these are the 5 territories with the most momentum in the next year. 1 year. So that's all we can look at. But it's helping me at least say, okay, I need to focus on these topic areas very, very seriously. The second one is low fidelity, which really is kind of funky. It's just my way of saying it's basically unprocessed and simplicity. So these are the 5 areas within low fidelity. That was a cluster about simplicity, traditional, unprocessed, clear, transparent, and so forth. Ethics. Not surprising. Ethics doesn't always come up in a conversation around clean and sustainability. See my friend Philip over here from L'Oreal. I did work with L'Oreal I was leading foresight there for a number of years, and in the work was looking at the future of clean, and ethics was not necessarily in that conversation. And so this is a great discovery to find out that there's this territory with a lot of momentum. And what I mean by this is fair trade, human, mindfulness, inclusivity. That's a bucket. That's a very important bucket around this green space. Altruism. Altruism is health. So it's everything to do with non-toxicity. It has to do with long-term fortifying, non-toxic, gentle. And then finally, natural. And that's what's interesting because that's what everyone always thinks about green. They think, oh, it's all natural. But yet there are 4 other dimensions that are just as important as natural. And when we talk about natural, it's not all natural. According to the signals, we're talking millions of signals, it's really plant, water-based, fungi-based, wild, and decay. So looking at things that are rotten. So now you say, wait a minute, use that universally? No. That's what the power of AI is. I could never do this on my own. So we were able to compare these signals across countries and regions and globally. And this is important because I've worked in roles where are global roles, and I need to understand what are the dynamics that we need to, for a multinational corporation, the company I'm with right now is 120 countries. We have to be looking at signals of change and the future across all of those emerging markets and developed markets. What was fascinating was altruism, or altruistic, which is all about healthfulness, is actually got, the last 3 years, is the strongest in the UAE. And then naturality is really the strongest in the United States. And that's critical to someone who's doing strategy for a corporation. Now when we look to the future, this is the next 12 months, not the past 3 years, you see this skew. And what do you see? You see a whole bunch of, whoa, that's crazy. It's a lot of action over here in the UAE because of COP28, obviously. It's been, and that's why we need humans to deal with the AI. Because if you just let the AI work on its own, you'd come to some incorrect conclusion that all of a sudden there's going to be an explosion of these topics. So I'm just illustrating that's why humans are involved in this. So when we dig deeper, we see that it's skewed because of COP28. Okay, what's the future of generative nature? That's the topic of this, the theme here. I'm not going to go into the same detail. But I am going to show you that, look, it's expected to grow by 26% based on the AI. End of story. It's an American concept. Very importantly, it dissected where the signals are coming from, and what's important is that this is not natural language. As we go into COP28, average people are not using the word regenerative nature. This is not this is not natural language, okay? So if we want to actually be making impact and change, we have to be using language that the average person knows about. So just leaving it at that. But what I find interesting is what this does. So the machine is able to scrape, okay? So I did a presentation at South by Southwest where I showed 5 experiments to show, can AI with a foresight team look at the meta trends, or is it better at the micro trends? And I'm just gonna tell you, my personal experience doing this over the years is that it's really bad at the meta, okay? It's not good at coming across at trends. It comes up with topics like health, or technology. That's not going to give me anything that I can actually work with, right? But what it's really fascinating is being able to find and scrape the internet for the edges and look for clusters of areas that I wouldn't normally be on the day-to-day. So it pulls up these strange things. So I found in the regenerative nature, one of the clusters was the melding of animal and plant life. And then when we dug deeper, we were like, oh yeah, there were some recent discoveries in recent years around this, and the great possibilities of what we could learn from the DNA of animal, plant, believe it or not, organisms. And then there was this area around flora and plant life and AI hybrids. And then fauna, which is organism plus AI, the xenobots that are making the news all over the place, and several other kinds of hybrids. We found that reverse cellular senescence was a big topic area. And I was happy about that because that's one of the areas that my company focuses on. We're a plant-based company, and so Jeff Obb is working very hard in this, but it's not really a language that people really understand. It's the idea is that we can stop aging in plants, we can figure out how to stop aging in humans, right? Artificial botany, synthetic botany, programmable fungi, designing smart plants. This is interesting. This is an example of weird stuff that there's no way I'm going to find, or my team is going to find. So electroculture is a concept from over 100 years ago. It's basically you run electrical currents through your garden and it propagates growth, okay? It's having a moment. So when we saw this from the AI, we did some more social listening and we dug deeper and we found there's like communities on TikTok, there are in social media, there are hashtags. It's a space we would never have considered or understood unless this was surfaced by the AI. Of course, we had to double check it. And we found agroforestry, mixing of forest with farm, that for biodiversity is a trending concept. Soil regeneration, we all know about it because we're all talking about it for COP28. Intergenerative farming or ranching, which is long-term. That actually comes out of the Native American farming practices. And then finally, this weird one. That's why I called it a positive deviant. It's like, oh, well, obviously, this surfaced from the AI system because it's got the word regenerative in it, and there's a regenerative nature. So we were like, okay. But then we were like, hey, this is interesting because I'm a foresight strategist. Like I started in the gold industry. I do strategy. So I need help to have strategic thinking. And this is a really interesting concept when we think about what would regenerative braking be like for an economy? What would it be like for a city? What would it be like for society? Sometimes we have to take the pedal off the gas, slow down to gain momentum. It becomes an interesting paradigm of how we might think about, as you go into COP28, where are the places that maybe we don't want to grow? In fact, we want to slow. So, biomimicry, a lot of biomimicry. In my world, in the corporate world, having to sell into a board of directors or a publicly listed company, influencing people who might be very skeptical about foresight. Obviously, it's very data-driven, and I run a quantitative foresight team because of that, because they want to see the numbers. But when it comes to showing the mental alchemy, that mental creativity of getting to imagine a future. So even if the data is saying, hey, it's going to be like this, it seems incredulous. If I can show an example from nature, it works. I tell you, it's been so successful in my career, finding examples in nature from biomimicry that actually exemplify what I'm trying to communicate, whether it's a colony of bees or whether it's some kind of plant. So I'm just sharing that with you. That's a very important tactic in my world. So, conclusion, green, think about clean, biotech. I mean, it's a little hyperbolic. It's not necessarily going to save us, but please lean into it. And think about this idea. I think it's super provocative. Be slow to grow. How can we use regenerative braking as a concept societally and particularly with our work? Last and very short little chapter. Finding the future of wisdom today in our today's youth, okay? So as you all know, we all look at the Gen Z, right? Okay, so I produced with my colleagues a report on Gen Z that was published in 2013 that is often credited with being the catalyst that created the moniker Gen Z. So it was it was actually put into our lexicon in the 1996, but it took off in 2013. Media channels. And so this idea of Gen Z, we all know today it's 16 to 25, that kind of thing. Okay, so since 2013, I've been doing research with Gen Z. Just in the past 2 years, I did 12 focus groups of Gen Z talking about the future, talking about their lives. And what's really interesting is that they talk about not regeneration, they talk about generation, meaning being generative. So regeneration, you know, take one, replace two. Why not just replace? Why not just generate? Okay? And that's a concept that's very, very, very Gen Z. And so I'd like to propose, I have a little bit of liberty here, that we rename them the regeneration. So instead of the Z generation is the regeneration, because they use that language. That's their language, and that's what connects with them. Now, as I wrap up, I have a little bit of a sad story, which is some recent research, because I did this for this talk, just to reconfirm what I knew, because I've been doing this for years, and I'm like, let's just see, is it as bad as it was last year? Okay, well, yeah, it is, because 83% of the Gen Zs that we surveyed, North America, mind you, all North America, have a very bleak outlook. But what's fascinating is some of the insights. Now, not surprising, climate change is the #1 problem, right? But it's this division and inequity that is really concerning because they don't think that we adults can fix it, right? They're not having faith in us. And I look around the room, I don't see so many regenerations here. Okay, I'm just putting it out there. So we have some other findings is that women seem to be more pessimistic 2 times more than men. That's actually been reconfirmed from several pieces of research I've done. Men are not empowered. They feel they don't have agency, even more so than the women. It doesn't seem to be regional, no matter the state, red states, blue states, nothing like that. But there was a direct correlation between pessimism and affluence, which means, interesting, we should do this research because I wonder if emerging markets have a false sense of optimism, which is something to think about, and likewise religiosity also begets some kind of optimism. So these kinds of findings are kind of interesting as we talk about the future. But when it boils down to, we say, what is the future like for the Gen Z, especially climate change, green science, regenerative nature? Did a piece of research where we put out some questions. So describe the future where we've started solving the issues like climate change. So it's not fixed, it's starting. And just that little hope is enough to unlock all kinds of potential. And this is the imagery that was generated by DALL-E from the essays of the response to that question of the 250 Gen Zers that we interviewed. And what do you see? You see diversity, we see technology, we see tradition, we see inclusivity, we see urbanity, we see green energy. It's a beautiful vision. And that, to me, is not regenerative. That is generative. This is a gorgeous, thriving world that we're seeing that's imagined from the language of these somewhat dark and pessimistic Gen Zers. The second question we asked was, how will your generation help to address climate change? How will you? And so then they wrote little essays and little paragraphs about what is it. And again, we fed it into the AI. And there's no way I could have done this without these images popped up. And how they think that they're going to help is through education, world congresses like this, coming together, dialogue, right? Technology, for sure. Fascinating. Technology. This generation are augmented futurists. They are the natural augmented futurists. I spoke earlier that we must think of ourselves this way, but they're already this way. They're science influencers. They're on TikTok, Twitch. They're everywhere doing science experiments. That's where science is happening today. Working in a life sciences company, I'm paying attention because this is where science is happening at the grassroots level. And it's because they've been educated on STEM. And they have the tools. They have the language. They have laboratories. They have fab labs. They are so sophisticated problem solvers. And their life choices are not linear. They're not making the same life choices that we're doing. There's no Maslow's hierarchy of needs because there's no up and down. It's all over the place. And think about that as we design alternative futures. It's always some kind of linear back, forward, up like that. It'd be great to have this circular thinking as we go into problem solving. So, conclusion number 3, Gen Z to regeneration. It's just a thought. Strive to thrive. Let's take that images, because those were generative images. Those were not just regenerative images, just replacing what we depleted. And we got to change the narrative. Change the narrative, because there's a lot of dystopian conversation. And that's the conclusion, my friend, because now I get back to this. So when I was laughed out of South Africa, I'm just, yeah, but it was there. There's a green crazy gold, green gold. Yeah, crazy. Guess what? You can get green gold today, right? It's timing is everything. Green gold, there's a market for green gold. And that's changing the narrative. If there's a right time and a right market and the right design and all that. So we are mental alchemists in what we do and how we talk about foresight as much as we are futurists and foresights. So as I leave you for the next day and a half and for COP28, I really do think, please find your inner alchemist, right? Because our best futures, they need your magic. You need your magic like an alchemist.
نختتم جلساتنا لهذا اليوم بجلسة حوارية لمشاركة الرؤى حول مؤتمر الأطراف كوب 28 بعنوان أهم توجهات تقنيات المناخ في المستقبل، يديرها أندرو زولي الرئيس التنفيذي للتأثير في شركة بلانيت.
Ladies and gentlemen, our last session for the day is going to start now. The COP28 Insights panel titled Uniting for COP28, Leveraging Technology and Defining the Climate Technology Future is moderated by Andrew Zolli, Chief Impact Officer of Planet.
السيدات والسادة، نبدأ الجلسة الحوارية بكلمة رئيسية يلقيها معالي ماجد السويدي المدير العام والممثل الخاص لرئاسة دولة الإمارات لمؤتمر الأطراف كوب 28.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session will start with a keynote from His Excellency Majid Aswidi, Director General and Special Representative of the UAE COP28 Presidency.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here with all of you. My team are furiously working over at the expo site, and I was happy to leave and come and talk to people about technology. I dodged the construction, I managed to get through the security, and we made it here on time. So it's a pleasure and an honor to be with you. And of course, I want to thank the Dubai Future Foundation for providing this opportunity. I was telling them earlier, and I'm saying this on purpose in front of everybody, I'm their biggest fan. I think that they are at the forefront of what the UAE is about, and they represent everything that the UAE is about in terms of innovation, in terms of being part of the future. And I think that they are all about what the COP is about, what COP28 should be about. And so I want to thank them all for their work. I want to express my thanks to our wonderful panelists that we have, David, Sabrin, Asia, and all of those who are involved in the discussions, who represent a wealth of depth and knowledge and expertise in climate technology. They are our friends and colleagues. They represent many of the great things that are going on in the UAE and our great partners as well. And I want to thank you all for being part of this discussion. We are all aware that the first global stocktake of the Paris Agreement has revealed that we are behind our climate goals. And the science tells us that the window is rapidly closing, and our chance to reduce emissions by 2030 is escaping us. But the stocktake is more than just a review. It's also an opportunity for us to lay out how we can accelerate ambition and action to bridge those existing gaps. In response, the COP28 presidency has developed an action plan to target key efforts around the energy transition, climate finance, adaptation, and resilience, building across nature, health, food, and water, and to underpin everything with full inclusivity. The surge of solutions, declarations, and initiatives that we are working towards with partners and parties aim to course correct before our window closes. But we need decisive action and commitment to partnerships, and we need technology and innovation to make it happen. But let me be clear, the current growth and development of climate tech is not sufficient to achieve 1.5 degrees C. We need more breakthrough technologies for deeper decarbonization. We need more investments and R&D to bring down costs for existing and emerging technologies. That's why technology and innovation sit across everything we do at COP28 as a cross-cutting theme alongside inclusion, frontline communities, and finance. Technology and innovation make a 1.5 degrees C, or I should say a less than 1.5 degrees C future possible. The good news is that most technologies to achieve 1.5 degrees are already available today. Electrolysis for hydrogen production, for example, or batteries or thermal storage for energy storage, or point source carbon capture and direct air capture. But they're not necessarily accessible or affordable enough at this stage. And the reality is 30% of the required CO2 abatement will still need to come from novel climate technologies. So we must accelerate the innovation and commercialization of early-stage technology. That's why COP28 seeks to mobilize climate tech ecosystems. It will bring together governments, business, academia, investors, and startups to accelerate global climate action, especially those of you in the private sector, which is an engine of innovation, resources, and expertise. We need you to build coalitions and partnerships to accelerate solution adoption and contribute to the ecosystem we're building. Today, there is significantly more capital for basic research and development and more venture capital for climate tech startups in heavy emitting sectors. As a result, we are seeing once nascent technologies becoming available and ready to be scaled, from sustainable aviation fuel to green steel. And an interest of inclusion and equity, we also must rebalance climate tech investments. Today, only 25% of investment goes to the global south. And we must accelerate tech innovation and rebalance investment, or else we simply lack the technology and adoption to keep 1.5 within reach. That's why COP28 is spearheading initiatives to leverage technology and innovation to accelerate climate action. First, our Technology and Innovation Hub in the Green Zone, to spotlighting cutting-edge technologies shaping the future of climate. And I assume I will see all of you inside that hub at some point over the coming days. Together with Breakthrough Energy, we're hosting the Climate Innovation Forum on December 1st, which will bring together technology, heavyweights, and rising entrepreneurs around future-focused innovation. Our partners, New Energy Nexus and McKinsey, have launched 2 climate tech accelerators to build capacity and support about 250 startups hyperscale their solutions. And earlier this month, we announced the launch of the Innovation for Climate Tech Coalition. Along with anchor partners, Tencent, Masdar City, The Catalyst, and 26 additional partners to help connect startups, scale-ups, corporates, investors, and knowledge contributors in climate tech. Finally, we are pleased to co-organize a high-level event on December 8th with the UNFCCC Technology Mechanism to enhance international cooperation on technology development and transfer. I'm excited about what is ahead of us and what can be achieved together at the intersection of climate, technology, and policy. I look forward to seeing you all at COP28 in just a few short days. I thank you for listening to me, and I look forward to the discussions of our wonderful panel, and let's give them all a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Yeah? That's great. Hi, everyone. Or no? You can't hear me? Yes, now? Otherwise, I will do this as interpretive dance, and it cannot be unseen. I want to welcome you all to 5:06 p.m., the peak learning hour of the day, as you all know. This is the asymptotic minima between the period you last ate and you will next eat. And for those of us experiencing jet lag in particular, you may experience spontaneous narcolepsy. And we appreciate you struggling through. Clearly the world's, this is about, I fear for the future if this particular coalition of people something were to happen, but clearly you've all demonstrated that the world's futurists are the world's hardiest bunch. So it's really great to have you all here today. And I think it's worth taking a moment, to just situate ourselves before we get into this really extraordinary group of people we have gathered, and that is my honor to moderate today. We are here at a moment when, on the verge of these climate negotiations, when it feels like we are stuck between something like this, problems that are bigger than our brain's ability to imagine, and capacities that are hard to think about at scale. And certainly the ones that are really coming and moving, really independent of the movements of these negotiations, so many of those really profound movements are in technology. Indeed, and I would say, hi, I'm Andrew Zali, I'm the Chief Impact Officer at Planet. I work in that field, so it's my honor to see that work every day. And how we take these self-compounding, self-accelerating, transformational technologies and weave them into global consensus so that they are accelerated to the right places, that they show up in the right ways, is the work of our panelists today. So I'd like to just introduce them briefly. to all of you. We've been having fantastic conversations backstage, which I know will continue. First of all, to my immediate left is Sabrine Rahman, the Director of Partnerships for the COP28 presidency. Next to her is Asia Al-Shehi. I'm sorry, I'm going to apologize about that. Asia Al-Shehi, who is the negotiator for technology, science, and innovation for the COP28 presidency. And finally, David Livingston, who's Senior Advisor and Managing Director for Energy to the U.S. Special Presidential Envoy for Climate here on behalf of the United States. So we have both the UAE and the U.S. here represented on the panel. And before we dive into the substance, because we're going to have about half an hour to really dig into these questions, I'd want to start actually with you, Asia, if you wouldn't mind. This is just a very personal thing. You know, climate negotiators are, I don't know, an obscure bunch. Like we all come here and we're here really in support of these negotiations. You have a seat at that table, and I'm absolutely fascinated. Just how did you come to be in this work? What's your background? Like, tell us about what it's like to actually be a negotiator and how you came to do it.
Thank you so much. I didn't see that coming, actually. So I'm very passionate about technology, and it started since I was a kid, where I just assemble the computer pieces, and then my father would be like, okay, our future engineer. And then when I started working, I was literally behind the black screen where all geeks with the coding and 0-1s, and this was my passion. So people thought maybe she don't have the human skills. But it was very interesting for me, the sustainability field. I'm a diver, so I appreciate our environment. I love the fishes. And I think all of us are responsible of how we can leave an impact or how we can add something to our environment. And every individual act actually very important. So I started in climate negotiations, and I'm actually very lucky to be part of an extraordinary team of negotiators where 70% of the team is from youth below 35 years. I actually have two of my colleagues here, Abdulaziz and Meitha.
There's one over there.
Negotiations team.
I find it amazing, 70% of your negotiating team are youth, come from the youth.
This is exactly what the presidency means when we talk about youth empowerment.
Yeah.
And here you can see it by actions. And the capacity being built for this team, and this is something that even been witnessed by parties since we received this COP28 file until today, and we're very excited to what we can accomplish and the COP28 outcomes.
I really appreciate it. I want to say to you that, I don't know, all of you got these bags full of notepads. This is the standard stuff you get often at conferences, but there's also this pack of cards. Did you see that pack of cards? Some of you had the pack of cards. No? I don't think it was a speaker. Oh, and it was from UN Global Policy, and it like the first one. I split them open last night, and the very first thing it said was like, "How are your foresight practices? How are your futures practices informed by the voices of young people?" And I just think it's amazing to see that that's actually happening here. But let's go around. I want to get everybody into the conversation, and we really are going to try and keep it a conversation. So, David, let me come to you. You know, when at least I'll say in our country, in the United States, if you pick a random person off the street and ask them about climate tech, they're likely to point at things like windmills and electric cars, the sort of like standard stock photos of things we think about. But so much of the technology conversation here is in places that you wouldn't think of, first and foremost, like agriculture. I know that you've been intimately involved in some of that work, and not just in agriculture, but in hard technologies, and how you've been working on them.
Well, Andrew, thank you. It's a great question, and it's an ideal place to be talking about that, actually, because when our office was created at the beginning of the Biden administration back in 2021, one of the very first things that we created was with the UAE, and it was one of the very first initiatives that came out of our Office of the U.S. government on climate, and it was something called the Agriculture Innovation Mission for Climate. And it was a recognition of that fact, that we need to diversify the way that people think about climate tech. It's not just Tesla cars and solar panels and wind turbines, but it's also the food tech and ag tech innovations. It's also innovations in hard-to-abate sectors, like molten oxide electrolysis in steel, or like inert anodes in aluminum smelting. And in the ag space, we created this Agriculture Innovation Mission for Climate. We called it AIM for C. And it's been a tremendous success in just a couple of years. AIM for C has now mobilized $13 billion of new investment commitments from governments and private sector towards climate smart agriculture innovation. It has created countless different innovation sprints, as we call them, public-private partnerships that are taking some of that rising tide of investment in climate-smart agriculture and putting it towards very specific breakthrough areas where we need to make progress. Things like electrifying farm equipment, things like bringing photovoltaics into agricultural systems, not only for off-grid energy, but also for smart shading, what's called agrivoltaics today. Things like nitrogen-fixing microbes and organisms that can reduce our need for fertilizer by actually naturally fixing nitrogen, or smarter, more climate-smart crops, lower carbon fertilizer, new things that we feed cattle to reduce enteric methane emissions. The list goes on, right? All of these should be as exciting of climate tech opportunities as anything else that exists in the power sector that we think of so often. We now count more than 66 countries. We count hundreds of different philanthropies, NGOs, businesses that are taking part in this. So I'm very proud of what the UAE and the United States have achieved together with AIM for C. The UAE is also a government partner in another major flagship public-private initiative we've had to try and bring in the private sector in a new way, something called the First Movers Coalition. It's essentially a buyer's club for green products in hard-to-abate sectors, like the industrial sectors I mentioned, steel, aluminum, cement, and as well as transport sectors, shipping, aviation, trucking, those hard-to-abate sectors. And what we realized was there are more and more supply incentives out there, things like the Inflation Reduction Act, policy incentives here in the UAE, what Europe is doing and in other geographies. But we need demand as well in order for those projects to actually get off the ground, get financing, get a first shovel going in the ground. So to break through the chicken and egg problem, we went to some of the largest companies in the world, Fortune 500 companies, and we said, are you willing to commit that a certain amount of, let's say you're an automaker, and the steel you purchase in the year 2030 onwards will be green steel, 10% maybe, starting in the year 2030 and upwards from there will be green steel, and moreover, that you're willing to pay a green premium for it. It's one of the highest leverage things that a company can do, actually, to transform their industry is say, I am willing to pay a green premium up front to buy down the cost of the greener alternative. And by these companies taking leadership with their own balance sheets, we now have the single largest green product demand signal in world history. $15 billion worth of green demand across those sectors from nearly 100 of the world's largest companies. So it's just another example of how we're working with other like-minded governments like the United Arab Emirates, many different partners in Europe, Japan, India, and others, as well as with bringing in the private sector in a new way, recognizing that no single company, no single government is going to do this alone. We need nation states, which have been the traditional actors in these climate negotiations and in the COPs, to look after things within their own national borders. But we also need corporates and civil society actors that span global value chains. And those necessarily cross those national borders. And you need the complementarity of both of them in a matrix to really address this challenge. And we're delighted to have such terrific partners in Asia and Sabrine, in His Excellency, Ambassador Majid, who's done such a great job in helping us to advance some of these efforts as well. And I note that we also need the enabling sort of platform technologies too. I know we're going to talk a little bit more about AI. We need to get to a place where we think about turning compute into carbon reduction. We think about turning GPUs into GHG reductions, right? But also, Andrew, I know that things like what Planet are doing are also very important with that, right? You can't manage what you can't measure. You can't measure what you can't even see. And so satellite imaging and the eye that we have in the sky, so to speak, is helping us to better understand the functioning of our own planet as an organism and as a manageable, climate challenge. So I wonder if maybe you want to say a thing or two about why planet's in the business it is.
The tables have turned, my friend. I'll come back to planet in a minute. I'd love to address that in a second, but I want to pick up on something that you and Your Excellency Majid mentioned, and that is this all together now moment. This moment when I don't know how many people in this room are veterans of the COP process, but for many years, they really were about a conference of the parties. They were really focused on government. And I think as we've gotten deeper into the Paris agenda, and over time, certainly it's so clear that we have to mobilize markets and we have to mobilize private sectors and governments and civil society organizations, all working together. And sometimes there are uneasy and complicated processes to kind of put those together. So with that in mind, I'd like to just welcome Sabrine into the conversation. So Sabrine, you're leading in this partnerships work. And I also note that you yourself came from a private sector background. It'd be useful maybe to share with everybody that part of your story and what it looked like sort of on the outside, working in the private sector and in finance in particular, and now what it might look like on the inside and the bridges that you are building.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I've spent the last almost 20 years in the private sector working in sustainable finance and sustainable development, and have been a long time sort of supporter and contributor to the COP process, but from a very different lens. And I think it's one thing to attend, almost participate from the sidelines, and it's very, very different to be in the engine room. And to Andrew's point, this is such a pivotal moment for the private sector, because we're all very cognizant of the contributions as well as the responsibilities that the private sector has across all geographies and of all sizes. So David, to your point, it's not just the procurement power, the value chains, but it's also the innovation, the people power that all sizes of the private sector can really bring. And as a presidency, that's really what we want to leverage, right? We want to ensure that, yes, of course, the parties, the governments, they are the core sort of nucleus, but the stakeholders that surround it are very, very critical to ensuring that nucleus is well equipped. And so that is what I think, as somebody who's coming almost from the outside world, is very enthused by, because that's what we are mobilizing and that's what we're harnessing. And I think for those who may be attending a COP either for the first time or who are long-term or long-time sort of supporters and attendees will notice something differently. So there are maybe two main differences. Number one, the physicality. So in the past, you may have seen the blue zone, which is where a lot of the negotiations and the diplomatic process take place, is often quite far removed from the green zone. This time, you'll see both as side by side, which shows how we are trying to bring it together, that there is that interconnectedness and the complementarity of both these ecosystems. And also the action agenda of the COP28 presidency. Now, the action agenda is what you often refer to as non-negotiated outcomes. So we have quite a large and extensive and deep action agenda as the presidency. And all of these outcomes have a deep level of involvement of the private sector in helping develop, deliver, and also scale. We have to remember this is one moment in time. How will they live on? What is the legacy? What is the institutional framework that will help ensure that they have the impact beyond the life of COP28? So for us, that's what is incredibly important, and the private sector have a role to play in that.
It's interesting, one of the things that I see a lot of, and I'd be very interested what people in this room see too, is in response to something that is existential, as existential as the reason that we have a COP in the first place. There is a kind of necessary blending of form. You know, because we need to interoperate with each other, we have governments that work with civil society organizations and civil society organizations that are becoming or adopting strategies of the private sector and private sector institutions that are adopting, you know, this is an example of this. I, a few years ago, met up with an ambassador from a European nation. He was the ambassador to Silicon Valley. He was not the ambassador to the United States. He was the ambassador to the tech ecosystem. He was poached by a large tech company in Silicon Valley to become that company's ambassador to the European Union. It's totally bananas, right? But it's a lot of people getting their chocolate and their peanut butter kind of like all mixed up. Like we're getting these new toasty s'more kind of combinations. I'm using American idioms, so I'm sorry. But there is this sort of necessary, it seems to me, kind of blending of structures, of institutional mandates. And maybe now I will actually just take the question that you asked, so I'm not deflecting. But so just to introduce myself, I'm Andrew Zai. I'm the Chief Impact Officer of an organization called Planet. We are what's called a public benefit corporation, one of the very few that has gone from the startup garage to going public as a public benefit corporation. And we have designed, built, and operate the largest constellation of Earth-observing satellites in history, which collectively image the entire surface of the Earth every day in high resolution. And then we download 40 terabytes of Earth observation data a day and use AI techniques to extract essential signals, which we then convert back into assets that are used by, among many other actors, the very climate negotiators that you see here. One really extraordinary organization called Climate Trace, backed by the former Vice President Al Gore of the United States and Nobel laureate, brings together technical actors who, they do things like they monitor every coal-fired power plant on Earth from using satellite imagery to determine when those plants are turned on and off so they can extract the emission signal that comes from those plants, which is not widely reported by most governments around the world. So, you know, technology is enabling an era, among many other things, the sort of straightforward actions we have to take toward emissions reductions starts by making the invisible visible. And I think an era of radical climate transparency is really being born in front of our eyes because of these technologies. And I think it's a particularly interesting because so much of it rests on really extraordinary volumes of data and the ability for us to leverage AI, because the mountains of data that we're able about it.
Well, one of the, obviously AI is fundamentally, it's one of those things that is just, it's like the internet, right? And some humility. Just at the very beginning of understanding, you know, 1 or 2% of how AI and machine learning is going to play out and change the climate challenge and the climate opportunity set that we have. That being said, we're starting by trying to ensure that there's an inclusive conversation around AI and climate. One of my colleagues, Erwin Rose, is the chair of a UN body called the Climate Technology Centers Network, CTCN. And in his role at that advisory board, we've helped to stand up a new AI for Climate initiative in the summer of this year, in June. That has become the first UN body to discuss, to have a forum to discuss, share knowledge, identify priority topics, identify areas for further research, encourage deployment, et cetera, of a panoply of different themes related to AI and climate. one of the very first instances in which there was sort of a concrete conversation had in person was actually at the Africa Climate Summit, right? Which I think is an important symbolic statement that the discussion on AI and climate needs to happen, not only, Andrew, in Silicon Valley, but it has to also be not just to be a conversation that brings in developing countries in the global south to the table as equal stakeholders from the very get-go. And that's something that we're trying to push quite emphatically. We're also trying to think through, different ways and to sort of disaggregate this broader topic of AI and understand there are very different applications and very different relevancies, let's say, for large language models than for certain, more rudimentary machine learning approaches, than for deep learning approaches that are using, kind of broader and more complex neural networks. So also understanding and treating with sophistication the state of the art in the field of artificial intelligence, machine learning, the frontiers of computing, let's say, is extremely important if we're to treat the topic and the intersection of where that topic intersects with climate with the sort of maturity and sobriety that's needed, I think, to try and harness what can be an incredibly important tool in the best ways. Obviously, we also know that we're going to have to manage the increased energy load that might come from data centers and the like, but I think that the latest research that I've seen, there's a great paper that was just done by BCG and Google that suggests that if harnessed correctly, AI, even to the end of this decade, to 2030, could contribute 5 to 10% of GHG reductions globally, just in what it enables. So we're hopeful, and we're going to continue to try and push that forward in an inclusive manner with Global South at the table.
That's wonderful. Asya, do you have a thought on this topic? I want to bridge to a couple of other questions for you in particular, but I want to give you a chance to think to address the AI narrative as a negotiator.
Actually, AI is very interesting, and we've heard about the early warning systems, for example, in a lot of conversation when it comes to negotiations and developing countries' needs. Technology is a very interesting topic. It's a very interesting discussion to talk about, but what is most important is how we can operationalize it, how we can make sure it is delivering what it's supposed to deliver. So, for example, artificial intelligence, the COP28 is working to deliver a package of initiatives under the early warning for all system, which the UN Secretary General launched. And we will be delivering a stock take on the progress made. It's been implemented in 30 countries. What is the progress and how we can take this forward? So it is a very important topic. But speaking of data, it is very important to understand if we want impact, if we want action, we need to understand what we are going through. So we hear about the Paris Agreement goal, for example, and the 1.5 degree goal for not to exceed the 1.5. But what does it mean? It means we should avoid 22 gigatons of emissions before 2030, which means we need accelerated actions. And then comes the global stock take, for example, that everyone is looking forward for. Right. All eyes on Dubai, how the global stock take will look like. But we understand that it's a party-driven process. But it is 3 questions. What we've done before, where are we today, and what we are going to do. So accelerated climate action indeed will need the means of implementation. And under means of implementation, we have finance, technology, and capacity building. They are important individually, but must function together to ensure it delivers what it's supposed to do. Very interesting, for example, things that we've seen through the synthesis report of party submission for the global stocktake, through different consultations, enhancing international cooperation for technology development and transfer is crucial. For example, collaborative RD&D is something that must have some attention within the climate dialogue. So I think enhancing international cooperation, technology development transfer, and capacity building. The COP28 is also committed to fixing climate finance. It's considered one of the most important pillars. But the GST should be ambitious and should be balanced across all pillars.
It's fascinating. I think about the kind of practical lens on the things that you describe, both of you actually, in those answers. And I reflect on this story from our experience in the technology sector, working with the country of Brazil. So, protecting the Amazon from deforestation and reducing rates of deforestation is a global commitment made at COP26, actually. Really significant commitments there. The thing that's interesting about deforestation, if you look at the Amazon, is that you can literally watch it spread like a virus. But the leading indicator of where the deforestation is going to occur is the presence and the rapid creation of illegal roads. So you have imagine a large green mass of trees, right? If you see a road going in, and we can actually see the roads going in from space, that's the leading indicator that there's about to be a significant act of deforestation. So we, working with a Brazilian entity, supported the development of this tool, which takes all the satellite imagery continuously for all of Brazil and identifies using supervised machine learning techniques, using AI, actually finds those roads and those acts of illegal deforestation, and then automatically generates reports that are given directly to the environmental police. And as a consequence of those alerts, they have deployed now more than 150 raids, nearly 4,000 agents. They've collected more than $2 billion US in fines from illegal deforesters. And this year, the Brazilians will announce a nearly 50% reduction year on year in deforestation. That's data and AI connected to action. And it's interesting that one of the things that really resonates is all the cooperation that's required between those different pieces, the technology transfer from the global north to the global south. It can't be done on behalf of the global south by the global north, but it can be supported in that way. But also the really significant difference between the amount of this technology that you need for reporting versus the much faster the sort of velocity of information and insight that AI can provide to enable efficient action, sort of much faster action loops, I think is one of the things that must be part of this discussion as we proceed.
You remind me of something very interesting I heard about from a colleague a few days ago. Like, with all the work we're doing, behind the scenes, preparing for the big day of the COP opening and then until the end with the great outcomes, she told me, like, COP is a puzzle, and it's like a 1,000-piece puzzle. Every piece is important. Yeah. So I believe every one of us play a role, and every one of us, either doing something small or big, it is a puzzle piece that the picture cannot be complete without it.
Mm. Well, I think you're absolutely right about that, and I think this is a moment of putting the puzzle pieces together. I'm going to ask you two questions because we've got about just a few minutes left. But Sabrina, I want to ask you, when this COP moment has passed, when COP28 has passed, and you return to the private sector or you begin to engage with the private sector differently, I'm not predicting your future employment. One question I would love to ask you is, if you could talk to the world's tech titans and glue them into a partnership framework around this work, what would you tell them? What is it that you think the partnership moment gives us?
Oh, that's a tough one. But look, I think the partnership moment for us and that aha moment for me during this process was just how significantly we harnessed the power, right, that all entities can really bring. So the coalition that Ambassador Majid spoke about in terms of the 30 large organizations, tech players that we were able to bring on board from the East, from the West, this will leave a legacy. Mm. So we've built quite a few coalitions that are being unveiled over the next few weeks. These are the things that I think will outlive the moment of COP. We're also bringing together and bringing to the forefront a lot of the challenges I think the private sector face within our own silos that have never been brought to the forefront of a discussion such as COP. So around, I know we were talking about AI and data, but around climate-related disclosures. This is something that every organization is struggling with when it comes to this annual problem we have. There are calls around greenwashing. Is your data clean? Is it verified? Is there third-party assurance? AI would make this a lot easier. It would be helpful for smaller companies. It would help disclosures from the global south, right? Because it's a labor-intensive process. And this is a topic that will be unpacked in the first ever Accountability Day. So there's a thematic day on accountability on December 4th, hand in hand with Trade and Finance Day. So there is a lot more focus on things that actually keep the private sector up at night because we need to understand the climate risks and opportunities from that lens as well.
Okay, well, I really appreciate that, and I'm going to play off your, I think about all the things keeping me up at night. Actually, the things keeping me up right now is about 15 cups of really delicious espresso I had outside. I want to leave us with one, and I just ask you to do this quickly as we're short on time. You know, we're in this magnificent building, and literally in front of the world's brain trust, of the world's most influential and thoughtful people working on the future from all over the world. Thinking ahead to 2071, let's say, I think we'd be on COP 76 at that point in the process. Looking back on this moment from the future, I'd love to get just one thing from each of you that you could look back and say, at that COP, this is when we delivered this. Now, I want to say to the audience that is a complicated question for climate negotiators to answer because the negotiations haven't happened yet. And we want to be careful about not putting the cart before the horse. But I do think just as a general aspiration, like looking back from the future and backcasting to the present, maybe David, I'll start with you and ask you to come in this direction.
Sure. I'm actually going to rip up the script a little bit on what I was going to say, which is going to be maybe a more proper, a more politically correct answer. But I'm struck by reflecting on watching a few of the day's proceedings earlier in the day. And what I was struck by is, it may be obvious to probably everyone else in this room except me, but I realized that we're in the life extension business. There's so much discussion about one of the hottest sort of tech trends and areas of investment and attention in the future being life extension. That's exactly what we are engaged in at COP28. This will hopefully be the moment that we realize we're in the life extension business, not just for ourselves, but for a habitable planet. And so for all the care and attention that we will pay, that we do pay, and we will pay over coming years, to the right diet, to the right exercise regimen, to the right medicines to be taking, to enhance skincare routines and regimens, right? To personalize medicine. Hopefully, we also, by the time that the 2070s rolled around, will have developed the perfect personalized medicine routine for the planet. And we will realize that our job is to preserve, not shorten, the habitable lifespan of the planet we live on. And if we do that, we will be a generation that's contributed to continuing prosperity and that's done our part.
Fabulous. Thank you. Asya, how about you? A hope for the COP.
This reminds me of when I started working on the technology, science, innovation track under negotiations. I literally designed an article news, like an article piece of how technology will look like in COP28. And the closer we get to the event, the closer and the clearer the vision gets, closer to what I thought of. So I think I will hope for the best through this conversation so that when we look back, this will be what we're going to meet. So I see COP28 as a COP that reignited hope, a COP that gave the keys, a COP of actions, a COP of all, and a COP that really showed the world what is the meaning of unite, act, and deliver.
Thank you. And Sabine.
I don't think I have much to add on top of those.
We've given you the hardest slot.
No, my goodness. Look, I think on behalf of all of my colleagues, I think if we were able to innovate and do things a little differently, we would have done something amazing, because I think the process is an incredibly difficult process. But with the spirit of the UAE and such an amazing team of colleagues, we want to ensure that we leave a legacy.
Well, I want to say thank you to His Excellency Majid and to all of you. We are all collectively rooting for you, for all of you to be successful in this extraordinarily important moment. And please join me in thanking this extraordinary panel of folks really delivering for humanity. So thank you so much. It's a pleasure. I think we're done.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability to make the future what we want. That happens through smart decisions in the present.
The future is there to be created by people who have the initiative and the daring to seize the opportunity.
Talk about transformation, talk about hope, talk about common purpose.
Our mission is creating hope for the future. The future can be bright.
Imagine the beginning. A miracle. Life. Imagine today. Our home. Our ways. Our changing world. Imagine us. Our identity. Our struggles. Our purpose. Imagine the potential of creativity, of collaboration, of our dreams. Imagine new systems, alternate realities, moving forward. Imagine our future.
The future is not set. There are multiple possible futures awaiting us, and the difference between the better and the worst futures is us.
What we imagine is what will come to pass. So if we're dabbling in darkness all the time, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
There's some incredible ideas about moving forward that our creativity will allow us to do that in a way that makes sense.
The future means that you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to go out there and explore.
We have the ability